Chapter 414. Yes. Yang Ming grinned and reached out to touch an acupuncture point on Song Heng's body. Suddenly, Song Heng's body began to hurt like needles. Song Heng was shocked, but it was too late. The severe pain made him roll on the ground. Oh my God, I'm dead. I'm being killed. Song Heng thought he was going to die, so he kept howling. After rolling for a while, Song Heng found that he wasn't dead yet, so he was even more scared. Now he felt like he was bitten by thousands of insects. It was more unbearable than death. It was better to die. When can I die? Song Heng grimaced and groaned. You won't die. Don't waste time. Yang Ming said faintly, I don't have the habit of killing people directly. I can't die. Song Heng was overjoyed. Grandpa, I really can't die. Do you want to die? Yang Ming glared at him. If you really want to die, I can help you. No, Grandpa, I don't want to die, but I'm too uncomfortable now. Please be merciful. I'm more uncomfortable than dying. Song Heng groaned with a twisted face. You don't want to die? I think what you're doing now is clearly looking for death. Yang Ming walked over and grabbed Song Heng's body. Only then did Song Heng let out an AO sound. He suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. Thank you. Song Heng only felt that the pain in his body disappeared all of a sudden. He was immediately surprised and happy. He was happy that he didn't have to suffer any more pain, but he was surprised that Yang Ming's casual move was enough to shock Song Heng. What is a martial arts master? What is a martial arts ant? Yang Ming is. Compared to the previous Hun Tianba and Fei Tianqi, they are nothing. Grandpa, did you just hit my acupuncture point? Song Heng asked carefully. Haven't you heard of a saying? The more you know, the faster you die. Yang Ming said coldly. Hee, Grandpa, am I not your grandson? Song Heng said shamelessly. Is it okay if I know a little? It's best if you know less. Yang Ming glanced at him. Don't tell anyone about me. Otherwise, I promise you'll be in even more pain than before. I don't like to kill people, but I like to torture people, no? Grandpa, don't worry. I'm your grandson. How would I dare to betray you? Song Heng nodded hurriedly. What about the two of you? Yang Ming glanced at Hun Tianba and Fei Tianqi. Don't worry, young hero. Although I, Hun Tianba, live under someone else's roof, I'm also a person who knows how to repay kindness. Moreover, since Ba Song has said so, we can't talk about it casually. Hun Tianba said very heroically. It was true that he was working for Wang Shifan, but the underworld people were particular about loyalty and commitment. Yang Ming had already shown mercy just now, so Hun Tianba also owed Yang Ming a favor. As long as Yang Ming didn't violate his principles, he would abide by it. Yang Ming nodded and glanced at Song Heng. He said faintly, Tomorrow, I hope to see the contract signed smoothly, and not you betray me again. This is the second time you've challenged my patience. Remember, there is no third time. I know. Grandpa, don't worry. I know what to do. Song Heng nodded quickly. Now, Yang Ming was a godlike existence in his mind. For Yang Ming's words, he didn't dare to have the slightest disobedience. This mutton skewer tastes good. Bring me some when you come to sign the contract tomorrow, Yang Ming instructed. But isn't it the school's people who come to our company to sign the contract? Song Heng asked carefully. Don't you have legs? Can't you do it yourself? Yang Ming's gaze stayed on Song Heng's legs. If you don't want to go, it's fine, but you have to give me a reason why you can't go. For example, I will help you amputate your leg? No, Grandpa, I will go. Don't amputate. Song Heng was so scared that he hugged his legs and almost sat on the ground again. Your performance is okay. Yang Ming nodded. You can return this mutton skewer. You can return 10 yuan. Yes. Grandpa, take care. Song Heng said quickly. I haven't said that I want to go yet. Do you want to drive me away? Yang Ming lowered his head and looked at Song Heng. No, Grandpa. I didn't say that I want to drive you away. Really? Song Heng quickly shook his head and said, You have challenged my patience again and again. Don't you think that I should teach you a lesson? Yang Ming continued. Why don't you find trouble with me today and tomorrow? I don't have time to play with you all day long. No, Grandpa, I really can't. Song Hang thought that Yang Ming was going to leave some parts of his body. He was shocked. That's hard to say. I don't believe you. Yang Ming's gaze stayed on Song Hang's lower body. Song Hang subconsciously covered his crotch. It can't be, right? Yang Ming wants to eunuch me? Take off your pants. Yang Ming ordered. Don't, Grandpa. I don't have children yet. Our Song family still needs to carry on the family line. Song Hang said with a bitter face. What does carrying on the family line have to do with me? Yang Ming was stunned. Grandpa, don't you want to eunuch me? Asked Song Hang. Eunuch, what do you want to do? Yang Ming couldn't help but be amused. I want to take a few photos of you stripping in the office. If you continue to be cocky with us, I will release the photos to the media. Your position as a general manager will probably come to an end, right? No need. Song Hang really didn't want to find trouble with Yang Ming again. He didn't dare to. Yang Ming snorted. I think you want to change to something more pleasurable, right? No. I'll take it off. Song Hang jumped up and began to take off his pants. Find me a digital camera, Yang Ming said faintly. Okay, here is it. Song Hang quickly took out a digital camera from the drawer. What is this? A digital camera? Yang Ming glanced at Song Hang's drawer and asked. Yes, Grandpa. This is a digital camera, the latest model this year, high definition. Song Hang nodded and said, Then take a video. Yang Ming picked up the digital camera and pressed the start button. What is this? Yang Ming saw that there were still a few videos stored in the camera, so he clicked the play button. As a result, the video of the real-life office battle between Song Hang and the secretary, Xiao Li, began to play on the screen of the camera. Ha! It's a good shot. Yang Ming praised. You don't have to take a video. This is enough. I'll take the camera. Do you have any opinion? No. Song Hang didn't dare to say anything unless he wanted to die on the spot. Although he was very reluctant, there was no other way. If the video of the striptease in the office was released, Song Hang wasn't afraid. But if the video of the battle with the secretary was released, then Song Hang would really be finished. He could sit in his current position now because of the family background of his fat pig wife. If this video was seen by his wife, then Song Hang could only go back to be her stay-at-home man in the future. Yang Ming nodded and strode out of Song Hang's villa with the camera. It wasn't until Yang Ming was far away that Song Hang stood up in trepidation. Today, Song Hang was really scared. He didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge anymore, because he understood a truth, that was, Yang Ming was very badass. He was so badass that he couldn't imagine it. Before, he thought that the two martial arts gods, Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi, were already badass enough. But they couldn't even take one move from Yang Ming, and they were both knocked to the ground. When he recalled the feeling of pain just now, Song Hang still had a lingering fear. Yes, he would never take the initiative to provoke this person again. It was too scary. Moreover, his weakness was still in the hands of Yang Ming. He didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Song Hang glanced at Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi, who were on the ground. How are the two of you? Do you need to go to the hospital? No, we just need to recuperate. Han Tianba shook his head. Forget it. Let's go to the hospital. Song Hang shook his head. Wait a minute. I will call a car for you. After all, they were injured because of him. Song Hang couldn't ignore it. Thank you, President Song. Han Tianba nodded. He was old, and his recovery ability was not as good as before, so he could recover faster if he went to the hospital. Today's matter, don't tell President Wang about it. Song Hang instructed. He didn't want to be troubled by Yang Ming because of Han Tianba's big mouth. Chapter 4:15. Han Tianba and Fei Tianqi nodded. They didn't need to tell Wang Shifan about today's incident. This was also a shame for them. Moreover, this was Song Hang's personal vendetta. It had nothing to do with Wang Shifan. However, because Han Tianba and the others didn't tell Wang Shifan that Yang Ming was a ruthless person, Wang Shifan didn't have any defense against Yang Ming. He only thought that Yang Ming was a classmate of his son who had a conflict with him, which led to his complete annihilation in the future. A Tinyuan iron skewer was exchanged for an HD video camera. This is a good deal. Yang Ming hummed a tune as he returned to the university. He first went to the dormitory and copied the video data from the video camera to his computer. Then, he used the same compression, division, and encryption method to upload it to several of his mailboxes. Then, he deleted all the data from the video camera. Yang Ming originally wanted to buy a video camera. Now that someone had delivered it to him, he saved a lot of money. In the evening, Yang Ming went to Xiao Qing's place and told Xiao Qing that he caught Song Heng's weakness. Xiao Qing also smiled and scolded Yang Ming for being so bad. Every moment of the night was worth 1,000 gold. Yang Ming naturally cherished it. Over there, Vice Principal Ma and the principal of Songjiang Industry University were studying Song Heng's problem in the office. Principal Heng, don't you think this Song Heng is a bit too much? He actually made such a request. What does he think of our university? Vice Principal Ma said with some anger. Especially for people like him who came from a scholarly background, he was somewhat old-fashioned. He couldn't stand Song Heng's kind of villain. Why don't you look for the relevant departments in the city to put some pressure on them? AI pressure? Principal Heng shook his head with a bitter smile. Let's not talk about Huatong International being a foreign company. The kind of test equipment we want is the kind of foreign, semi-confidential technical instrument. If they want to sell it to us, we can't do anything about it. They don't buy it at all. If pressure is useful, our current technical equipment won't be so backward. Which of these cutting-edge technology companies doesn't have their country behind them? Then what should we do? Vice Principal Ma didn't understand this either. Are we just going to be the leader? Forget it. I will go there personally tomorrow. Principal Heng sighed and said, this Song Heng is most likely coming for Xiao Qing. The next day, just as Principal Heng and Vice Principal Ma were about to leave for Huatong International, Song Heng had already appeared at Songjiang Industry University. The funny thing was that he was actually holding a bunch of mutton skewers in his hand. On top of the mutton skewers, there was even a heating pot for heating. He was afraid that it would get cold in the cold weather. Grandma, can we sign a contract now? Song Heng nodded and appeared in Xiao Qing's office, holding a lot of mutton skewers in his hand. I brought this for my grandfather. He said he likes to eat it. Well, leave it there. I'll pass it to him later. Xiao Qing nodded coldly. She was angry in her heart. She couldn't help but say sarcastically, your attitude changed quite quickly. Were you disappointed that I didn't go to your house yesterday? How can that be? Grandma, my head was kicked by a donkey yesterday. Song Heng said quickly. Didn't I just wake up? You just thought that I was mentally ill yesterday. Did you bring the contract? Although Xiao Qing was still expressionless, she was already very happy in her heart. This Song Heng really has the potential to be a villain. He is faster than a Kumilov in the chameleon text that I learned in school. I brought it. It's here. Song Heng quickly opened the briefcase. Today, he didn't even bring his secretary. He had to do everything by himself. Well, I'll call Principal Ma. Xiao Qing nodded. She was also afraid of long delays. If she signed the contract early, Song Heng wouldn't be able to go back on his word. Just as Xiao Qing wanted to pick up the phone on the desk, the phone rang first. Hello, Computer Science Department of Engineering University. Xiao Qing picked up the phone. Xiao Qing, this is Principal Heng. Principal Ma and I are going to Huatong Trading to talk to President Song. You don't have to go. Principal Heng's voice came from the microphone. Wait, Principal Heng. Song Heng is already here. He is in my office. You could just come here directly. Bring the lawyer and prepare to sign the contract. Xiao Qing said quickly. And? What happened? You said that President Song is in your office? Signed the contract? Did you agree to his price? Principal Heng asked strangely. The price is the previous price, right, Song Heng? Xiao Qing said until here and turned to ask Song Heng. Yes, the previous price is a 10% discount on the original basis. That is 72% discount. Song Heng said quickly. He was afraid that Yang Ming would go to his house to find him again, so he didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak. He lowered the price by himself. In fact, no matter how much the price was reduced, Yang Ming wouldn't get any benefits. He only did this to help Xiao Qing. He was afraid that Xiao Qing would be in a difficult situation. However, since Song Heng was willing to take the initiative to lower the price, Yang Ming wouldn't have any opinion. This is the case. Song Heng took the initiative to lower the price and gave a 10% discount on the price. Xiao Qing said, another 10% discount? Wait, I don't understand. Is it a discount on the new price or a discount on the old price? Principal Hang was a little confused. He didn't understand what Xiaoqing meant. A discount on the original basis. Xiaoqing said, "You will know when you come over." Well, you wait for us. We will be there in a while. Principal Hang was still very puzzled. What the hell is going on? A 10% discount on the original price? How is this possible? Song Hang isn't stupid. How can he suffer such a big loss? But it's useless to think about it now. I can only see Song Hang in person. In a while, don't call me grandmother. Call me Director Xiao. Xiaoqing said, also, Yang Ming is my godbrother. Don't go out and talk about it. Yes, I got it. Song Hang nodded quickly. He smiled bitterly in his heart. I go out and talk about it? Am I sick? He is a fiend. Why would I mention him? I don't want to die yet. It didn't take long for Principal Hang and Vice Principal Ma to come to Xiaoqing's office. Behind them were lawyers. President Song, why are you standing there? Vice Principal Ma was stunned when he saw Song Hang. Song Hang didn't even sit on the sofa. He had been standing in Xiaoqing's office, and Xiaoqing was sitting firmly in the boss chair. It's okay. I'll just stand. Principal Ma, this is... Song Hang asked the person next to Principal Ma. This is Principal Hang. Principal Ma introduced. Principal Hang, nice to meet you. Song Hang enthusiastically stepped forward and shook hands with Principal Hang, which made Principal Hang confused. Is this the sinister and arrogant villain that Principal Ma mentioned yesterday? Why is he so humble? Hello, President Song. What's going on? I heard that your company wants to increase the price of the equipment by 5 times? Asked Principal Hang. No, I'm going to give you a 10% discount on the original basis, said Song Hang quickly. Ah, Vice Principal Ma was also stunned. Then yesterday, that contract doesn't count. Song Hang looked at Xiaoqing awkwardly. Principal Hang, Song Hang just said that his head was kicked by a donkey yesterday. Xiaoqing said faintly. What? Principal Hang was stunned. He was a senior in the school. Unlike Vice Principal Ma, he was clear about the grievances between Xiaoqing and Song Hang. But now, when he heard Xiaoqing suddenly ridiculing Song Hang in front of so many people, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Xiaoqing wasn't such a person who couldn't see the big picture. Since Song Hang had changed the contract, why was she still pursuing so much? Unexpectedly, Song Hang immediately nodded. Yes, dear. Oh no, Director Xiao is right. My head was kicked by a donkey yesterday. Principal Hang and Vice Principal Ma looked at each other. They really didn't understand what happened to Song Hang today. Why did he suddenly change into a different person? President Song, are you okay? Principal Hang asked with some concern. Who would say that his head was kicked by a donkey? I'm fine. Look, I'm fine today. My brain is back to normal. So I quickly came over to sign a contract. Song Hang smiled and shrugged. Well, let's sign the contract now. Principal Hang nodded. Although it was strange, since Song Hang said that he had no problem, then he couldn't ask more. However, Principal Hang was still afraid that Song Hang would play some tricks, so he let several lawyers carefully read the contract several times. Principal Hang, Vice Principal Ma, there's a problem with this contract, whispered the lawyer. There's a problem? Sure enough, Principal Hang and Vice Principal Ma were shocked at the same time. There really is a problem? Principal Hang quickly asked. What's the problem? Chapter 416. This contract looks like an unfair treaty no matter how I look at it, the lawyer said strangely. From the warranty regulations to the liability for breach of contract, it's all in our favor. It looks like Huatong International has suffered a big loss. This doesn't look like a fair contract, but more like a list to curry favor with us. Curry favor? Principal Hang and Principal Ma looked a little weird, but since there was no disadvantage to them, they signed the contract with Song Hang smoothly. Song Hang saw that the contract was signed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't sleep well last night. He wanted to sign the contract as soon as possible so that Yang Ming wouldn't say that he didn't do things in time. If he wanted to find him again, then it would be over. Although Principal Hang and Vice Principal Ma were very surprised why Song Hang became so respectful and flattering, Xiao Qing didn't want to say more, so they didn't ask more. The contract was signed, and their work was done. Yang Ming was very satisfied with Song Hang's attitude. In the past 2 days, Song Hang would drive to the main entrance of Songjiang Industry University on time at noon every day. He held a bag of mutton skewers in his hand and waited patiently for Yang Ming to appear. Even if Yang Ming was late, Song Hang would greet him with a smile without any unpleasant expression. "Grandpa, I think his mutton chops are good, so I bought 2 for you today. This beef kidney is also good. I also bought 2. Try it. If it's delicious, I will buy more tomorrow." Song Hang handed the meat skewers in his hand to Yang Ming. "And your performance is not bad." Yang Ming nodded and praised Song Hang. "It's my duty. You are my grandpa, and I am your grandson," Song Hang said flatteringly. In the past few days, Song Hang also found that Yang Ming was very easy to talk to when he wasn't angry, so he had a new idea. Those 2 great gods of the martial arts world are still not good enough. They are unreliable. Yang Ming is the real strong man, a ruthless person. If I have a good relationship with Yang Ming, then if I encounter any trouble in the future, I should have no problem finding Yang Ming to solve it. It's natural for a grandfather to help his grandson. Therefore, Song Hang performed exceptionally well. "You don't have to come tomorrow." Yang Ming glanced at Song Hang and said, Grandpa, do you hate me?" Song Hang was shocked, thinking that he had done something wrong. "You're thinking too much. I'm just satisfied with your performance these few days, so I'm giving you a few days off," Yang Ming said. "After all, you're the general manager of a company. You can't always buy skewers for me." "It's okay, Grandpa. It's normal for me to serve you." Song Hang grinned. "It seems that my efforts are still effective. I'll call you when I want to eat." Yang Ming said, "Just send a secretary or something to bring it to me." "How can that be?" "I'll do it myself." Song Hang didn't dare to neglect. Right now, Yang Ming was a huge mountain in his heart, a mountain that he could never cross. In his eyes, Yang Ming was a god. Why? Because Yang Ming's surface identity was an ordinary college student, but Song Hang knew that Yang Ming was definitely not just a college student. How could a college student be so powerful? Song Hang suddenly remembered a novel that he had read when he had nothing to do. It was called something like A Martial Arts Master on Campus. It was about a ruthless person who hid in the school. Yang Ming must be such a person. Ruthless people now like to go back to school. Isn't this how it's written in online novels? Therefore, Song Hang felt that Yang Ming must be an extremely powerful person. Maybe he was a cultivator. Even if he wasn't, he must be an assassin. Not to mention, Song Hang's ability to association was really strong. He actually vaguely knew the true identity of Yang Ming through the association. However, he didn't dare to ask Yang Ming. That was tantamount to courting death. If Yang Ming silenced him, then the loss outweighed the gain. "Grandpa, do you have any other instructions?" Song Hang asked respectfully. "Not for the time being, right? Where did the 2 great masters around you come from?" Yang Ming suddenly remembered a problem. That was, Song Hang definitely didn't have these 2 people around before. Otherwise, with Song Hang's character, he would have found these 2 people last time. He wouldn't have waited so long to deal with me. There could only be one reason. These 2 people appeared recently. Ugh. Song Hang just hesitated and decided to tell the truth. He didn't have the courage to hide it from Yang Ming. "I don't want to hide it from Grandpa. These 2 people just followed me. They were the helpers that Boss Wong sent to me." "Boss Wong? What Boss Wong?" Yang Ming frowned. "Wang Shifan, the president of Wang's Century Xiongfeng." Song Hang replied truthfully, "I just met him a few days ago." "Wang Shifan?" Yang Ming had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "Why did he send these 2 people to you? Did he ask you to seek revenge on me?" He asked me to find you? He knows you, Grandpa?" Song Hang asked in amazement. "I don't know him," Yang Ming said faintly. "I mean, why did he send these 2 great masters to you? Actually, he's trying to rope me in." Song Hang didn't dare to hide. Although smuggling was a big deal, compared with his own life, it was nothing. Song Hang felt that as long as he answered all the questions and said everything he knew, then Yang Ming would be happy. Wang Shifan wants to rope me in to do smuggling. Smuggling. Yang Ming looked at Song Hang strangely. Did I hear it wrong? Wang Shifan wants to do smuggling? What does his company have to do with trade? That's on the surface. Wang Shifan has been doing smuggling business before. It is said that he is also cooperating with my predecessor. Song Hang replied quickly. Yang Ming nodded and glanced at Song Hang. He asked faintly, I know. You won't tell Wang Shifan about me, right? Why would I tell him? You're my grandpa. Who is he? Song Hang shook his head quickly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I don't dare to reveal your true identity. What is my true identity? Yang Ming was stunned. How did he make it sound like he was an undercover agent? You're a ruthless person, Song Hang said. Aren't you pretending to be a student at school? I understand. Yang Ming was speechless. It seemed that Song Hang had reversed his identity. His true identity was a student. However, Yang Ming was too lazy to explain. Let him think whatever he wanted. However, seeing that Song Hang was so respectful to himself, Yang Ming decided to remind Song Hang that Wang Shifan isn't a good person. You have to be careful. If he falls one day, I won't even let you go. Song Hang was stunned, but then he understood. It seems that Yang Ming has a grudge with Wang Shifan. Well, I'm lucky that I said this out loud. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I died in the future. However, since Yang Ming and Wang Shifan had a grudge, it was easy to handle. Song Hang immediately began to express his sincerity. Grandpa, you can rest assured. If you want to mess with Wang Shifan, I will be your undercover agent. I will play this seamless network with him. Both of us will kill his grandma. Yang Ming was actually not afraid of falling out with Wang Shifan. Anyway, the two people would meet sooner or later. If Wang Shifan knew that he sent his elder brother to prison, he would definitely not let him go. Yang Ming didn't intend to let Wang Shifan go. So even if Song Hang told Wang Shifan, it was fine. But it seems that Song Hang won't say it. He seems to be afraid of me. And let's talk about this later. I have reminded you. You can do as you see fit. Yang Ming said faintly. Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what to do, said Song Hang. After bidding farewell to Song Hang, Yang Ming frowned. It turned out that Wang Shifan wasn't a serious businessman. This also gave Yang Ming enough reason to mess with him. The end of the year was the time when the crime rate was high. The rate of robbery and theft on the street was obviously much higher than usual. Chun Afu finally couldn't hold back and began to commit crimes on the street. Today, the place he was going to was the First People's Hospital of Songjiang City. He could only find a feeling by scaring people here. Chun Afu's perverted mentality had been tolerated to the extreme. He wanted a vent. Yes, he hadn't gone out to scare people for too long. It had been 4 or 5 months since the last time he scared Wang Jitao. Chun Afu took the newly made grimace mask and a big black cloak. He tiptoed and disappeared into the night. Early the next morning, a horrible legend began to circulate in the First People's Hospital of Songjiang City. Many people saw ghosts when they went to the toilet in the middle of the night. If it was in other places, it might not be so evil. But it was a hospital, a place with strong yin energy. So many people believed it. Chapter 417. But after all, it was a rumor. The doctors and nurses who worked there didn't see it with their own eyes, so they just laughed it off. They didn't take it seriously. However, a strange thing happened again. The next night, the haunted incident appeared again. This time, not only did many patients see it, but even the doctors on night duty saw it too. The hospital's dean took it seriously and quickly contacted the police. Everyone, what do you think of the haunted incident in Songjiang City's First People's Hospital? Chun Fei took the file on the table and asked the other people in the criminal investigation team. Obviously, someone is pretending to be a ghost. Xia Shui snorted. Yeah, someone is pretending to be a ghost. Chun Fei smiled. That's for sure. What I'm asking is, do you all have any good ideas? Wait for the rabbit to show up, said Xia Shui. This is a good idea, but according to the description on the file, the haunted places were different twice. One was in the 3rd inpatient area, and the other was in a high-rise building. Especially the second time, the impact was particularly bad. Many retired leaders in our city were hospitalized there. An old leader was so scared that he broke his leg. Chun Fei said, besides that, there were no other casualties. However, this is enough to attract our attention. If there was a heart attack patient present at that time, what we have to deal with today would be a murder case. The people in the room listened to Chun Fei's words and nodded secretly. Fortunately, it was relatively lucky that no one was scared to death. Otherwise, it would be a big problem. This is the overall floor plan of the hospital. Chun Fei took out a drawing. Before the old leader retired, he was a real power figure in the city. Now, he is also in the position of a National People's Congress, so he has already put pressure on us to solve the case as soon as possible. Everyone nodded and began to live together with Chun Fei's floor plan. The hospital has a total of 6 inpatient areas. Each inpatient area is from 3 to 16 floors. If we want to wait for the rabbit to show up, we need to mobilize a large number of police forces. Our criminal investigation team doesn't have enough people. I have to transfer people from the police stations to perform a task. Every inpatient area and every floor needs to be guarded. Chun Fei continued. Besides waiting for the rabbit to show up, is there no other way? I don't think so. Everyone thought for a while and shook their heads. That's right, the location of the criminal's crime was uncertain, which made it more difficult to solve the case. What if they are just guarding the entrance on the first floor? Xia Shui suddenly asked. Then wouldn't it be fine as long as we pay attention to whether there are any suspicious people coming in and out? What if the person pretending to be a ghost is someone from the hospital or a patient? Chun Fei smiled bitterly. Before the case is solved, anyone is possible. Xia Shui, I know what you're thinking, but if you want to solve a big case, you still need to train for a few more years. Xia Shui was stunned, and then she blushed. It seemed that she was still too inexperienced. No wonder Chun Fei always refused to send her to perform important tasks. However, Xia Shui also secretly made up her mind that she must solve a big case for others to see. Xia Shui could do it too. Chun Afu held the newspaper in his hand. His heart was nervous and excited. I actually scared the leader of a National People's Congress to the point of breaking his leg. A perverse sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. Chun Afu was very refreshed to an indescribable extent. Especially these few days, Chun Afu was happy from the bottom of his heart when he saw those people panicking in front of him and yelling. However, Chun Afu wasn't a fool. After seeing the haunted news in the newspaper, he knew that he couldn't pretend to be a ghost for a while. The police were likely to be waiting in the hospital for him to take the bait. Fortunately, the depression in his heart had been vented, and Chun Afu wasn't so depressed anymore. He regained his usual identity, the hotel foreman. The ghost mask was also kept by him. Today was the 3rd day that the police were waiting in the hospital. Before there were other effective methods, they could only use this method of waiting. However, the hospital was still very quiet at night. For 3 days in a row, there were no more haunted incidents. Chun Fei couldn't help it. There were many things before the new year, and there were other cases to solve. He couldn't just be entangled in this haunted incident, right? He could only withdraw some of the manpower first, and the others continued to wait in the hospital. New Year was here. Today was January 1st, New Year's Day. On this day, Chen Mingyan woke up very early. Before the sky was bright, she dressed herself up beautifully. Why? Today was the day when the ugly daughter-in-law met her in-laws. For the first time, she officially visited Yang Ming's house as his girlfriend. How could Chen Mingyan not be nervous? Mom, what do you think I look good in? Chen Mingyan stood in front of the wardrobe and was a little worried. Hee, silly child. Why are you so nervous? You're not that bad. Mother Chen smiled and said, besides, didn't Yang Ming's mother talk to you on the phone? Didn't she have a good impression of you? That's true. But meeting is different, Chen Mingyan said with some shyness. And this is the first formal meeting. Then Mom will give you some advice. This beige down jacket is good. Little Yin, you wear this. Mother Chun took out the down jacket from the wardrobe. Ah, this? Chun Ming-yin was stunned. Isn't this my high school clothes? Isn't it a little too kawaii? It's okay. I think it's quite cute. Mother Chin smiled. Well, I look like a child wearing it. Mom, should I dress up more maturely? Chen Ming-yin asked. What's wrong with looking like a child? In Mom's eyes, you will always be a child who won't grow up. I think Yang Ming's parents also have the same view of Yang Ming. So in their eyes, you and Yang Ming are also children. It's not good to dress up maturely. Mother Chun patted Chen Ming-yin's forehead and said, So it's like this. Well, I'll wear this. Chen Ming-yin nodded and took the jacket in her hand. Let's go. I've already made breakfast. Your dad is waiting for us in the dining room. Let's go. Mother Chin said. Okay. Chen Ming-yin held the jacket and went to eat breakfast with her mother. Chen Ming-yin woke up early today. Wasn't Yang Ming the same? It wasn't that he was nervous like Chen Ming-yin, who couldn't sleep, but he was woken up by his mother knocking on the door early in the morning. Yang Ming, get up quickly. Aren't you going to pick up my daughter-in-law? Why aren't you up yet? Mother Yang's voice shook Yang Ming's room. Okay, I got it. I'm up. Yang Ming accompanied wild female teacher to play landlord for half the night. This chick said that she was in a bad mood. She didn't go back to her parents' place on New Year's Day. She was bored alone, and her lover couldn't be with her. Yang Ming was soft-hearted, so he played landlord with her for half the night. As a result, he slept in the second half of the night. Naturally, he was sleepy when he woke up. He calculated that he slept for less than 3 hours. Yang Ming opened the door with sleepy eyes. He saw that his mother had already dressed up. Even his father, who didn't care about his appearance, wore the Armani suit that Yang Ming bought for him. He sat on the sofa, energetically. When he saw Yang Ming come out, he immediately reprimanded. What day is it today? Why are you still lazing around in bed? Quickly tidy yourself up and pick up Chun Ming-yin. Your mother and I will wait for you at home. I got it. Yang Ming nodded and walked quickly to the bathroom. He washed his face and brushed his teeth. Then he put on his clothes and went out. He called a taxi and came to the entrance of Chun Ming-yin's home. Yang Ming called Chen Ming-yin. Hello, Ming-yin. I am at the entrance of your home. Yang Ming said, My parents asked you to come up and sit for a while. Are you coming? Chen Ming-yin asked. Tomorrow. Didn't we agree on it? Besides, I have already met your parents. I don't need to visit them in such a hurry, right? Yang Ming said. Well, then I will go down now. Chen Ming-yin said. You just have to wait for me for 10 minutes. Okay, no problem. Yang Ming hung up the phone. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he saw Chen Ming-yin walking towards him quickly. Huh. Yang Ming looked at Chen Ming-yin's outfit and was amused. Isn't this the down jacket you wore in your first year of high school? Yeah, you still remember? Chen Ming-yin was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to remember. This down jacket was only worn in her first year of high school. Later, Chen Ming-yin felt that it was too childish to wear, so she bought a white down jacket. In total, she had worn it for less than 10 days. Yang Ming actually remembered. Chen Ming-yin couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. Chapter 4:18. I remember the first time you wore this jacket. I remember it very clearly. Yang Ming smiled and said, It happened to be a physical education class that day. Our class was skating on the ice rink. A senior student deliberately knocked you down. Oh, Chen Ming-yin was reminded by Yang Ming, and she also had some impression. It seemed that it was indeed the case. The senior boy was a bad student in the school. When she was in her first year of high school, he pestered her for a while. That time, he knocked her down because he wanted to take advantage of her. Fortunately, Yang Ming rushed over in time and helped her up so that the boy's plot didn't succeed. However, at that time, Chen Ming-yin didn't have any special feelings for Yang Ming. She disregarded him as her classmate, so her impression wasn't very deep. At this time, after listening to Yang Ming's reminder, she remembered. That time, you helped me up? What a coincidence. Chen Ming-yin smiled and glanced at Yang Ming. I didn't expect that we would end up together. What coincidence? I've been paying attention to you. This beige down jacket of yours has always tugged at my heart. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. I'm not afraid to tell you now. At that time, I was paying attention to you almost every day. Hey, Chen Ming-yin was shocked. She stopped and looked up at Yang Ming. She couldn't help but show a slight smile. Really? Of course it's true. Yang Ming also stopped. I have been secretly in love with you for 3 years. I didn't expect that I finally got together with the woman of my dream. Hee hee. What do you mean by got together? That sounds bad. Don't be serious. Shen Mingyan had some regrets. If I discovered Yang Ming's feelings for me earlier and got together with him earlier, would he still like others? It shouldn't be. Moreover, the feeling of being with him is really good. It's very relaxing and very happy. Shen Mingyan liked this feeling very much. She was a little envious of those puppy love couples that she hated so much. Things had changed with the passage of time. Shen Mingyan thought so now, but she definitely didn't think so at that time. This was a different state of mind at different times. At that time, I saw Wang Jitao teaching you how to skate. I almost cut him into pieces with my ice skates. Yang Ming also recalled some scenes from back then. Did he teach me then? Shen Mingyan shook her head with a blank face. Apparently, she had forgotten everything. Then why didn't you teach me? At that time, I was the king of bad students. You good students couldn't wait to avoid me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Shen Mingyan was silent for a moment. Bad students? In fact, now that I think about it, bad students and good students were forcibly divided into classes at that time. After going to university, I found that this concept has faded a lot. Maybe I was inferior at that time and gave up on myself. Yang Ming sighed. I was a little afraid to get close to you because of that incident. Are you talking about Suya? Shen Mingyan bit her lips and asked. Yang Ming didn't answer and nodded silently. You said, do you like me the most or Suya the most? Shen Mingyan knew that it was inappropriate to ask this, but she couldn't help but ask. She was such a person. Yang Ming also knew her character very well. Although sometimes she liked to be jealous, in the end, she had a compromise. There's no comparison. It's two feelings. Yang Ming answered truthfully. Mingyan, your question is very boring. At least, you're the first girlfriend that I officially brought home. Shen Mingyan, listened to Yang Ming's explanation. Her face immediately smiled. It was very sweet. The little jealousy of Suya was also forgotten. Yes, that Suya has become a past tense. I am now Yang Ming's girlfriend. Thinking of this, Shen Mingyan took the initiative to reach out and straddled Yang Ming's arm. Why? So intimate. Aren't you afraid that your family will see? Yang Ming laughed. In the past, every time he sent Shen Mingyan home, she didn't dare to be too intimate with him. Stop it. You clearly know that my parents know you. Shen Mingyan rebuked. Then let's go one step further. Let's have a passionate kiss. Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Shen Mingyan with a smile. Okay, I put on my lipstick. I'm not afraid of getting it on your mouth. Just kiss me. Shen Mingyan didn't want to show weakness. Anyway, the last kiss was caught by her father. She didn't care about anything. Yang Ming didn't care. He didn't care about her lipstick. Baji, he kissed Shen Mingyan's face. You're shameless. You kissed my face. Shen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. No, I said passionate kiss. I didn't say that it had to be a kiss. Your thoughts are complicated. Yang Ming laughed. Go to hell. I'm ignoring you. Shen Mingyan said angrily. Yang Ming laughed twice. Right, the senior student who bumped into me didn't bother me anymore. The next day, I saw that his head was full of bandages. Shen Mingyan suddenly thought of something. Did you do it? Ugh. I beat him up. If Shen Mingyan didn't mention it, he almost forgot about it. Yang Ming had beaten many people. How could he remember all of them? And the method was a bit extreme, but the intention was still good. Then, I will reward you. Shen Mingyan finished and also kissed Yang Ming's face. Shen Mingyan was tall. She was 7 meters, so kissing Yang Ming wasn't difficult. Ahem. Yang Ming was amused. Is this a reward? Yang Ming shook his head as he touched the sticky lipstick on his face. Ha! Shen Mingyan raised her small fist happily. Revenge successful. The two people stopped a taxi and ran to the commercial street. Today was the first time that Shen Mingyan went to Yang Ming's house as a guest. Naturally, she had to buy some gifts. This was a necessary courtesy. What are your parents like? Shen Mingyan looked at the dazzling array of goods in front of her and asked Yang Ming. The two of them were now in the largest department store in Songjiang City, Xinhing Department Store. Now, the store was full of promotions and discounts. Yang Ming and Qin Mingyan were a little lost in the flow of people. My parents don't lack anything. You can buy anything as long as it's a token of your heart. Even if you buy a bag of fruit, they will be happy. Yang Ming said, "Does your dad smoke?" Chen Mingyan asked as she passed by the tobacco and alcohol counter. "Don't. I can give your dad this. You're a girl. It's not very good to give tobacco and alcohol." Yang Ming shook his head. "That's true." Chen Mingyan nodded. "Then, should I buy a cashmere sweater for each of your parents?" This idea is not bad. Yang Ming recalled that the cashmere sweaters on his parents were bought during the mall's big sale 2 years ago. They hadn't bought new ones. The two people came to the counter of Erdos. There was also a promotion here. You could enjoy a 20% discount by buying 2 items. Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming picked 2 cashmere sweaters that were more suitable for middle-aged people. Then, they opened the bill and prepared to pay. Yang Ming naturally took out his bank card and prepared to swipe it, but he was stopped by Chen Mingyan. "I will pay for it. Isn't it the same?" Yang Ming was stunned. "It's not the same. Other things are fine, but this is my token of appreciation for your parents. Of course, I have to pay for it," Chen Mingyan said seriously. "Well, it's up to you." Yang Ming didn't care. Chen Mingyan's family condition was good, so he didn't refuse. After paying the bill, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan took a taxi back to Yang Ming's home. It was exactly 9 o'clock. The time was just right. "Your home is here." Chen Mingyan came to Yang Ming's home for the first time. She was curious. "It's very close to our high school." "Yeah, I rode a bicycle to school at that time." Yang Ming nodded. "Right, I was still wondering. Where's your car? Why didn't you ride it after that?" Chen Mingyan asked casually. "At that time, I wanted you to ride a bicycle to take me to the field trip. That feeling should be very good, right?" "Bicycle? Don't mention it." It was smashed. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. "Wasn't it smashed by the scum, Jean Gang? Right, this kid seems to have not compensated for my bicycle. I have to knock him down some other day." "Smashed? What happened? Who did you provoke?" Chen Mingyan's face was a bit bad. She didn't like Yang Ming to go out and fight. She would be worried. "Who did I provoke? Do you know Jean Gang?" Yang Ming said, "He is our high school's physical education teacher. And I heard of it. What does it have to do with him? Could it be a bicycle was smashed by him?" Chen Mingyan asked curiously. "It was him." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "But I didn't provoke him. It was this guy who provoked me." Yang Ming told Chen Mingyan about Zhaoing. Chapter 419. It turned out to be like this, but sistering is really good to you. Chen Mingyan now also called Zhaoing sistering. "Yeah, if it weren't for you and sistering, I might not be able to get into university." Yang Ming naturally couldn't say that it was because of his special ability. For Chen Mingyan, although Yang Ming couldn't say that he didn't trust her, he didn't have the level of unreserved trust like Xiaoqing did. "I thought you were taking the opportunity to chase me." Chen Mingyan smiled. "In fact, this is the case." Yang Ming nodded seriously. When they came to Yang Ming's door, Chen Mingyan was timid again. "Yang Ming, I'm a little nervous." "It's okay. Weren't you talking and laughing just now? Besides, my mom has a good impression of you. She won't eat you." Yang Ming comforted her. "But I'm scared too." Chen Mingyan took 2 steps back. "It's okay. You're just running away." Yang Ming smiled. But Chen Mingyan hadn't finished speaking yet. She heard a click sound. The security door of Yang Ming's house was opened. "Mingyan, you're here. Why didn't you knock on the door?" Mother Yang smiled and greeted her. Hello, Ani." Chen Mingyan couldn't hide anymore, so she had to bite the bullet. "This is the cashmere sweater I bought for you and Uncle." It was the first time that Chen Mingyan was a big girl. She didn't know what to do. She didn't have similar experience, so she didn't know what to say. She had to take out the gift as a shield. Hee. Mother Yang smiled and took the cashmere sweater. "Okay, I'll accept it. Coming quickly." Chen Mingyan then shyly lowered her head and entered Yang Ming's house. Yang Dehai also stood up from the sofa. "Welcome, Chen Mingyan. Sit anywhere." "Thank you, Uncle." Chen Mingyan nodded, but did not sit down. "Old Yang, This is the cashmere sweater that Mengyan bought for us. Mother Yang put the gift that Chun Mengyan brought for them on the coffee table. Okay, I'm missing a cashmere sweater. Yang Dahai took it with a smile. When Shin Mengyan saw that Yang Ming's parents were very happy about her arrival, she felt relieved. Big Ming, go and wash the fruits for Mengyan. Mother Yang saw Yang Ming standing on the side in a daze, so she quickly ordered. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Auntie, you don't have to trouble yourself. Shin Mengyan said quickly. It's not troublesome. Let him go. Let's talk. Mother Chin enthusiastically pulled Chun Mengyan's hand. Yang Ming went to the kitchen to wash the fruits. Mother Yang and Chun Mengyan exchanged pleasantries. Mengyan, you and Big Ming are very close in high school, right? And Chun Mengyan nodded shyly. It's okay. Then you're considered childhood sweethearts. Mother Yang smiled. Do your parents know about your matter? They know. Chun Mengyan replied. What do they say about your matter? Mother Yang asked. They think it's very good. Tomorrow, Yang Ming and I will go to see my parents. Chun Mengyan said. Oh, you're going tomorrow? Mother Yang smiled and said, hee hee, that's great. Why don't Big Ming's father and I meet with your parents one day and settle your matter? Chun Mengyan was stunned. Isn't this too fast? It's settled already? Mom, what are you talking about? We're just freshmen. Yang Ming saw that Chun Mengyan was a little stunned and quickly came over to help. Although he was washing the fruits in the kitchen, his eyes had been looking at the movements in the house. He saw what his mother said. What's wrong with being freshmen? I just said that both parents should meet. There is no other meaning. Mother Yang said. Well, let's not talk about this first. Yang Dahai also saw the awkwardness of the two children, so he waved his hand. Let's go. Let's go to the kitchen to cook and leave some privacy for the two children. Yes, it's already 10 o'clock. We have to prepare the meal. Mother Yang also stood up. Auntie, let me help you. Chun Mengyan also quickly stood up. Because she felt that to be a qualified daughter-in-law, she had to at least know how to cook. Isn't this generally written in the novel? No need. You're dressed so beautifully. Don't get oil and fumes. Mother Yang waved her hand and smiled. You and Big Ming can play in the house. I'll go and help you guys. It's good to be an assistant. Chun Mengyan insisted. Well, then you help me to wash the vegetables. I don't need you for the rest. Mother Yang saw that Chun Mengyan insisted on helping, so she nodded and agreed. However, she was very happy in her heart. Although she was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law now, she was beautiful and had good grades. However, wasn't it better if she could do housework? Yang Ming was bored alone, so he went back to his room and prepared to simply clean up the room. When he got up this morning, he was in a hurry and didn't fold the quilt. Yang Ming folded the quilt and opened the window to get some fresh air. He saw Chun Mengyan come in. Why? Aren't you going to help? Yang Ming asked, baffled. I want to, but the kitchen is too small. It can only fit 2 people. It's a bit crowded with 3 people. Auntie asked me to come back. Chun Mengyan said helplessly. Yang Ming nodded. His house had an old-fashioned pattern. The kitchen was relatively small, unlike the big houses built with large kitchens nowadays. Yang Ming originally planned to buy a house for his parents after the Chinese New Year, but his parents didn't agree because Yang Dahai was working nearby. If he moved away, it would be inconvenient for him to go to work. There were no newly developed buildings nearby, so Yang Ming had to give up. Can I just look around? Chun Mengyan approached Yang Ming's room and asked. Because she watched TV or movies, there were always some shameful things in the boys' room, such as porn videos, CDs, and so on. Of course you can, Yang Ming said with a smile. You can look around. Anyway, his room didn't have anything dirty. Okay. Girls always like to look through their boyfriend's things, trying to find something. Chun Mengyan was no exception. Hey, who is this? Chun Mengyan suddenly pointed to a photo frame in the bookshelf and asked. Oh. Yang Ming raised his head and glanced at the photo frame Chun Mengyan pointed to. It's Suya. So she is Suya. Chun Mengyan looked at the cute little girl in the photo and murmured. Chun Mengyan was conceited that she was very beautiful since she was young, but when she saw Suya's photo, she had to admit that this girl was comparable to her, and even cuter than herself. She is very beautiful. Chen Mingyan sighed. Didn't you ask me who is more beautiful between you and her? You can compare yourself. Yang Ming smiled. How can I compare? This photo is obviously a little girl, right? There is no comparison. When I go back, I will find my junior high school photos and show them to you. Chen Mingyan said somewhat unwillingly. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Then you have to put my photo in the bookshelf. No, it has to be on the bedside. Chen Mingyan knew that it wasn't realistic to ask Yang Ming to remove Suya's photo, so she could only fight for the same treatment as Suya, or even better than Suya. Okay, no problem. If you're willing to set it as my phone's background, it's fine. Yang Ming said with some amusement. Then it's a promise. Chen Mingyan said seriously. Yang Ming, can you tell me about Suya? Chen Mingyan picked up Suya's photo and hesitated. Won't you be jealous if I tell you? Yang Ming glanced at Chen Mingyan and joked. I'm not as petty as you say. I just want to know about you. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Suya, in fact, strictly speaking, she and I can't be considered as boyfriend and girlfriend. We just have some feelings for each other, but we didn't say it out loud. Yang Ming told the story between himself and Suya. Chen Mingyan couldn't help but cry. Chen Mingyan couldn't believe that she actually cried for her love rival. However, the story was really moving. Yang Ming and Suya in the story were really sympathetic. That Wu Qiren simply became Huang Shuren's big bully. That Wu Qiren is too bad. Why did he take away the letter that Suya gave you? Chen Mingyan said indignantly. Well, you know everything. Shouldn't you tell me about you? Asked Yang Ming. Me? What do I have to say? You're my first boyfriend. Chen Mingyan stared at Yang Ming. You know the answer. Yang Ming smiled. Yang Ming, you still have Suya in your heart now, right? Chen Mingyan suddenly asked. Chapter 420. After listening to Chen Mingyan's words, Yang Ming's heart trembled. Chen Mingyan really found out something. Yang Ming was silent. He didn't know how to answer. Forget it. I know even if you don't say it. Chen Mingyan shook her head. It's fine. I'm not angry. Chen Mingyan thought that since Suya wouldn't come back, she might as well be generous. Otherwise, Yang Ming would say that she was jealous again. And Yang Ming was stunned. What do you mean? Did you accept Suya? Chen Mingyan sweated. She thought, when did I accept her? I only said that I wasn't angry, but I didn't say that I accepted her. However, when Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's excited and stunned look, Chen Mingyan's eyes turned. She weighed the pros and cons in her heart. I didn't give him a good face when I accepted him last time. Yang Ming obviously didn't like it. At this time, if she said that she didn't accept, Yang Ming would be unhappy, and it would ruin the mood of the two people. Moreover, Suya was a past tense. She had gone to another place and disappeared for many years. It was impossible for her to have any interaction with Yang Ming. So, even if she said that she accepted it, it was fine. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan pretended to be generous and said, Yes, I accept her. Really? Yang Ming frowned. Is this Chen Mingyan in front of me? Why is she different from usual? Chen Mingyan wasn't so generous. Really? Chen Mingyan nodded with certainty. Are you happy? But only this time. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's words, how could he not understand what she meant? I guess Chen Mingyan thought that Suya wouldn't appear in my life again. But Yang Ming didn't intend to give up. Chen Mingyan, you also have a time when you are too smart for your own good. Don't regret it in the future. So Yang Ming said, Then it's a promise? It's a promise. Chen Mingyan nodded. Give me a hug as a reward. Yang Ming opened his arms. What reward? You are obviously taking advantage of me. Although Chen Mingyan said so, she still ran into Yang's arms. She still obeyed. After lingering on the bed for a while, Yang Ming didn't dare to make any big moves. At most, the two of them kissed and hugged and touched each other through the clothes. Yang Ming's parents were outside and could come in at any time. In the blink of an eye, it was time to eat. Although there were only 4 people, the food prepared today was unusually sumptuous. Come, Mingyan, eat. Mother Yang kept giving Chen Mingyan food, making Chen Mingyan a little embarrassed. Auntie, you eat too. Don't worry about me. Chun Mingyin felt that she should be the one giving food to Mother Yang. This is a jade pendant passed down in my family. Today, I will give it to you. Mother Yang untied a jade pendant from her neck and handed it to Chun Mingyin. This was given to me by Big Ming's grandmother when I first went to her house. This is such a valuable thing. Chun Mingyin was a little stunned. What does this mean? Does it mean that my identity is recognized? What's so valuable about it? It's just an ordinary jade pendant. It's just a rule. If you have a daughter-in-law in the future, you have to continue passing it down. Mother Yang smiled. Thank you, Auntie. Chun Mingyin's hands trembled. She was very excited as she took the jade pendant in her hand. Then, she wore the jade pendant around her neck. At this moment, Chun Mingyin's heart was indescribably steady. Lan Ling, Suya, and that Lin Jiyun can never be compared to me. I am the most authentic daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Chun Mingyin was very happy. She looked at Yang Ming proudly, but she found that Yang Ming was also smiling at her. She couldn't help but lower her head shyly. Today's atmosphere was very harmonious. In the afternoon, Chun Mingyin got up and left. Yang's father and Mother Yang didn't ask too much. After all, today was New Year's Day. Chun Mingyin had to go back early. After making an appointment to visit Chun Mingyin's house tomorrow, Yang Ming sent Chun Mingyin to a taxi and returned home. Big Ming, Chun Mingyin is a good girl. You have to hold on tight. As soon as they entered the door, Mother Yang quickly said, there must be a lot of boys chasing her, right? You can't lose her. Mom, your son is also very popular with girls. Aren't you afraid that I will find someone else? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. First, Chun Mingyin wasn't a girl who changed her mind, and he seemed to have good luck with girls recently. You dare, Mother Yang said. I have already decided that Chun Mingyin is our Yang family's daughter-in-law. If you change someone else, we won't recognize it. Okay, I know. You can rest assured, Mom. My relationship with Chun Mingyin is very strong. Yang Ming had to nod and say, well, you can't go to Chun Mingyin's house empty-handed tomorrow, right? She's already taken a gift. What are you going to take? Asked Mother Chun. Oh, it's the cigarettes that I got from my godfather last time. There's still some left. I will take some. Yang Ming had already planned it. Chun Fei was a criminal police officer. He often thought about cases. Cigarettes would definitely not leave his hands. It was just right to give him this. What about Chun Mingyin's mother? Asked Mother Yang. I have already prepared it. I got a platinum brooch from Uncle Zhang's jewelry company. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, as long as you are ready. Mother Yang nodded. The next day, Yang Ming still got up early in the morning. Last night, Yang Ming didn't dare to play fight the landlord again. He went to bed early to rest. However, when Yang Ming was about to go out, he received a call from Chun Mingyin. Yang Ming, have you set off? Chun Mingyin asked in a hurry. No, but I will leave soon. Yang Ming said. Then don't come first. Chun Mingyin said, I'm sorry, Yang Ming. My dad received a call from the bureau. They said that there's a case and they need to hold an emergency meeting. Oh, it's okay. Yang Ming smiled and comforted. Uncle Chin's work is like that. It can't be helped. I will go another day. I'm really sorry. My dad asked me to apologize to you. Chun Mingyin said apologetically. Yang Ming, you won't be angry, right? What's there to be angry about? Yang Ming shook his head. Am I not able to distinguish right from wrong? That's good. Chun Mingyin said. Then that's it. I will go to sleep. I knew that you were coming. Last night, I was dragged by my mom to clean up until midnight. Then you go and rest. Yang Ming said with a smile. Say hello to your mother for me. As soon as he hung up the phone, Mother Yang immediately asked nervously, Big Ming, what's wrong? You're not allowed to go. No. Uncle Chin's temporary unit has a meeting. I will go another day. Yang Ming said indifferently. Big Ming, is it because Chun Mingyin's family doesn't like you? They have some opinions about you, but they are too embarrassed to say it directly. So they came up with such an excuse? This New Year's Day is a holiday. How can they go to a meeting? Mother Yang wondered. Mom, don't think too much. Uncle Chun is a policeman. It is normal for him to have something to do temporarily. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Don't complicate the problem. Besides, Uncle Chun has a good impression of me. We have known each other for a long time, so you are really thinking too much. And Chun Mingyin's father is a policeman? Mother Yang was stunned. Really? He didn't trick you? Is it because he doesn't like you and doesn't want to find you? When Mother Yang heard that Chun Mingyin's father was a policeman, her suspicion was mostly gone. She also knew that it was normal for a policeman to have something to do temporarily. Sometimes they had to get up in the middle of the night to go to the scene. Why are you fooling me, Mom? My case at that time was handled by Uncle Chun. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it because you put that girl, that thing? Mother Yang heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly said, Chun Mingyin's father did it? Then, how can he have a good impression of you? Mom, I was also framed. It wasn't intentional. Yang Ming shook his head and said, Don't worry. Don't think too much. I don't know what happened to that girl. You have harmed her for a lifetime. Mother Yang sighed. That girl is really a good person. If she didn't change her mind, you would still be in prison now. Mom, I know. I will compensate her. Yang Ming said very solemnly. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Ming's cell phone rang again. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was actually Chun Fei's number. Hello, Uncle Chun. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, I have something to do temporarily at the station. I am really sorry. I asked Chun Mingyin to tell you. Did she call you? Chun Fei said in a hurry. Chapter 421. And she called. I already know. If you have something to do, just do it, Uncle Chun. Yang Ming said. That's good. Don't think too much. You know what Uncle Chun means. Chun Fei said. Uncle Chun has always been optimistic about you. Hee, I understand. Yang Ming smiled. That's good. Uncle Chun will treat you to a meal next time. Chun Fei said, Let's not talk about it. I'm at the bureau. Okay, goodbye, Uncle Chun. Yang Ming hung up the phone. Are you relieved now? Yang Ming shrugged and smiled at his mother, who had been eavesdropping. You child. Mother Yang blushed and walked away, minding her own business. Since you really have something to say, then forget it. You should pack up. Your dad and I are going to attend your uncle's banquet today. Uncle? Yang Ming was stunned. He took the initiative to treat us relatives? In Yang Ming's impression, his uncle was the kind of person who kept his relatives at a respectful distance. Did the last incident change his attitude? Your uncle is treating. Your dad and I received a call last night. Because you went to Chun Mingyin's house today, we didn't tell you. Now that you're fine, come with us. Mother Yang said. Well, I haven't given the gift I bought for Yongli yet. Yang Ming nodded and said. The last time he came back from Hong Kong, he hadn't seen Yongli yet. Then you should go and prepare. Your dad and I will also prepare. Mother Yang said. Okay. Yang Ming responded. The three people took a taxi to the villa area where his uncle's family lived. Today, his uncle was treating at home. This was the first time. It used to be in a restaurant. His uncle was most annoyed when relatives came to visit. Perhaps it was because Yang Ming's family helped a lot when they were kidnapped last time. So, this time, Yang Dashin didn't give Yang Ming's family any face. Instead, he greeted them very warmly. Hi, you're here? Come in and sit down. Your sister-in-law is preparing the meal, so she can't come out to greet you. Yang Dashin opened the door and said, Uncle. Yang Ming called out. Although he had some prejudice against him, for the sake of his parents, Yang Ming still had to respect him. Moreover, her uncle's behavior today wasn't that annoying. Yang Ming, your sister is upstairs. You go and find her. Xiaobo and the others will come in a while, said Yang Dashin. Okay, I just happened to bring her a gift. I'll go up first. Yang Ming nodded. Why are you still bringing gifts? We are a family. Yang Dashin's character had indeed changed a lot. Why? It was all because of the kidnapping incident. After experiencing a life and death situation, Yang Dashin was a little more open-minded. He wasn't so averse to having relatives anymore. Even if Yang Ming's family wanted to lend him some money, he wouldn't object. But what he didn't know was that Yang Ming was now much wealthier than him. Yang Ming went upstairs and came to the door of Yang Li's room. He knocked on the door and heard Yang Li's voice. Who is it? The door isn't locked. Yang Ming opened the door and went in. It's me, Yang Ming. You're here, too? Yang Dashin's attitude was better, but it didn't mean that Yang Li's attitude was better. I'm here. This is a gift I brought for you from Hong Kong. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Yang Ming was angry when he heard Yang Li's sarcastic tone. I owe you. Why are you giving me such a bad face when you see me? If we weren't relatives, I would have slapped you twice. You? You brought it for me? Yang Li snorted. Is it some kind of local specialty? It's up to you whether you want it or not. Yang Ming was a little annoyed. If you don't want it, you can throw it through the window. What is it? Let me see. Yang Li said that she didn't want it, but her hands weren't idle. She opened the bag that Yang Ming gave her. LV handbag. Yang Li was stunned. Is this real or fake? Can you afford this? Yang Ming was really angry. He really wanted to kick her. If you don't want it, just throw it away. This handbag was bought by Yang Ming when he bought Lin Jiyun's school bag. He gave it to Yang Li. He didn't expect this woman to be so picky. Oomph. Yang Li snorted. She thought this fake bag is quite real. I will look for Sun Jie one day. She is more knowledgeable. She should be able to tell the authenticity. So, she said, I will take it first. If it's fake, I will throw it away. Up to you. Yang Ming was too lazy to be angry with her. This kind of person, being angry with her would only make you die. Not long after, Yang Xiaobo also came. He pushed open Yang Li's door. Big brother, big sister, you are all here? And Xiaobo, you're here. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. Are you used to high school? It's pretty good. Big brother, the pair of sneakers that you gave me, my classmates were envious. Especially the fat guy in our class. His father is a tycoon. He went back and asked his father to buy it. But he couldn't buy it. When I went to the store to ask, it was a Hong Kong edition. It wasn't sold here. Yang Xiaobo said proudly. And, Xiaobo, Yang Ming also gave you something? Yang Li looked at Yang Xiaobo and asked. Yeah, big sister, you have one too, right? Big brother went to Hong Kong a while ago. Yang Xiaobo said. Could this be a genuine one? Yang Li picked up the LV bag and looked at it. Yang Ming was too lazy to talk to her, so he went downstairs with Yang Xiaobo. Right? Zhang Song from class 8 didn't trouble you again, right? Yang Ming asked. No, Zhang Song is now my underling. Yang Xiaobo said with some excitement. Now, people in the school know that I'm your brother. No one dares to trouble me. Sweat, is this very prestigious? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. What kind of reputation do I have? Why does it feel like I'm infamous? I think it's very prestigious. Yang Xiaobo nodded. In the blink of an eye, it was time to eat. Yang Dashan sat in the main seat and greeted everyone. Next, I will announce a good news. My sand market has been sold. I won't be doing it anymore. Everyone was stunned. What kind of good news is this? Even Yang Ming was a little inexplicable. He didn't know what his uncle was going to say. I set up a real estate development company. It will be officially listed after the new year. Yang Dashan said with some pride. Our Yang family has risen in Songjiang City. It's also a big family. Let's get together more in the future. Everyone understood. It turned out that Yang Dashan's business was big. Real estate development, that was a big deal. Yang Dashan was indeed a little complacent. His partner, Bao Sanli, suddenly integrated all the forces in Songjiang's underworld. Yang Dashan's identity naturally rose. If you want to do real estate, you must have a deep background. Obviously, Yang Dashan now had this capital. In Songjiang, who dared to say that they were more powerful than Bao Sanli? Of course, Yang Ming was an exception. Everyone raised their glasses to congratulate, and Yang Ming also understood the meaning of his uncle's treat. He wanted to show off his strength. Now, the most powerful person in the Yang family was his uncle, Yang Dashan. He had the ability, so he naturally wanted to show off among his relatives. Of course, this was only on the surface. If Yang Ming's company opened, maybe he wouldn't talk like this. However, Yang Ming didn't take it seriously. The original mean uncle could become like this now. Yang Ming felt that it was already good. What can you expect from such a person? At the dinner table, Yang Dashan kept bragging about how capable and powerful he was now. However, he said a few times that if anyone had difficulties, they could go to him. This made Yang Ming feel more comfortable in his heart. For the changes in his uncle, Yang Ming's parents and Yang Xiaobo's family also saw it in their eyes. They were also happy from the bottom of their hearts. In the afternoon, Yang Dashin was going to drive his family to karaoke. Yang Ming saw that his parents were more interested, so it wasn't good to go back first. Yang Dashin called the company's big Jinbei van and took everyone to the Nightless Club's KTV. Yang Ming knew the relationship between his uncle and Bao Songli, so it wasn't strange. This was Bao Songli's base camp. Yang Dashin was probably a regular here. Sure enough, even the greeter at the door knew Yang Dashin. President Yang, you are here. When the greeter at the door saw Yang Dashin, she immediately greeted him with a smile. I brought my family to play. Find me a bigger private room. Yang Dashin said, is Brother Bao here? President Bao and President Ho went to discuss tomorrow's banquet. They aren't here. The greeter said. Oh, Yang Dashin nodded. Yang Dashin knew that Bao Songli would invite the boss of Songjiang tomorrow. He also received the invitation. President Yang, please wait a moment. I will contact the private room for you. The greeter said, okay, you go ahead. Yang Dashin nodded and then said to Yang Dahai, I am very familiar with the boss here. Everyone can relax and play. Chapter 422. It was obviously Yang Xiaobo's first time coming to this kind of place. Just like when Yang Ming came for the first time, he was very novel to this kind of luxurious place. Big brother, the cost here shouldn't be low, right? Yang Xiaobo whispered to Yang Ming. It's okay. Big brother will get you a few vouchers. You can bring Xinhua here to play. Yang Ming said, it probably costs a few thousand yuan to play here for a night, right? So expensive? Yang Xiaobo couldn't help but be stunned. When Yang Ming teased Guo Jinchao that day, Yang Li had already left, so Yang Li didn't know that Yang Ming and Bao Songli were familiar with each other. However, Yang Ming didn't mean to show off. Since his uncle liked to show off in front of his family, Yang Ming would satisfy his vanity. His parents didn't say anything, so he wouldn't say anything. Yang Li calmly picked up the menu and ordered a few dried fruit platters and fruit salads. Then, she handed the menu to Yang Dashin. You can order whatever you want. Yang Dashin handed the menu to Yang Xiaobo. Originally, there wasn't much food in the KTV. Yang Li basically ordered everything. Yang Xiaobo didn't know what to order with the menu, so he couldn't help but feel awkward. Yang Ming saw through Yang Xiaobo's thoughts. He took the menu, ordered a few bottles of beer, and then returned the menu to the waiter. In fact, Yang Li was singing most of the time. Yang Ming wasn't interested in this. Yang Ming's parents were also here for the first time, so they couldn't play freely. Yang Xiaobo, on the other hand, was more interested because he was younger and didn't play much. He was eager to try. I'm going to the bathroom. Yang Li, the microphone hog, finally put down the microphone, so Yang Xiaobo could order a few songs. However, after waiting for a long time, Yang Li didn't come back. Yang Ming's aunt was a little anxious. Dashin, why hasn't Lily come back yet? She can't take so long to go to the bathroom, right? Yeah, it's been almost 20 minutes. Do you want to go and see? Yang Dashin looked at the wall clock in the private room and said, okay. The auntie said and was about to leave. Big Ming, you and Xiaobo go and find her elder sister. How could Yang Dahai let his sister-in-law go? So he instructed Yang Ming. Yes, Dad. Although Yang Ming wasn't very interested in the task of finding Yang Li, his father had instructed him. Yang Ming didn't say anything. Yang Ming and Yang Xiaobo walked out of the private room and walked toward the bathroom. Big brother, you seem to come to this kind of place often? Yang Xiaobo saw Yang Ming's familiar look and couldn't help but ask. Yes, I've been here a few times. Yang Ming nodded. As they were talking, the two people came near the bathroom and heard Yang Li's voice. Do you know who I am? Yang Li asked loudly. I don't care who you are, smelly bitch. You stepped on my leather shoes. You have to pay for it. A man's voice said, what kind of lousy leather shoes are these? You want me to pay 5,000? I think you're crazy about money, right? Yang Li said sarcastically. Motherfucker, this is Sharkskin. Asking you to pay 5,000 is already a small amount. The man said, hurry up. Be cool. I still have to fuck the chick. You put the money here and nothing will happen. Otherwise, what? You dare to threaten me? In this nightless club, there's still people who dare to trouble my Yang family? I think you were itching for a beating, right? Yang Li didn't put the man in front of her in her eyes. Aya, pretty badass chick. Yang family? Why haven't I heard of the Yang family in Songjiang? I guess your family is stupid, right? The man said mockingly. Originally, Yang Ming was watching the fun and didn't intend to help. Anyway, he knew the relationship between his uncle and Bao Sanli. It was impossible to mess up in the Nightless Club. However, now this man actually said that the Yang family was a bunch of idiots. Yang Ming couldn't bear it anymore. He strode over and slapped the man's face. What did you just say? What? The man was stunned and covered his face. He was stunned by Yang Ming's slap. What the hell is going on? I was blackmailing this chick. Why did a burly young man suddenly come over and slap me? I asked you, what did you just say? Yang Ming stared at him and asked coldly. I didn't say anything. The man was a little scared. Seeing that Yang Ming was taller than him, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Who are you? Didn't you say that the Yang family is stupid? Yang Ming didn't want to stand up for Yang Li. Although this man was suspected of blackmail, Yang Li must have pretended to be stupid first. So Yang Ming just caught the man scolding. The man was a little inexplicable. Then I didn't say anything about you. Sorry, my surname is Yang. My father's surname is Yang. Our family's surname is Yang. Yang Ming said coldly. The man was a little overwhelmed. It can't be so coincidental, right? Am I so unlucky? I just scolded, and there's someone with the surname Yang on the side, and it's such a person who isn't easy to mess with. Sorry, I didn't scold you. I was scolding her. The man also knew his own weight. Yang Ming, who was this big, hit him like a toy. Really? You didn't scold me? Yang Ming snorted. Do you mean that my ears are broken? No. The man was just about to continue apologizing, but when he turned his eyes, he saw the people who came with him walking over. The man was not afraid at all. There were only 3 people on his side. Why would he be afraid of him? Wang Long here. This kid is looking for trouble with me. The man shouted. Oh, you even called for help? Yang Ming was amused by the man's actions. What are you doing? Who are you? The man named Wang Long came over with a cigarette in his mouth. As soon as he came up, he pushed Yang Ming with his hand. Who are you? Does it have anything to do with you? Yang Ming didn't care about him at all. He pushed Wang Long with his hand, and he staggered. Damn, you dare to push President Wang? Before Wang Long could say anything, the man beside Wang Long suddenly jumped out. He bared his teeth and rushed up with a fist to beat Yang Ming. Go to your mother. Yang Ming couldn't let this servant hit him. He reached out and grabbed the guy's collar and threw him out. Clang! He fell in the corner and couldn't say anything. Well, it's time for us to talk. You just scolded me and found 2 idiots to beat me up. How do you want to settle this? Yang Ming solved the servant and turned back to stare at the man. When the man saw Yang Ming was so fierce, he was a little dumbfounded. Oh my God, this guy's so ruthless. I should have said a few soft words and let it go. What's going on? Who is making trouble in the Nightless Club? Yang Ming wanted to continue to study how to scare this man. He heard another wave of people behind him, but these people were obviously from the Nightless Club. They should be Bao Sanli's men. Isn't this President Li? What's going on? The leader of the Nightless Club obviously knew this man and came forward to greet him. Brother Ji, you are here. Just in time, they're beating people up. These 2 men and this woman. President Li was just dispirited. When he saw the people from the Nightless Club arrive, he trembled again, especially this leader, Brother Ji, who was very familiar with him. Catch them. Of course, Brother Ji had to give face to President Li. President Li was a regular here, so of course, he should be biased toward him. Who dares to catch my daughter? Another voice sounded. Yang Ming was a little amused. This voice was obviously his uncle's. It really had the feeling of a hero appearing at the last moment. Brother Yang? Brother Ji looked back and saw Yang Dashin. He couldn't help but be stunned. His address for Yang Dashin was obviously different from President Li just now. Just now, he just politely called President Li as a certain president, but Yang Dashin was called Brother Yang. Yang Dashin was Bao Sanli's buddy. His identity and status were naturally different. Therefore, compared to President Li, Brother G was even more afraid to provoke Yang Dashin. He only had due respect for President Lee, but for Yang Dashin, it was awe. Otherwise, if he said a few bad words about him to Bao Sanli, then Brother G would be miserable. Brother Yang? Do you think I'm your Brother Yang? Your Brother Yang's daughter and nephew are going to be caught by you. Yang Dashin sneered very pretentiously. That look was exactly the same as the underworld boss in the movie. What? Are they Brother Yang's daughter and nephew? Brother G was stunned. He knew that this was bad. He almost got himself into big trouble. But fortunately, I haven't done anything yet. It's not too late to change sides now. Li Mingri, do you know who this is? This is Brother Yang, Brother Bao's good buddy. Quickly apologize to Brother Yang. For President Lee, Brother G didn't want to offend him too much. After all, he was a guest who gave him money to spend. Chapter 423. Brother G, President Lee was a little dumbfounded. Which Brother Yang? There were two Brother Yangs here. One was grabbing his collar, and the other was standing not far away from him. Brother G had a face of respect for him. Anyway, when Li Mingri heard that Brother Yang and Brother Bao knew each other, he was immediately stunned. I can't afford to offend this person. He also knew that Brother G was already giving him face. Otherwise, Brother G would have directly thrown him out. However, what about these two Brother Yang? How should I deal with them? Li Mingri gritted his teeth and said to Yang Ming first, "That, little Brother Yang, can you let me go first? I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you." When Yang Ming saw that his uncle was here, he couldn't continue to use violence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if his parents saw it. Yang Ming also let go of his hand and said, "Don't simply call others stupid in the future because you are an idiot yourself." Yes. Although Li Mingri didn't admit that he was an idiot, he had to agree with his mouth. "Big Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I have a misunderstanding with your daughter. I'm sorry." Li Mingri nodded and said to Yang Dashin, "You should be more eye-catching in the future." Yang Dashin enjoyed the current feeling. Since Bao Sanli became badass, he also followed the trend and became badass. The feeling of being badass was really good, especially in front of his two nephews. Yang Dashin felt very proud. In fact, Yang Dashin still worshipped violence. As a man, he worshipped money and power, and Bao Sanli now gave him this kind of power. Yes. Li Mingri nodded and left with Wang Long and the manservant with a gloomy face. "Yang Ming, Xiaobo, I am buddies with the owner of this nightclub. He is called Brother Bao in the underworld. He can settle the matters of the underworld of Songjiang. If you are bullied in the future, just mention him. Say that he is my nephew." Yang Dashin patted Yang Ming and Yang Xiaobo's shoulders and said, "So powerful." Yang Xiaobo didn't expect that his uncle actually knew a character at the level of Songjiang's boss. He was a little surprised, but when he thought about it, this was really cool. In the future, he would have a place to brag when he went out. Yang Ming smiled faintly. "Bao Sanli? Hee. Your uncle is now the #1 figure in Songjiang. If there is anything, just call me." Yang Dashin nodded and said with a smile. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Forget it. I'll just satisfy his uncle's desire to act cool." Actually, it wasn't easy for him. He had been around for half his life, and it wasn't easy for him to go from being rich at the start to being rich and powerful now. Yang Ming had already enjoyed this kind of pretentious feeling many times. He was basically used to it. Therefore, occasionally cooperating with others to show off was quite a happy thing. Yang Li was very proud of her father's timely appearance and completely ignored Yang Ming's previous bravery. However, Yang Ming didn't mind. Being angry with her? He couldn't afford it. In the evening, when he returned home, Yang Ming received a call from Ho Jinhan. "Brother Yang, I'm Big Ho." Ho Jinhan said, I know. What's the matter? I'm with my parents now. I'll listen to you." Yang Ming looked at his parents, who were walking not far in front, and then whispered to Ho Jinhan on the other side of the phone. "I got it." Ho Jinhan immediately understood, and then said to himself, "I followed Brother Yang's instructions and let Bao Sanli integrate the brothers under him and set up a security company. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Many celebrities in Songjiang City are invited. Brother Yang, Bao solemnly asked if he would come. Is he asking me or Mr. Y? Asked Yang Ming. Oh, it's Mr. Y, Ho Jinhan said quickly. He's talking about the behind-the-scenes boss. Since it's behind the scenes, it naturally won't appear. Yang Ming whispered, it's not time for me to appear. Okay, I will tell him. Ho Jinhan said. However, you tell him that I will observe in the dark. Yang Ming felt that it was necessary to continue to knock on Bao Sanli's head. No problem. I understand. Ho Jinhan replied. Bao Sanli may call you in a while and invite you to attend tomorrow. Of course, it is as another identity of the boss. Okay, I got it. Bao Sanli doesn't have any disloyalty, right? Asked Yang Ming. Probably not. He admires the boss's means very much. He is already very satisfied with his current position. Ho Jinhan said. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't say anything and hung up the phone. In fact, the integration of Song Jiang's underworld was completely out of impulse. Yang Ming didn't expect to get any benefits from the underworld, and he didn't want to develop on this road. He just liked the feeling of being in control of everything in his own hands. There was a feeling of standing on the cusp of the storm and holding the rotating moon. Since he got his special abilities, his life had become uneven. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to minimize all the factors that were unfavorable to him. Ho Jinhan was right. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Bao Sanli to call. Brother Yang, I am Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli said straightforwardly. A while ago, he had just integrated Song Jiang's underworld. At that time, Bao Sanli's self-confidence was extremely inflated, so the name of Yang Ming at that time changed from Brother Yang to Yang Ming. However, recently, Bao Sanli's mind had calmed down. Ho Jinhan also kept knocking on his head and brainwashing him every day. They were working for the boss. Therefore, Bao Sanli also became humble, especially after setting up a security company and becoming President Bao. His identity was different. He couldn't be too ruffian in his words. It was worth mentioning that the Nightless Club was also taken over by Bao Sanli. Although the original boss was also a badass person, compared to the current Bao Sanli, he was naturally worse. The boss was also a smart person. He knew that the Nightless Club was Bao Sanli's headquarters, so he simply gave a reasonable price and gave the nightclub to Bao Sanli. Of course, the legal person of the company was Ho Jinhan, because the money for the nightclub was paid by Yang Ming. As the spokesperson of Mr. Y, Ho Jinhan naturally became the legal person. Bao Sanli had no opinion on this. He wasn't stupid. If he rushed to be the legal person, it was inevitable that the boss would have some thoughts after knowing it. When the boss was angry and didn't want him anymore, it would be too late for him to cry. Therefore, although Bao Sanli was the leader of the gang, the one who really had the final say was Ho Jinhan. This was no longer a secret in the gang, and Bao Sanli did not reject this statement. He didn't dare to monopolize the power because both he and Ho Jinhan were working for the boss. It was just that the trust between Ho Jinhan and the boss was higher. Brother Bao, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked, are you here to give me a New Year's greeting? I also have this intention. Bao Sanli smiled and said, tomorrow is the opening of my company. We're friends in need. How about it? Come and support me? Company? What company? Yang Ming naturally wouldn't say that he already knew about the opening of the company. I set up a security company to provide supporting security services for hotels and nightclubs. Bao Sanli said, are you coming tomorrow? Tomorrow, I can't guarantee. Yang Ming hesitated. In fact, he didn't want to go, but it wasn't good to refuse. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to appear on this occasion. Well, then I won't force you. I just want to let you see that I am rich now. Bao Sanli said, tomorrow at Huangshan Road. Call me if you're coming. I will send an underling to pick you up. Okay, Yang Ming said, I will try my best. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming didn't take it seriously. He quickly walked a few steps and caught up with his parents in front of him. Who called? Yang Ming's mother suddenly turned around and asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming was shocked and said quickly, Chun Mingyan. Oh, what did you say? Mom asked curiously. That. Yang Ming sweated. Nothing was said. All right, don't ask Big Ming anymore. They're a couple. Why are you worrying about them? Yang Dahai said with a smile. Now that we are home, do you think that my brother has become better than before? And I think so too, but this is good. We're like a family. Mother Yang nodded, and the two people turned the topic to Uncle. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't mean to hide it from his parents, but he really couldn't tell his parents about what he was doing now. Although Yang Ming tried his best to legalize people like Bao Songli, it was still a marginal industry. His parents wouldn't understand. Chapter 424. Unexpectedly, not long after hanging up the phone, Yang Ming received a call that surprised him, because the caller ID on the phone was actually Sun Haoming's name. After the class reunion that day, Yang Ming and Sun Haoming exchanged contact information. They never contacted each other again. At this time, he received a call from Sun Haoming. How could Yang Ming not be surprised? Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, Sun Haoming asked. It's me, Sun Haoming, right? Yang Ming replied. I am. Sun Haoming said. Yang Ming, are you in Songjiang? Of course, I am in Songjiang. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Are you free tomorrow? I will take you to see a big scene. Sun Haoming said, my boss is treating. Do you want to go and see? Your boss? The boss that you said you recognized? Yang Ming asked, then why should I go? Just treat it as keeping me company. I made you sound like you're invincible. My boss wants to meet you. Sun Haoming stammered. Damn, did this guy brag too much? Their boss wants to see me? Why does he want to see me? Yang Ming shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to go out and mingle anymore. Yang Ming, I have already promised my boss. Just help me. Sun Haoming said with a bitter face. My boss just valued me. I don't want to disappoint him. AI, okay? Yang Ming said helplessly. Yang Ming was a person who knew how to repay kindness. When he was in middle school, Yang Ming was still very clear about who was good to him. Therefore, although Sun Haoming's request was a bit coercive, Yang Ming wouldn't lose anything even if he went there. Yang Ming didn't believe that there was anyone in Songjiang City who could force him to do anything. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming explained clearly that he had no intention of going out, Sun Haoming's boss probably wouldn't have any objections. That's great, Sun Haoming said happily. Then tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., I'll look for you. By the way, is your house still near Red Flag High School? It's still there. Yang Ming said, you know the family area of the Songjiang bus factory. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs at 8 o'clock. Sun Haoming said. All right. Yang Ming agreed. It was a silent night. The next morning, Yang Ming woke up early again. He had planned to rest well during the New Year's Day, but he woke up early for 3 consecutive days. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Sun Haoming's familiar figure. This guy was straddling a 125 off-road motorcycle. He was still wearing a tight leather jacket, which was very eye-catching. The motorcycle had been sprayed with various colors, and there were also some messy stickers on it. Get in the car. Sun Haoming patted the back of his seat. Damn, what are you doing? Can you get on the road? Yang Ming shook his head. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the police? New Year's Day holiday. There aren't many traffic police on the road. It's fine. Sun Haoming said proudly. I usually go out at night, so I'm not afraid of being caught. Yang Ming was speechless, a typical opportunist, but he still got on the back of Sun Haoming's motorcycle. Sit tight, let's go. Sun Haoming started the motorcycle and sped to the road. Where are we going? Asked Yang Ming. Let's find my boss first. Sun Haoming said, then he'll bring us along. Isn't your boss treating? Yang Ming asked curiously, what do you mean he'll bring us along? Sun Haoming blushed. His boss is treating, so he'll bring us to see. Damn. Yang Ming sweated. Is this okay? Almost. Sun Haoming smiled. Forget it. Yang Ming was helpless. But since he had already come out with Sun Haoming, he didn't care who was treating. The motorcycle in front stopped by the side. A voice suddenly came, scaring Yang Ming and Sun Haoming. Yang Ming almost fell off the motorcycle. It's Xia Shui again? Of course, this voice was undoubtedly Xia Shui's. Yang Ming thought, this is really fucking bad luck. How can I meet Xia Shui every time I go out? We're really enemies. It seems that I have to look at the Chinese calendar when I go out in the future. Xia Shui had just withdrawn from the People's Hospital. She had been waiting for a few days without any results, which made Xia Shui extremely irritated. That ghost seemed to have disappeared and never appeared again. This group of police officers had to take shifts nervously every day to guard the hospital. She didn't have a good New Year's Day. Just as she was about to go home to rest, she saw a motorcycle suddenly jump out from beside her police car. Moreover, the motorcycle was actually carrying a person. Originally, it was against the rules for a motorcycle to be on the road. Now that it was carrying a person, it was a serious violation. Xia Shui was suddenly furious. She picked up the loudspeaker and shouted at the front. "What should we do?" Sun Haoming asked Yang Ming. "What should we do?" Yang Ming broke into a sweat. If Xia Shui took it down, he probably wouldn't be able to get away for a while. He might even be asked this and that. So, he asked, "How is the performance of your motorcycle?" "It's been modified. There's nothing to say." Sun Haoming immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. "Don't worry. It's more than enough to outrun her police car." "Okay, then let's run." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up." As Sun Haoming said this, he began to increase the throttle. A powerful engine roared, and the motorcycle began to accelerate. Xia Shui just felt that the person sitting behind the motorcycle was familiar. When she looked closely, why did it seem like Yang Ming? Yang Ming's coat and body shape were very familiar to Xia Shui, so she quickly determined that it was Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, stop the car quickly. I have recognized you." Xia Shui shouted into the loudspeaker. "My God?" Sun Haoming was stunned. "Recognize you?" When Yang Ming heard Xia Shui actually shout his name, he knew that it wasn't good. "Hurry up and run. Don't let her catch us. Otherwise, we will suffer." "Yang Ming, did you do something wrong to her?" Sun Haoming asked with a smile. "I was caught by her before." Yang Ming didn't want to explain too much, so he just vaguely said this. It turned out to be like this. Sun Haoming quickly increased the throttle, and the motorcycle went away. Xia Shui angrily hit the steering wheel and stopped the motorcycle on the side of the road. It was impossible to catch up with Yang Ming. The motorcycle was originally light. It was impossible to perform a car chase on this kind of road. She took out her phone and dialed Yang Ming's number angrily. "Yang Ming, why didn't you stop the car?" Xia Shui asked angrily. "Why didn't I stop the car? Who are you?" Yang Ming pretended to be ignorant and asked, "Oh, you're Xia Shui?" "Yang Ming, don't pretend to be confused. Why didn't you stop the car just now?" Xia Shui said coldly. "Stop the car? Xia Shui, what are you talking about? I didn't drive, right?" Yang Ming pretended to be puzzled and said, "My motorcycle has been returned to a friend. You know, the motorcycle has a lot of problems. I simply didn't drive it." "Yang Ming, I didn't ask you about driving." Xia Shui interrupted Yang Ming's words. "Oh, you didn't ask me about driving? Didn't you say that I didn't stop the car?" Yang Ming's tone was full of doubts. "Weren't you sitting on someone else's motorcycle just now?" asked Xia Shui. "Motorcycle? What motorcycle? Didn't you confiscate my motorcycle?" Yang Ming continued to pretend to be confused. Xia Shui was speechless. "Did I just see wrongly?" "No, that person seemed to be Yang Ming. Someone else was riding a motorcycle and carrying you, right? Riding a motorcycle? I don't do such a dangerous thing. What if I die?" Yang Ming said with a smile. "Let me tell you, I have a junior high school classmate who was riding a motorcycle and carrying his classmate on the street. Suddenly, the motorcycle hit a rock. As a result, the back wheel of the motorcycle tilted up. Then, the person on the motorcycle flew out like a rocket launcher. Have you seen a TV series called Dinosaur Super Cozy Eye? It was just like the shooting of a human cannon." "It's okay. I'm hanging up." Xia Shui completely dispelled the idea that the person was Yang Ming. "Ga, I'm really a genius." Yang Ming proudly put the phone back in his pocket. "Damn, you can really make it up." Sun Haoming waited for Yang Ming to hang up the phone. Then he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Unfortunately, before he could finish laughing, an accident happened. All of a sudden, there was a thump under the motorcycle, and the body of the motorcycle trembled violently. Because the speed was too fast, Sun Haoming couldn't control the direction and hit the curb, and the entire motorcycle flipped forward. Chapter 425. Sun Haoming was instantly like the human cannon that Yang Ming had just said. He flew out of the motorcycle and fell heavily on the side of the road. Yang Ming's skill was still agile. This period of assassin training was not in vain. His reaction ability was naturally much better than Sun Haoming's. Although he also flew out, he adjusted his body's center of gravity so that he landed flat on the ground. He did not suffer any damage. The motorcycle was still smoking, the back wheels whirred, and the engine roared. Yang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Do you have to laugh like this? Is it over? Is it a tragedy? Yang Ming stood up and came to Sun Haoming's side. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Sun Haoming did not answer, but his mouth kept muttering. Junior high school classmate, human cannon. Your broken mouth is too accurate, isn't it? Sun Haoming rubbed the sore part and continued to drive the motorcycle with the paint peeling off on the road. Although the motorcycle was unsightly, it was still sturdy and there was no problem driving it. What does it have to do with me? If you don't laugh, can you overturn the car? Yang Ming snorted. Of course it has to do with me. You said it. One of her junior high school classmates was carrying someone on the road. The human cannon fired. Sun Haoming complained. Yang Ming was speechless. What a coincidence. It didn't take long for the two people to come to a small game hall. Sun Haoming went in first, and Yang Ming followed. Brother Bai, this is Yang Ming, my good junior high school buddy. Sun Haoming pointed to Yang Ming and introduced him to a man who looked like a pickle jar in front of him. Oh, you are Yang Ming? Brother Bai glanced at Yang Ming. My name is Bai Kansas. People in the underworld call me Brother Bai. Oh, hello, Bai Kansas. Yang Ming nodded to him and did not call him by his underworld name. Bai Kan's face changed slightly. Yang Ming called him by his name, which meant that he did not put his underworld identity in his eyes, which made Bai Kan slightly upset. How's he? Your friend is awesome. Bai Kan sneered and said to Sun Haoming, he is indeed a badass. Ugh. Sun Haoming's face was a little embarrassed. He quickly said to Yang Ming, Yang Ming, call Brother Bai. Call him. Yang Ming shook his head. I'm not related to him, and I'm not very familiar with him. Although Yang Ming, he was badass, was a little angry. Which path are you on? I'm from Songjiang Industry University. I'm an only child. There is no boss or second boss in my family. Yang Ming said faintly. Bai Kan was so angry that he laughed. Okay, Yang Ming, right? You think you're quite good, right? What do you mean? Yang Ming pretended not to understand and asked. Pretentious. Bai Kan sneered. How's he? Your friend is quite pretentious, right? This is what you mean by introducing a friend to me? Brother Bai. Sun Haoming was in a dilemma. Yang Ming, can you give me face? Brother Bai is my boss. Yes, he is your boss. I gave you face and came with you. Yang Ming said easily. Bai Kan looked at Yang Ming coldly. Bai Kan, right? Yang Ming looked at Bai Kan and said word by word. You are Sun Haoming's boss. It is normal for him to call you Brother Bai, but I don't have any other relationship with you. Why don't you call me Brother Yang? Okay, if you wanted to call you Brother Yang, you have to have the strength. Bai Kan also became stubborn. He took off his coat and revealed the vest inside. I heard that your skill is good. Let's practice. If you beat me, I can call you Brother Yang. I won't practice with you. You don't have to call me Brother Yang. Yang Ming ignored him and rejected him directly. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two sides was getting stiffer and stiffer, Sun Haoming had to mediate. Brother Bai, my buddy's temper is like this. He was a ruthless person in the underworld. Ruthless person, right? Bai Kan saw that Yang Ming didn't have the intention to compete. Because Sun Haoming was here, he couldn't use force. After all, the boss also wanted face, so he said, well, you will go with me to attend our boss's banquet. When you get there, you will know what a ruthless person is. Yang Ming shrugged and said with a smile, can I not go? Anyway, you want to see me, not your boss. If you're a man, go with me. Aren't you arrogant? When you get there, I will see if you can still be arrogant. Bai Kan stared and provoked. Forget it. Since you said so, Then I will go with you. Yang Ming had nothing to do, so he agreed. This Bai Can's words were really unpleasant. Originally, Yang Ming didn't intend to bother with him, but because of Sun Haoming's face, he didn't want to make it too stiff. Looking at Sun Haoming's somewhat pleading eyes, Yang Ming had to nod. This time, he didn't need to ride a motorcycle. Bai Can had a Charlie car that had changed hands many times. It was actually several times worse than Ho Jinhan's Jetta. The car was squeaking when it was driven, which made Yang Ming somewhat nervous. He didn't want it to fall apart halfway. However, Bai Can enjoyed driving it. At least, he had a car, although the car was a bit broken. Huangshan Road? Yang Ming was stunned. Why is it so familiar? Where did I hear this name before? Yang Ming shook his head. There were too many things recently. He didn't remember in detail the unimportant things. Ming Yang Security Company opening ceremony. The big slogan swayed in the wind. Security company? Yang Ming patted his forehead. Oh my God, it turns out to be Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli had called him yesterday and told him that his security company had opened on Huangshan Road. Could it be that the boss that Bai Can was talking about is Bao Sanli? It is really possible. The little punks in Songjiang are basically Bao Sanli's underlings. Ming Yang Security Company? Yang Ming was a bit embarrassed. Is this name an innuendo? Yang Ming, Ming Yang. Needless to say, this must be Ho Junhan's masterpiece. Wait, where is your invitation? A man in a black suit at the door blocked Yang Ming's way. Ugh, do I need an invitation? Bai Can was stunned. I am following Brother Hai. Nonsense. How would I know you without an invitation? The man in the suit rolled his eyes at Bai Kansas, which Brother Hai. Bai Hai, Brother Bai Hai. Bai Can said respectfully, oh, it's Brother Hai's underling. Then you wait for a while. Brother Hai hasn't come yet. The man in the suit seemed to be very respectful to Bai Hai, but he didn't care much about Bai Kansas. Yes. Bai Can nodded and bowed. Go aside. Don't stand here to block the door. The man in the suit waved his hand and said, Yes. Bai Can nodded and then pulled Sun Haoming and Yang Ming to stand aside. You can't go in? Yang Ming looked at Bai Can funnily. Who is Sun Haoming following? Isn't he too trashy? He actually follows Bai Hai, not Bao Sanli. If you have the ability, why don't you go in and let me see? Bai Can glanced at Yang Ming. The one inside is the boss of Songjiang. Do you understand? Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Isn't it easy to go in? Just call Bao Sanli or Ho Jinhan, and you can go in. After a while, Bai Hai came. This guy actually brought Gu Xinyao along. It seems that this guy put Yang Ming's words in his heart. Brother Hai, you are here. The attitude of the man in the black suit at the door immediately changed. He nodded to Bai Hai respectfully. It seems that Bai Hai is really doing well. Most people here know him. Bai Hai nodded. Right, Brother Hai. There's a person who claims to be your underling. Should we let him in? Asked the man in the black suit. Who is it? Is it Xiao Bai? Bai Hai asked. That kid insisted on coming with me to see the scene, so I let him come together. There are 3 people, said the man in the black suit. 3? Why are there 3? Bai Hai was stunned. At this time, Bai Can also saw Bai Hai and went to greet him. Big Brother Hai, you are here. Bai Hai nodded and said, why? Did you bring other brothers here? No, they're my underlings. I want to bring them here to see. Bai Can said carefully, your underlings? Bai Hai frowned. Do you know that I'm already making an exception by bringing you here? Do you know who are the people inside? Brother Bao and Brother Ho. How can you bring underlings with such identities? Bai Can blushed. Forget it. Let them come over. Bai Hai waved his hand and said helplessly. Chapter 426. You two come here. Bai Can said arrogantly to Yang Ming and Sun Haoming. Yang Ming shrugged and walked over with Sun Haoming. At this time, Bai Hai also saw Yang Ming. He couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Ming was a person who could talk to Bao Sanli. How could he suddenly be someone else's underling? You two, what are you looking at? Call me Brother Hai. This is my boss. Bai Can glared and yelled at Yang Ming and Sun Haoming. Pa! As Bai Can's voice just fell, a big slap landed on his face. He was suddenly stunned. He looked at the perpetrator, Bai Hai, with some astonishment. He opened his mouth incredulously. Brother Hai, why did you hit me? Brother Hai, my ass. Bai Hai scolded. Can Brother Yang call me Brother Hai? Calling me Little Hai is already flattering me. After that, Bai Hai turned around and looked at Yang Ming and said, Brother Yang, you are here too? Why don't you go in? Oh, it was a good buddy of mine from junior high who brought me here. This is his boss. What's his name? Right, his name is Bai Kansas. He asked me to call him Brother Bai. He also said that he brought me here to see the scene. Yang Ming smiled and said, Huh. Another big slap landed on his face. Brother Yang is a friend of Brother Bao. How can he not see the world? Did your brain get punctured? Baikan really had an impulse to cry. Didn't Sun Haoming say that this Yang Ming was a college student? And he hasn't been in the underworld for a long time. Why is he still so badass? What you? Call me Brother Yang. Bai Hai was a little unhappy. He thought that this underling named Bai Kan was a more eye-catching guy, so he brought him out to broaden his horizons. He did not expect Bai Kan to be so insensible. What is he doing in a daze? Brother Yang. This time, Bai Kan reacted quickly and said quickly, Don't. I don't have such a big face. Yang Ming was still more vengeful. What kind of person is this? He wants to fight with me. Brother Yang. I don't know. Bai Kan was a little embarrassed. Here, the most surprised one was Sun Haoming. He didn't expect that his boss's boss was actually so respectful to Yang Ming. This made him feel very strange. Seeing that Yang Ming ignored him, Bai Kan had no choice but to stand aside embarrassedly. This is none of your business. You can go back. Bai Hai glared at Bai Kansas. I will deal with you later. Bai Kan was also very helpless. He didn't expect that the opportunity to get in touch with the higher-ups was gone. However, there was no other way. Who asked him to be so blind? He couldn't ignore Bai Hai's words, so he yelled at Sun Haoming, You go back with me. He naturally didn't dare to say anything to Yang Ming. He could only vent his anger on his underling. I asked you to go back by yourself. Bai Hai knew that Sun Haoming was Yang Ming's junior high school buddy. Moreover, when he saw Yang Ming, he talked and laughed with him. Obviously, they were close friends. How could he drive Sun Haoming away? Not only would he not let him go, but he would also remember this person. If there was a chance in the future, he must promote him. He would not forget Yang Ming's kindness to him. Bai Kan was very depressed. What is this? I left, but my underling stayed. How can I go out in the future? I can't raise my head in front of other underlings. But thinking about it was just thinking about it. Bai Kan still left obediently. This is Sun Haoming, my good buddy from junior high school. Yang Ming patted Sun Haoming's shoulder and said to Bai Hai, Brother Sun, hello. Bai Hai quickly reached out and shook hands with Sun Haoming. Just call me Little Hai in the future. Brother Hai. Sun Haoming was a little overwhelmed. The person in front of him was his boss's boss. He was actually so respectful to him. Sun Haoming didn't know what to do. Let's not talk about that. You are Brother Yang's buddy. Naturally, you are a person that I, Bai Hai, respect. Bai Hai saw Sun Haoming's embarrassment and quickly explained. But Sun Haoming was still a little embarrassed. It's okay, Sun Haoming. Just call him whatever he wants you to call him. Yang Ming said faintly, Let's go. Let's go in and see. Bai Kan is gone. I will bring you to meet the bosses of the upper class. Although the black suit guarding the door didn't know who Yang Ming was, seeing that Bai Hai was respectful to him, he didn't dare to neglect. He welcomed Yang Ming into the banquet hall with a smile. The banquet hall was very big. There were guests coming and going. It could be seen that Bao Somli now had a lot of face. Here, Yang Ming saw several familiar people. Guo Jianchao and President Hua were among them. Since Guo Jianchao and President Hua were here, would Sun Jie come? He didn't know why, but Yang Ming suddenly thought of Sun Jie. But then he slapped his forehead and remembered that Sun Jie was still in Donghai. It was impossible for her to appear here. There was another person who surprised him. It was Song Hang. Song Hang actually came too. However, the surprise was still behind. One by one, unexpected people appeared in front of Yang Ming. Of course, they were all famous people in Songjiang City. What surprised Yang Ming the most was that his uncle actually came. This made Yang Ming have an impulse to leave immediately. He wasn't afraid to see his uncle, but he was afraid that his uncle would tell his parents about his matter. However, Since he had already come in, it was inappropriate to leave now. Besides, Sun Haoming was still by his side. Yang Ming, how do you know Brother Hai? Taking advantage of the time when Bai Hai was greeting others, Sun Haoming asked curiously. Bai Hai, it's a long story. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This really couldn't be explained in a few words. Yang Ming said, let's talk about this later. If you really want to take this path, I will let Bai Hai help you. Yang Ming, have you been lying to me? Are you actually still in the underworld? Sun Haoming looked at Yang Ming strangely. Why does Brother Hai respect you so much? I know Bai Hai's boss. Yang Ming smiled. And Bai Hai's promotion was also recommended by me. Brother Bao, Sun Haoming said with surprise. Yang Ming, you know Brother Bao? I have a good relationship with him. I will introduce him to you later. Yang Ming nodded and said, really? That's great. Sun Haoming said excitedly. I know that you always have a way. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to hide in the crowd. When the banquet was about to end, he would find a chance to meet with Bao Sanli privately, so that he could avoid meeting his uncle. But what he was afraid of came. Before Yang Ming could find a hidden corner to hide, he heard Bao Sanli's loud voice shouting, Brother Yang, you are here? Yang Ming secretly thought, your eyesight is almost catching up with mine. Why is it so good? In fact, it wasn't that Bao Sanli's eyesight was good, but everyone who came here would be reported to Bao Sanli by Bao Sanli's followers. In this way, Bao Sanli could know who came. If there were some people with status, Bao Sanli still had to greet them personally. Delay naturally knew Yang Ming. After seeing Yang Ming come in, he told Bao Sanli. Then Bao Sanli found Yang Ming. However, coincidentally, Yang Ming's uncle, Yang Dashan, was also not far from the door. When he heard Bao Sanli suddenly shouting, Brother Yang, he turned his head with some surprise. When he saw Bao Sanli coming here, he couldn't help but feel flattered. Bao Sanli usually called him Boss Yang. He had never called him Brother Yang. This time, he called him Brother Yang in front of so many people. Obviously, Bao Sanli gave him enough face, so Yang Dashan immediately greeted him. Brother Bao, you called me? Bao Sanli frowned and looked at Yang Dashan and said, I didn't call you. Brother Bao, didn't you just call Brother Yang? Yang Dashan wondered, do you think you are qualified to be Brother Yang? Bao Sanli said with some seriousness, we have a good relationship, but don't mess up the seniority. Yang Dashan was even more confused. It's not me? Then, there is no one with the surname Yang around here? Yang Ming? Why is this kid here? Yang Dashan looked back and forth and actually saw Yang Ming's figure. This kid, he didn't learn good things at such a young age. Why did he come to this place? Yang Dashan was embarrassed and had nowhere to vent. When he saw that his nephew actually appeared here, he couldn't help but be angry. He was ready to teach Yang Ming a lesson. He didn't think about how Yang Ming came here and how he came in. He simply wanted to vent his embarrassment, so he didn't think so much about other things. Yang Dashan, who was humiliated by Bao Sanli, quickly walked toward Yang Ming. Chapter 427. Yang. As Bao Sanli was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yang Dashan, who followed closely behind. Yang Ming, why are you here? You're still in school. Is this a place for you? Yang Dashan reprimanded with some anger. How did you come in? Uncle, Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. My friend asked me to come. Your friend? What kind of shady friend did you make? Which friend asked you to come? I'm going to settle accounts with him. Yang Dashan lectured. Bao Sanli stood there, and his face turned green. Okay, Yang Dashan, aren't you making oblique accusations in front of me? Isn't this equivalent to slapping my face? Bao Sanli was so angry that he gritted his teeth and trembled. No wonder he was angry. It was normal. Isn't Yang Ming's friend Bao Sanli? Yesterday, he called and invited Yang Ming to come over. How did I become a shady friend? Yang Dashan, what are you talking about? Bao Sanli was very annoyed. Are you making oblique accusations? Brother Bao, what are you talking about? Yang Dashan was somewhat inexplicable. I am teaching my nephew a lesson. I called Brother Yang and asked him to come over. Then, do you mean that I am a shady person? Are you going to settle accounts with me? Bao Sanli glared and said with some anger. What? What Brother Yang? Yang Dashan was stunned. Brother Bao, you call my nephew Brother Yang? Bao Sanli's face turned purple this time. Your nephew? Do you know how to speak? I called your nephew brother. Then, do you mean that I am a generation younger than you? Do I have to call you uncle too? Cough, cough. Delay also saw that Yang Dashan had inadvertently annoyed Bao Sanli. He was quite familiar with Yang Dashan. He couldn't bear to let him continue to make a fool of himself. So he coughed twice and said, Dashan, we are friends with Brother Yang in the detention center. We are all friends. If you say this, aren't you making things difficult for Brother Bao? Ugh. Only then did Yang Dashan react. His words just now were really a little too much. So he said with some embarrassment, Brother Bao, don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Bao Sanli snorted. I know that you are a tiger, or else I would have slapped you. Yang Dashan nodded quickly. Yes, Brother Bao. I'm just like this. I'm more straightforward. Please don't mind. After that, he quickly moved to the side. However, he was very surprised in his heart. When did Yang Ming and Bao Sanli have a life-and-death friendship? Moreover, to hear Di Lei say that they know each other in the detention center? Yang Ming had been to the detention center? Why didn't I know that? Yang Dashan pondered. Should I tell my brother about this? However, Yang Dashan hesitated after being yelled at by Bao Sanli. The relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli was very good. Wouldn't it be troublesome if I complained? It seems I have to find Yang Ming and have a good talk. This nephew of mine doesn't seem to be so simple. At this time, Yang Dashan suddenly remembered Yang Ming's performance when they were eating at the Heavenly Earth. He couldn't help but frown. Did I always underestimate Yang Ming and his family? Or did I just underestimate Yang Ming? Yes, with the close relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli, I really underestimated Yang Ming. What did Bao Sanli call Yang Ming? Brother Yang. Who was Bao Sanli? Although calling others brother didn't necessarily mean that they were direct leaders, it was at least an honorific title. It showed respect. Therefore, Yang Dashan didn't dare to say much at the moment. He could only wait until the end of the banquet and ask Yang Ming. Yang Ming was also somewhat helpless. He was hiding from his uncle, but he was still found out. He could only talk to him alone in a while, so that he wouldn't tell his parents about him. Seeing that his uncle could mix with Bao Sanli, he obviously wasn't an old-fashioned person. Therefore, Yang Ming wasn't worried. At most, he would confess a little truth to his uncle. Brother Bao, I came uninvited. I'm sorry. Yang Ming thought about this and let it go. He cupped his fist and smiled at Bao Sanli. Hee, why did you come uninvited? Didn't I call you yesterday? You coming to support me is giving me face. Bao Sanli smiled and said, Right, Brother Ho is over there. Don't you know him? You can meet him in a while. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, Brother Bao, your business is getting better and better. I'm just making a living. How about it, Brother Yang? Are you interested in coming over? Speaking of this, Bao Sanli suddenly remembered that he was now working for others. He didn't have the final say. He couldn't make the decision. The boss behind the scenes had to agree. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, Yang Ming didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him. Brother Bao, let's talk about this later. Okay, then I won't force it. Bao Sanli also took advantage of the situation and bypassed this topic. Hee, Bai Hai, you're lucky to have Brother Yang to support you. Bao Sanli looked at Bai Hai next to Yang Ming. Bai Hai was immediately grateful. Bao Sanli was right. If there was no Yang Ming, he wouldn't be able to overthrow Wu Xin Kai. There were too many guests. Bao Sanli couldn't chat with Yang Ming for too long. After apologizing, he went to greet others. Yang Ming didn't care. After all, Bao Sanli still didn't know that he was Mr. Y, the boss behind the scenes. Bao Sanli left, but Yang Ming knew several of Bao Sanli's core subordinates. Delay stayed here to talk with Yang Ming. Lazy, let me introduce you to someone. This is my good buddy from junior high school. If there is something good in the future, remember to promote him. Yang Ming patted Sun Haoming's shoulder and said, Delay's gratitude to Yang Ming wasn't just a little bit. When he fought with Yu Xiangda in the detention center, Yang Ming contributed a lot, so Delay had always respected Yang Ming. No problem, Brother Yang. Your buddy is my buddy. Delay nodded. Young man, what's your name? Sun Haoming. I am now following brother by. Speaking until here, Sun Haoming paused. Delay definitely wouldn't know by can, so he had to change his words. I am following brother Hai. In, okay. By Hai, go back and find a good position for him. Let him train first. When the company opens, he will be the captain. Delay instructed by Hai. Captain? Let me be. Sun Haoming was stunned. In, the Mingyang Security Company is divided into several security teams. You will be one of the captains. Delay said. Sun Haoming was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He came out to make a living, but he didn't expect Delay to let him work in the company directly. Delay even arranged a small position for him. How could this not make him excited? Thank you, Brother Lei. Sun Haoming said quickly. You don't have to thank me. Just thank Brother Yang. Delay smiled. It wasn't a big deal to arrange someone. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in the social activities of the banquet, but for Sun Haoming, he still took him around and introduced him to a few people he was familiar with. When he came to Yang Ming's side, he pretended not to be very familiar with him and introduced Sun Haoming to him. Ho Jinhan naturally understood Yang Ming's hint and nodded to Sun Haoming. Sun Haoming didn't expect that he would come here today and meet so many big brother-level characters. He was really happy with his wise move of inviting Yang Ming. After the banquet, Yang Ming hurriedly bid farewell to Bao Sanli and Sun Haoming. He still had other things to do. That was to find his uncle and go out to talk to him. Before he complained to his parents, he had to deal with him first. Although Sun Haoming had a lot of questions to ask Yang Ming, he could only give up when he saw that Yang Ming still had things to do. He made an appointment to talk about it later. Yang Ming was afraid that his uncle left too quickly and had already gone back. He quickly quickened his pace and rushed to the entrance of the banquet hall. Yang Dashan actually had the same idea. When the two people bumped into each other at the door, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yang Ming, why are you in such a hurry? Come, tell Uncle what's going on. Uncle, in fact, I was looking for you. I was afraid that you would leave. Yang Ming shook his head and said, You were looking for me too? Let's go. It's too messy here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Yang Dashan sighed and said, You won't not give Uncle face, right? Brother Yang? Uncle, you're joking. That's because Bao Sanli respects me. In any case, you are still my uncle and my elder. How can you call me Brother Yang? Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Chapter 428. Well, Yang Ming, let's find a place to talk. Yang Dashan inquired. Yang Dashan was originally a person who fawned over those in power. When he saw that Bao Sanli was so respectful to Yang Ming, he didn't dare to yell anymore. No problem. Yang Ming nodded. I'm not familiar with this area. Uncle, you tell me where to go. There's a good coffee shop in front. I often go there to talk about business. Yang Dashan opened the door of the front passenger seat and let Yang Ming go in first. This made Yang Ming somewhat flattered. Eldest uncle had never been so submissive to him before. Yang Ming was sometimes very strong, but that was when he was dealing with his enemies or people who were smug with him. Strictly speaking, his uncle also belonged to this kind of person, but Yang Ming couldn't show too much dissatisfaction with him. In the final analysis, this was because his uncle had the title of a relative. He was his father's brother, so even if it was because of his father's face, Yang Ming couldn't do anything to his uncle. If he likes to be pretentious, then let him be. What does it have to do with me? Today, when he saw his uncle's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees, Yang Ming was really at a loss of what to do. His uncle's car was a Toyota Camry, a new model that was just bought last year, but this was the first time that Yang Ming rode in it. Yang Ming, your uncle has been doing business for the past few years. He has neglected you children. You won't blame your uncle, right? Yang Dashan asked as he drove. And Yang Ming was stunned. What happened to his uncle today? Why did he speak so strangely? However, Yang Ming didn't have any opinion at all. His uncle wasn't his father. So what if he neglected him? Yang Ming didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yang Ming, do you think that uncle is a very unscrupulous person? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak, Yang Dashan smiled awkwardly. Uncle, I don't want to comment on anything. Everyone has their own way of life, right? Yang Ming shook his head. How you do it is your own business. This is understandable. Yang Ming, you really are still angry with Uncle. Yang Dashin sighed. In fact, Uncle had no choice. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He didn't want to say anything. After all, his uncle's attitude towards his relatives was a problem of his own character. Yang Ming had no right to criticize him. Uncle, you're looking for me just to tell me this? Yang Ming was a little impatient. If he was going to say these useless things, then he might as well not say it. When we get there, let's talk about it again. Yang Dashin gave a hollow laugh. The car drove to the door of a classic coffee house. Yang Ming and Yang Dashin got off together. The receptionist at the door was obviously familiar with Yang Dashin. Yang Dashin didn't speak, and the receptionist led them to a small table with a more elegant environment. What do you want to drink? Yang Dashin took the order from the waitress and handed it to Yang Ming. Anything. Juice is fine. Yang Ming didn't order the order, so he said casually. He didn't come here to drink, but to talk to his uncle. Is freshly squeezed orange juice okay? Asked the waitress. Yang Ming nodded, and Yang Dashin asked for a cup of coffee. After the waitress left, Yang Ming looked at Yang Dashin. He hesitated and asked, Uncle, are you going to tell my parents about today's matter? Yang Dashin wasn't a meddlesome person. He just found Yang Ming to vent his anger because he was bullied by Bao Songli. When he knew the relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Songli, he immediately stopped. What's the matter? Yang Dashin asked and pretended to be inexplicable. Yang Ming smiled and knew what he meant. It seemed that Yang Dashin wasn't going to tell his parents. Yang Ming's hanging heart also settled down. Originally, he planned to threaten and tempt when it really didn't work. He didn't expect his uncle to be so straightforward. Well, since Uncle doesn't want to mention it, then I didn't ask. Yang Ming said, I don't know why Uncle is looking for me. Yang Ming, over the years, Uncle admits that Uncle can be said to be indifferent to you. You may despise Uncle and say that Uncle is cold-blooded, but Uncle is actually fighting with you. Yang Dashin said helplessly. Fighting with you? What do you mean? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Uncle, there are some things that you don't have to explain. I don't blame you. Although you are my uncle, you don't owe me anything. I don't care whether you treat me well or badly. No, Yang Ming, you listen to your uncle first. Yang Dashin interrupted Yang Ming's words and continued. In the past, your uncle was also a worker in the Songjiang bus factory. At that time, an old director of our workshop had retired. I was the apprentice of the old director. In terms of qualifications, this position should be mine, but the brother-in-law of the factory director at that time came out and interfered, squeezing me out. At that time, I was discouraged and wanted to leave the Songjiang bus factory, but your father and Yang Xiaobo's father advised me to continue to stay in the factory. In the beginning, the two brothers only advised me, but I had made up my mind at that time. I wanted to come out alone. Your father and Yang Xiaobo's father were very angry at that time. They accused me that I didn't want a stable job and insisted on being self-employed. Wasn't this looking for trouble? It was simply a waste of my brain. The relationship between us three brothers also became tense because of this incident. Later, your father and Yang Xiaobo's father threatened me that if I dared to resign, they would not recognize me as their elder brother. I was also young and impetuous at that time. I said in a fit of pique that if I, Yang Dashin, became rich one day, the two of you shouldn't come to me to ask for things. Your father and Yang Xiaobo's father both laughed at me at that time. They said how much development could a self-employed person have? No matter how badass I was just a stall owner. In this way, I resigned from the factory and came out to do it alone. I didn't expect that I really made a name for myself. Although I have also been in contact with your father and Yang Xiaobo's father over the years, the relationship between the brothers has faded a lot because of the incident at that time. I am the eldest in the family, the eldest in the Yang family. I was looked down upon by my two younger brothers. Do you know how uncomfortable my heart was at that time? I also know that I am not young anymore. I can't be like a child anymore, but the knot in my heart can't be untied. Yang Ming listened with his mouth wide open. He looked at his uncle at a loss. Uncle, why didn't I know about what you said? How old were you in 1995? How could he possibly know such trivial matters? Young Dashin smiled bitterly. You should know what kind of person your father is. He is very old-fashioned. I was angry that he looked down on me in the past, so he was neither cold nor warm to you in the past few years. Because of this, your aunt has advised me many times. I was not sensible when I was young. Now that I am so old, why am I still so stubborn? Maybe your uncle is a narrow-minded person, so I have not eased the relationship with your father. But a few days ago, your first aunt persuaded me again. Your first uncle is almost 40 years old, and I've lived more than half of my life. It's meaningless to continue living like this. That's why I asked your dad to come out yesterday. You should have noticed the change in my attitude. Yang Ming didn't expect that there were so many twists and turns in the middle. Have I always misunderstood my uncle? Yang Ming finally understood why his father had no opinion on his uncle's attitude from the association. It turned out that it was because of this matter. Yang Ming still understood his father's thinking. He was old-fashioned and didn't like to take risks, so he must have conflicts with his uncle in the past. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turns out that the truth is often not what I think. Yang Ming, you may think that Yang Li's attitude to you is not good, but this is also because I spoiled her. When she was young, she didn't know about these things between your father and me. She thought that I looked down on your relatives, so it is normal for her to have prejudice against you. Yang Dashin continued, I will talk to her. Yang Ming, Uncle has told you a story. Can you tell Uncle about your matter? Uncle, maybe I have wronged you, but your indifferent attitude toward our family and Yang Xiaobo's family has caused a lot of confusion for me and Yang Xiaobo. Do you know? We thought that Uncle was a person without feelings since we were young. Yang Ming said helplessly. Many things in that era couldn't be explained clearly. In the 90s, it was normal for people to be very conservative at that time. They thought that doing business was not as good as an iron rice bowl. My father did it for your own good. You yourself also had your own ideas, but your ideas, in the eyes of my father at that time, were unrealistic and just a fantasy. Yang Ming looked at his uncle and said, And you, as a big brother, can't you be more generous? Because of this small matter, it became like this now? Chapter 429. You're right. I understand now. Let's just let bygones be bygones. Yang Dashin nodded and said, Maybe I was too stubborn. Well, don't mention this matter anymore. What about you guys? After all, it's my father's matter. I can't say anything. Yang Ming interrupted his uncle's words and waved his hand. Uncle, what do you want to know? Just ask. Yang Ming, you, and Brother Bao seem to be very familiar. Yang Dashin nodded and asked. We're relatively familiar. It's okay. Yang Ming said, Didn't he mention it to you? When? Did Brother Bao know that we were uncle and nephew? Yang Dashin asked, baffled. It was when you were kidnapped. I found someone to save you. Since Yang Dashin already knew some of Yang Ming's background, Yang Ming might as well tell him that he was the one who did it. However, it was more obscure. He didn't say that he did it himself, but he found someone to save him. What? That kidnapping, it was you? Yang Dashin immediately showed a horrified expression after listening. Well, let's not talk about this first. Yang Ming didn't intend to continue talking about this topic. Uncle, I understand what you mean, but you're a businessman. It's better not to be too close to Bao Sanli. It's not good for your future development. Yang Ming seemed to be advising his uncle not to get involved in the underworld. In fact, he was planning for himself. The fact that he was Mr. Y would be exposed sooner or later. Yang Ming didn't want his family to be involved in this group. He couldn't play in the underworld for a lifetime. Yang Ming's ambition wasn't here, so he didn't want his family to be involved. What he wanted to do now was to gradually normalize Bao Sanli's marginalization. After all, the underworld wasn't a good thing. Although the protection fee and security fee were similar in essence, it sounded different. The protection fee was mandatory, and it was related to the underworld. However, the security fee was much more formal. Now, many hotels and nightclubs hired security guards. Although Songjiang City now had several security companies, It was believed that with Bao Sanli's name, the business of the Ming Yang Security Company would definitely flourish. What Yang Ming wanted to do was to eliminate the existence of unstable forces in Songjiang that were not under his control. I understand what you mean. However, Yang Ming, do you know? Sometimes when doing business, you have to deal with people from the underworld. Otherwise, it may be difficult to move forward. Yang Dashin sighed. Take my previous business as an example. If there was no Brother Bao, I would have been bullied by the people next to me. Since those guys knew that Brother Bao was behind me, who dared to be rash? Uncle, I've been in the underworld before, so of course I understand what you're saying. All right, except for business matters, it's best if you don't get involved. Yang Ming also knew that his uncle was telling the truth, so he nodded helplessly. I know what I'm doing. Yang Dashin said, Yang Ming, you have a good relationship with Brother Bao. Can you help me say something? Oh, what is it? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Your relationship with Bao Sanli is also good. That we're just in a cooperative relationship. Yang Dashin was a little embarrassed. What's the matter? Yang Ming frowned. Brother Bao wants to find someone to open an entertainment city, but there are a few people like me who have a cooperative relationship with Brother Bao. Their strength is stronger than me, so if I want to get this business, it will be a little difficult. Yang Dashin said, Uncle, you have just set up a real estate company, and you want to do an entertainment city. You're fighting on both sides. Your business is so big. It's not that I want to criticize you, but don't fail when the time comes. Yang Ming felt that his uncle wasn't such an impatient person. Why did he suddenly have such a bold idea? Yang Ming, Uncle is already more than 40 years old. There aren't many opportunities in life. This is an opportunity. Your uncle's struggles in the past few years have made my assets stagnate. This time, if I seize this opportunity, Uncle's assets can go up to a new level. Yang Dashin said, so I want to take a gamble. Yang Ming nodded. Uncle, you may not be willing to listen, but I still have to advise you first. Listen to me and don't fight for that entertainment city. Do your real estate company well. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it. Yang Ming said, I've already said so much. If you still insist on doing it, then I can help you say hello. Yang Dashin hesitated again and again. He gritted his teeth and said, I still want to do an entertainment city. Yang Ming, help me say something. Okay, but when you really lose money, don't regret it. Yang Ming nodded and said, Why do you have the same tone as your father in the past? Yang Dashin suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming also smiled and didn't say anything. My father's prediction may be wrong, but what I said to my uncle is the truth. Yang Ming also knew that since his uncle had made this decision, then no matter how he persuaded him, it was useless. There was no other reason. As his uncle said, he was already in his 40s this year. There were not many opportunities in his life. He wanted to fight for it. Yang Ming had done his best, so he didn't say much. Yang Ming was different from his father. He wouldn't be angry with others because of other people's matters. Out of the coffee shop, Yang Ming called Ho Zhenhan and asked about the entertainment city. Sure enough, there was such a thing, and as Yang Dashin said, Ho Zhenhan hadn't confirmed the final partner. If my uncle's qualifications are similar, give the management rights to him. Yang Ming instructed. Brother Yang, your uncle's qualifications are the worst among these people. I am afraid that he can't manage it well and will lose money. Ho Zhenhan said with concern, Are you sure there is no possibility of profit? Yang Ming asked. There is a 90% chance of losing money. Yang Dashin has not engaged in a similar industry, and he has just set up a real estate company. If he is distracted, both sides can't be dealt with. Ho Zhenhan analyzed. Forget it. If he loses money, then he loses money. Yang Ming said faintly, He will do it. Ah, okay. Although Ho Zhenhan knew that Yang Ming and Yang Dashin were relatives, now he wasn't taking care of his own relatives, but losing his own money. Since Yang Ming was the boss, Ho Zhenhan had already counted the assets of the Ming Yang Company to Yang Ming. So, he was very confused. Isn't this the practice of eating the inside out? However, since Yang Ming had instructed, Ho Zhenhan had to carry it out. Moreover, Yang Ming had already said that if he lost money, then he wouldn't take any responsibility. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This uncle is still too stubborn. His heart wavered again and again. Yang Ming had to comfort himself. Just consider it as fulfilling one of my father's wishes. If Yang Dashin lost money, it would really fulfill my father's words in the past. However, if there is such a day, will my father really be happy? At present, I can only take one step at a time. Yang Ming took a taxi and returned home. Zhang Weihan successfully became Lu Weishan's disciple through Yang Ming's recommendation. For this, he was very grateful. He called several times to ask Yang Ming to come out for dinner, but Yang Ming refused. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't give him face, but Yang Ming was really too busy. He had been busy for a while. It was finally New Year's Day, but he couldn't have a good rest. He wanted to have a good rest today, but unfortunately, things came to Yang Ming again. Just after taking a shower and planning to rest early, Yang Ming suddenly saw that there were more than 20 missed calls on his mobile phone. Yang Ming was stunned. It was only 10 minutes. Who made so many calls? On average, one call every 30 seconds. I have to keep calling. Yang Ming picked up the phone and pressed the check button. They were all calls from his uncle, Yang Dashin. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Is there a need to be so anxious? Just as he was about to call him, his uncle's call came in again. Hello, uncle. I asked about your matter. Yang Ming picked up the phone, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by his uncle in a hurry. Yang Ming, where are you? Something happened to Yang Li. Yang Dashin said in a hurry. Chapter 430. Something happened to Yang Li? Yang Ming held the phone inexplicably. Uncle, what happened to my elder sister? Your elder sister was kidnapped, said Yang Dashin. What? Kidnapped? Yang Ming was speechless when he heard it. Why is your family so willing to be kidnapped? Last time it was you. This time it was Yang Li. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Uncle, my elder sister was kidnapped. You should call the police. Why are you looking for me? But the other party asked you to go, so your elder sister will be fine. Otherwise, Yang Dashin didn't continue, but it obviously wasn't a good thing. Looking for me? Yang Ming was even more puzzled. Why are they looking for me? It was reasonable to say that if Yang Li was kidnapped, it was nothing more than extorting some money from Yang Dashin. There couldn't be any other purpose. The other party actually used kidnapping Yang Li to threaten me to meet them. This person isn't unfamiliar with me, but his brain is broken. Can Yang Li threaten me? It's a joke. Yang Ming's prejudice against her was much more than his uncle's. However, this was exactly what Yang Ming was most confused about. If it was someone who had a grudge against me, they could kidnap my parents to threaten me, or Chun Mingyan, Lin Jiun, Xiao Qing, or Zhao Ying. They could achieve the purpose of threatening me, or kidnapping Zhang Bin or Tian Donghua. Even if it was Zhou Jiejia, Yang Ming would also save her, because Yang Ming's impression of Zhou Jiejia was much better than Yang Li. Now, the other party kidnapped Yang Li and asked Yang Ming to go over. Wasn't this a bit too illogical? I don't know, but the other party said that they want you to contact them. Yang Dashin said helplessly. Yang Ming, you won't ignore your elder sister, right? Your relationship with Brother Bao is good. You can ask him to help. Yang Ming didn't answer his uncle's question directly, but the other party said that I can only tell you and not tell others. I don't dare to take this risk. After all, Yang Li is my daughter. Yang Dashin said, I don't want anything to happen to her. Yang Ming, you don't really want to ignore her, right? To be honest, I really don't want to care. Yang Ming said faintly. But, Yang Ming, Yang Li is your elder sister. Yang Dashin said, Uncle, are you threatening me? How do you know you can help him? Aren't you afraid of putting me in trouble again? Yang Ming asked. This. Yang Dashin was suddenly speechless. But the kidnapper asked you to go. I have no other way. Then you want me to take the risk? Yang Ming said sarcastically. AI, forget it. I know that this request is too much. Yang Dashin said sadly. I will go to the police. Yang Ming, you rest. As Yang Dashin said this, he wanted to hang up the phone. When Yang Ming heard Yang Dashin's sad tone, he couldn't help but be moved. He sighed and said, "Wait, how do I contact the kidnapper?" Yang Dashin said, "Yang Ming, you agreed. Let's see the situation first. If the kidnapper asks me to commit suicide, then I can't do anything." Yang Ming said calmly, "Well, if they really have such an excessive request, then you don't have to care about Yang Li." Yang Dashin clenched his teeth. Hee. With your words, it's fine. You still have some compassion." Yang Ming smiled faintly. "Give me the contact information of the kidnapper." Okay. Yang Dashin said after listening. "They asked you to call him. The number is 136 x times 5438. It's easy to remember. The ending number is 138D. Puff. Yang Ming almost laughed and threw the phone away. "What time is it now? Uncle actually still has the leisure to study this." He held back his laughter and said, "I got it. Okay, I will call you again if there is news." After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming dialed the phone number. All the 136 segment cards in Songjiang City were Shenzhou travel cards. It was the kind of anonymous card, so it was impossible to find the owner's information. Yang Ming also dispelled the idea of calling Chun Fei to inquire. "Hello." The other party answered the phone, just a faint hello. "I'm Yang Ming. Why are you looking for me?" Yang Ming asked directly. "You are Yang Ming? How can you prove it?" The other party asked. "Because I know that you are looking for Yang Ming." Yang Ming said patiently, "I'm looking for Yang Ming, but what if you're a police officer? You have to have something for us to believe, right?" The other party asked carefully, "Motherfucker, are you okay?" Yang Ming was angry. "Why are you so hesitant? If you're okay, I will hang up the phone. Aren't you afraid that we will do something to Yang Li?" Your tone is not good." The other party was also a little angry. "Whatever." Yang Ming hung up the phone. "Threatening me? Are you crazy?" Yang Ming thought in a bad mood. The other party was confused by Yang Ming's actions. What's going on? Why doesn't the other party care about Yang Li's life? Wang Long, why did this kid hang up the phone? Li Mingri asked, baffled. "How would I know?" Wang Long rolled his eyes. "You said that you couldn't take it and wanted to do something. Now you are in a dilemma. I also blame myself. I drank too much just now, so I cooperated with Li Mingri to kidnap Yang Li. Now that I was sober, I didn't have the courage. To be honest, they really couldn't afford to offend the person behind Yang Li. Yang Dashin, that was Bao Sanli's friend. Wang Long and Li Mingri didn't have the strength to challenge him. So, they thought of this way to find Yang Ming, who humiliated them that night, and teach him a lesson. Then they let Yang Li go. But now, Yang Ming didn't seem to care about him at all and hung up the phone directly. They really didn't dare to do anything to Yang Li. They could only sulk here. Well, at least we know that he isn't the police. The police can't talk like this. Li Mingri comforted. Now, call him back and ask him to come over. Wang Long nodded and ordered his little follower to make the call. "Hello, is this Yang Ming?" Yang Ming smiled when he saw the caller ID. It seems that you can't wait." This also indirectly shows that the other party didn't intend to do anything to Yang Li, but they came for him. "I am. Aren't you afraid that I'm the police?" Yang Ming sneered. Mr. Yang, we have already determined your identity." The other party said mysteriously, "Now you can go out, take a taxi to Shangshan Park, and then call us at this number. Remember, don't call the police, or you will have to bear the consequences." "Don't talk nonsense. If I wanted to call the police, I would have already done so." "Okay, I will hang up. I will call you later," Yang Ming said impatiently and hung up the phone directly. Damn, so arrogant? Looking at the phone that was cut off, Li Mingri, Wang Long, and the three men couldn't help but look at each other. "President Wang, President Li, I remember that Yang Ming didn't even talk to Yang Li yesterday. Could it be that their relationship isn't very good?" The underling suddenly reminded. And it really makes sense. Li Mingri also suddenly thought of this. It seems that Yang Ming really doesn't like Yang Li very much. Damn, what should we do? What if Yang Ming doesn't come? Wang Long asked with some concern. It shouldn't be, right? After all, they are siblings. Li Mingri comforted himself. "AI, Let's see how the situation goes. Wang Long now wanted to let Yang Li go. It seems that drinking is really harmful. Yang Ming recalled who he had a grudge with recently, and he put on his clothes and prepared to go out. The person who knows Yang Li and has a grudge with me doesn't seem to be anyone, right? The Yin Guangdo who pursued Sun Jie? He seems to know Yang Li. No, he should know her. Then it would be Guo Jianshao. But even if Guo Jianshao had the courage, he wouldn't dare to provoke Yang Ming. Yang Ming was confused and went out of his room. Dad, Mom, Uncle is looking for me. I have to go out. Your uncle is looking for you. Yang Dehai was stunned. Then go. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. I believe that even if my parents called Yang Dashin, he would say the same thing. Chapter 431. Hello, I'm Yang Ming. I'm in Shangshan Park. What should I do next? Yang Ming stood at the main entrance of Shangshan Park and dialed the phone number of the kidnapper. Today was January 3rd, especially in winter, so there weren't many people in the park. It was deserted. Oh, you're here? Well, you go in from the main entrance of the park now, and then follow my instructions. The person on the other side of the phone said, I'm leaving. Yang Ming frowned. According to the instructions on the phone, he entered the park and walked along the main road. And then, do you see a towering tree in front of you? The biggest ancient tree. The person on the other side of the phone asked. I see it. Yang Ming answered and began to search the surrounding scene with his special ability. Listening to the tone of the person on the phone, is it possible that he is monitoring me nearby? Yang Ming walked to the big tree and looked around secretly. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything unusual within a few hundred meters. Except for the park management office, there was an old man who was watching the Beijing Opera while drinking a little wine. There was no one else. I'm in front of the big tree. Yang Ming said. He had to give up the search. He didn't know where these people were observing him. Oh, you're here? The other side said, you go behind the big tree. There's a tree hole. Do you see it? Tree hole? Yang Ming was stunned. Is your headquarters set up in the tree hole? Why does it look like a spy organization? You even set up a stronghold in the tree hole? Isn't this too evil? Just as Yang Ming was thinking about it, there was a voice on the other side of the phone that made people dumbfounded. Do you see the tree hole? Reach in, there is a brick. Under the brick, there is a black plastic bag. Take it out. There is what you need to do next. What? Yang Ming was stunned. He made such a big circle just to get a black plastic bag. Well, you first do what is written on the note inside. The other side finished and hung up the phone. Yang Ming cursed the other party's mother and then opened the black plastic bag. How could he read the words on it in the dark? Was this kidnapper's IQ 0? At this moment, there were no street lights in the park. It was pitch black. However, thanks to Yang Ming's extraordinary eyesight, he could see things in the dark, so he read the contents of the note smoothly. However, Yang Ming was still afraid that someone would secretly monitor him. So, he pretended to take out his phone and show it on the note, as if he was reading the content of the note. However, reality proved that his actions were unnecessary, because Li Mingri and Wang Long simply didn't appear in Fragrant Hill Park. What the fuck are you doing? Why is it so troublesome? Wang Long scolded his subordinate. What are you doing? President Wang, don't be angry. Haven't you seen those foreign blockbusters about kidnapping? The subordinate said, you see in those blockbusters. Don't the kidnappers always mess with the people who deliver the ransom? But I don't think there is any difference between you telling him directly and letting him follow the instructions on the note. Li Mingri rolled his eyes. This is a big difference. This shows that we are professionals, so he won't look down on us, said the subordinate. That's right. It makes sense. Wang Long nodded after listening. But Yang Ming didn't think so. What professional kidnapper? It's obviously an amateur, and he deliberately wants to pretend to be professional. This was Yang Ming's current thought. The professional kidnappers on TV who instructed the people who delivered the ransom to walk around had a purpose. They weren't walking around randomly. They were all thinking of ways to minimize the risk. However, now the kidnapper instructed Yang Ming to do something without the slightest purpose. Yang Ming didn't see the difference between him going to Fragrant Hill Park to get a piece of paper and the other party directly telling him the contents of the note. Moreover, the things on the note were even more inexplicable. It actually said that from here, walk 10 meters in the direction of the park gate, then walk 10 meters to the right, then walk 20 meters to the left, then walk 10 meters to the left, and then walk 30 meters to the left. Yang Ming wasn't a fool. There was no problem with his logical thinking. The route written on the note was obviously back to the original position at the end. What kind of messy instructions are these? Yang Ming continued to look at the instructions on the note. After doing all this, call me. Yang Ming didn't walk. He called the kidnapper directly. Hello, what should I do next? Did you follow the instructions on the note? Asked the other party. Yang Ming snorted faintly. Then you found out that you were fooled. You went back to the original position, right? Ha. The other party seemed to be very happy and laughed. Yang Ming scolded stupid bird in his heart. However, he didn't say anything on the surface. Now, this also indirectly proved that the kidnapper wasn't nearby. They couldn't see what Yang Ming was doing now. Yang Ming's casual lie was tested. Are you done laughing? Then what do you want to do? Yang Ming coldly interrupted the other party and asked, Why? Are you angry because you were fooled? The other party asked with a smile. If you have something to say it quickly. Yang Ming pretended to be angry and said, It's really refreshing. Okay, now you come out of Shanshan Park, then take a taxi to Hanyun Car Repair Factory. The underling said. I know. Yang Ming said faintly. Hanyun Car Repair Factory? Yang Ming's mouth sneered. Others didn't know what was going on with Hanyun Car Repair Factory, but how could Yang Ming not know? Hanyun Car Repair Factory was the property of Sun Jie's company. Could Sun Jie order people to kidnap Yang Li? Yang Ming didn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Yang Ming once went to Sun Jie's company and saw the operation report of Hanyun Car Repair Factory, so he remembered it very clearly. There wouldn't be a mistake. Now, the other party asked him to go to Hanyun Car Repair Factory. It was obvious that they were continuing to make fun of him. Therefore, Yang Ming simply didn't leave. He found a bench in Shanshan Park and sat down. He smoked a cigarette. Then, it was about time, so he called the kidnapper. Hello, I'm Yang Ming. I'm near Hanyun Car Repair Factory. What should I do now? Anyway, he knew that the other party couldn't be monitoring him, so Yang Ming boasted shamelessly. Oh, you're here? So fast. The other party was a little surprised. Do you think there will be a traffic jam at night? Where are you? Hurry up and show yourself. Don't waste time. You should be able to see me. There is no one else around me. Yang Ming fooled them. I'm sorry. Hanyun Car Repair Factory is thousands of miles away from me. It's fine. I just want to see your sincerity. The other party continued to laugh. It seems that you are quite obedient. Well now, you take a taxi to the outskirts of the city. There's a good luck bar near the sandfield. I will wait for you there. Yang Ming heard the other party's tone and estimated that this was probably the real location. So he took a taxi and went straight to the Good Luck Bar in the outskirts of the city. Little brother, why are you going to Good Luck Bar? The taxi driver was a little puzzled. Oh, a friend asked me to meet there, Yang Ming said casually. Meet? The taxi driver's face immediately showed a strange look. At the Good Luck Bar? Yeah, what's wrong? Yang Ming saw the taxi driver's strange expression and was somewhat inexplicable. The Good Luck Bar has been closed because of the murder case last year. It is currently closed. What are you going to do there? At this point, the taxi driver stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. He pointed to Yang Ming and said, Are you not a human? Damn! Yang Ming suddenly didn't know what to say. He was a little dumbfounded. I say, buddy, your imagination is too rich, right? It's just a friend who asked me to meet there. I didn't say I wanted a drink. Then why are you going to the bar? The driver was still a little worried. It's very simple. Isn't the bar closed? My friend wants to buy it, so he asked me to go and see. Yang Ming made up a story. So that's it. The driver shook his head. What are you going to do in the middle of the night? My friend is a woman. Yang Ming naturally couldn't tell him about the kidnapping, so he had to make up such a despicable reason with a perverted smile on his face. Oh, so that's the case. The driver suddenly understood, and hadn't I no look. Chapter 432. Along the way, Yang Ming was uncomfortable because of the driver's strange eyes. It was as if he was going to do something bad. Do you have to look at me like that? Isn't it just a date with my girlfriend? During the festival, there were no cars on the road at night, especially in the direction of the suburbs, which was even more sparsely populated. Fortunately, the place where Yang Ming went wasn't a remote place, or else the taxi driver might not be able to pick him up. After paying the taxi fare, Yang Ming got off. The Good Luck Bar was still relatively easy to find. It was on the side of the road, but after the murder case last year, it had become sparsely populated. The house where this bar was located had not been rented out. Whoever did business didn't want to be in a place where people had died. It was unlucky. Yang Ming looked up at the Good Luck Bar not far away. There was indeed a faint light inside. It seemed that this was the right place. Yang Ming didn't want to continue to torment himself. Yang Ming didn't go directly, but began to observe the movement in the bar. Seeing that the people in the room were sitting and chatting, and no one was near the window to monitor the outside, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Can't you be more professional as a kidnapper? There is no challenge at all. It was reasonable to say that the kidnapper with a slightly normal mind would not directly tell the other party the location of their nest. They could say a general location or a building near the Good Luck Bar. In this way, if the person who came was the police, they could also be prepared to quickly evacuate. Well, take a step back. Even if they told the real location, when I came, the kidnapper should at least send someone to monitor the window, right? But unfortunately, these people seem to have pig brains. Yang Ming came, but they still didn't know and were chatting. Seeing the faces of the kidnappers, Yang Ming frowned. It's actually these guys? Li Mingri and a guy named Wang Long connected yesterday's incident. Yang Ming also roughly understood why these people kidnapped Yang Li and looked for him. They kidnapped Yang Li probably because Yang Li made them angry yesterday, and they asked him to come because he taught them a lesson yesterday. In that case, their purpose was obvious. They had sent him here to vent their anger for them. In the bar, there were 3 people with Li Mingri. Yang Ming found them familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen them. It's probably Li Mingri's men who were with him yesterday. These 5 people, Yang Ming did not put them in his eyes. That Li Mingri and Wang Long are equivalent to waste. It's more than enough for me to fight 3 of them. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't pay much attention to these people, but began to search for Yang Li. However, unfortunately, Yang Ming searched the 2-story bar from top to bottom, but he didn't see Yang Li. Could it be that these people did not bring Yang Li along? Yang Ming was a little worried. He originally thought that the intelligence of these kidnappers was not high, but he did not expect that they would actually think of such a method to hide the hostage alone. However, since he was already here, he couldn't care so much. Yang Ming decided to deal with these 5 guys first. Under his own pressure point technique, Yang Ming didn't believe that these people could still hide any secrets. Glancing at the location of the 5 people, Yang Ming swaggered to the Good Luck Bar. He didn't go through the main door because the main door was locked, and he didn't need to go through the door at all. He came to a window that was far away from the 5 people. Yang Ming took out something like a Swiss Army knife from his pocket. However, this wasn't a Swiss Army knife. This was a killer auxiliary weapon that Feng Tianchun handmade for Yang Ming. It was an artifact that combined the functions of a knife, a spike, a screwdriver, a lily key, a glass knife, and so on. Yang Ming easily cut open a glass window, and then carefully placed the glass under the window without making any sound. After Yang Ming jumped into the window, he first did a few stretching exercises back and forth so that his bones and joints were completely stretched. In this way, there would be no sound of joints when he walked. After the preparation, Yang Ming walked silently to the room where the 5 people were. "Motherfucker, is this kid lost? Why hasn't he come yet?" Wang Long said. As the alcohol passed, Wang Long began to have some fear. Bao Sanli, who was behind Yang Dashin, wasn't a good person to provoke. If he retaliated in the future, how could he deal with it? Taking a step back, even if Bao Sanli didn't retaliate, what he did now was kidnapping. He had to go to jail. But since he had already come to this point, there was no way to retreat. He had to continue, but his mood was inevitably a little impatient. What's the hurry? Li Mingri's mentality was very good. Even if he is lost, he is the one who is anxious, not us. Do you need to call and urge him? Wang Long was very afraid of long delays. The sooner it was over, the better. And why don't you call and ask where he is, then scare him? Tell him that if he doesn't come, we will kill the hostages. Li Mingri thought about it and said, well, you go and call Yang Ming. You know what to say, right? Wang Long instructed his men. I know. The man nodded. As he was about to pick up the phone, he was interrupted by a voice. Don't be so troublesome. If you have anything to say, just say it to me directly. Yang Ming pushed open the door and said coldly, Boo! Li Mingri was shocked. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Ming standing at the door. He couldn't help but be shocked. How did you come in? I came in the way I should. Yang Ming smiled. Didn't you ask me to come in? Where is Yang Li? We will naturally deal with Yang Li. Kid, it's time to settle the account with you. Li Mingri was also briefly shocked. Then he returned to normal. Yeah, it doesn't matter how he came in. Maybe there's a back door in this bar. Now, the most important thing is to vent my anger first. Wang Long wasn't as fierce as Li Mingri. He was a careful person. When he saw Yang Ming coming, he calmed down. Are you Yang Dashin's nephew? So what? Yang Ming looked at Wang Long and said faintly, Your relationship with him isn't good? Wang Long probed. What do you want to ask? Yang Ming frowned. He wasn't a fool. From Wang Long's cautious words, he also understood something. What does your family do? Wang Long simply asked directly. You want to ask about my family's background, right? Yang Ming said sarcastically. Why? Are you scared? You can do something like kidnapping. Why are you still so cautious? Yang Ming's words made Wang Long's face turn red. Li Mingri was a little impatient. Why you ask him so much? Beat him up first. If I don't tell him, how can he feel at ease? Yang Ming said with a smile. I might as well tell you. My father is an ordinary worker, and my mother is laid off, but I can still beat you up until your teeth fall out. Then try it. Li Mingri snorted and then directly told the two people not far away, You two, it's time for you to perform. Yang Ming turned his head and looked. These two people are the thugs they brought. No wonder they're fearless. Do they think that they can teach me a lesson by bringing people? What a joke. Yang Ming was ready to beat up the two thugs, but he found that the two thugs were hesitant and unwilling to come over. They even kept retreating. The behavior of the two people couldn't help but make Yang Ming stunned. No way, right? Is this okay? I haven't started yet. And these two people are scared by my momentum? Could this be the legendary aura of a bastard? What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and beat him up. Li Mingri saw that the two people didn't make a move, and he was a little anxious. What are you doing? Hurry up. Both Yu Wu and Chen Lu were trainers in the fitness center, but the income of the fitness center wasn't enough to support the two people, so they also took some private jobs outside, such as acting as thugs. Tonight, through the introduction of a friend, the two of them met Li Mingri. They agreed to help Li Mingri teach a person a lesson, and they would get 3,000 yuan. This business was simply a pie falling from the sky. 2 against 1. Was there any reason not to win? However, when the two people saw Yang Ming, they were a little dumbfounded. Oh my God, why is it him? The reason why Yu Wu and Chen Lu had such feelings was that they had already suffered a loss from Yang Ming once, and they also received Jin Gang's advice not to provoke Yang Ming again. That guy was really a ruthless person, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. So when Yu Wu and Chen Lu saw Yang Ming, they unconsciously stepped back. Why are we so unlucky to accept this business? Speaking of this, the identity of Yu Wu and Chen Lu was obvious. Yes, they were the minor actor number 1 and minor actor number 2 who were hired to rob Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. Chapter 433. Yang Ming certainly didn't believe that he had the aura of a bastard. This wasn't a web novel. How could this happen? Therefore, Yang Ming also paid special attention to it. It didn't matter if he paid attention to it. The more Yang Ming looked at these two people, the more familiar they were. You two. Yang Ming suddenly remembered something. He widened his eyes and asked, "My bicycle, you two smashed it last time, right?" Both of them were stunned. They didn't expect such a question to be asked in this situation. Li Mingri and Wang Long were even more puzzled. What are these two people doing? Not only are they not making a move, but they're also retreating? What bicycle? Don't worry about him. His brain is sick. Hurry up and beat him into a bicycle, Li Mingri instructed. Yu Wu and Chun Lu looked at each other. Last time, both of them suffered a loss under Yang Ming's hands. However, they had also experienced Yang Ming's skill. In fact, it wasn't particularly outstanding. However, Jin Gang's words were very evil, so the two of them dispelled the idea of revenge. At this time, when they heard Li Mingri urging them again, the two people's hearts were also somewhat active. After all, this was related to their future business. If they screwed up this time, when it was publicized, they wouldn't expect anyone to hire them. What are you doing? Fight. What's wrong? Do you think the money is too little? I will give you another 2,000. Li Mingri saw that the two people didn't fight, and he was a little anxious. Yu Wu and Chun Lu looked at each other and nodded secretly. From their eyes, it could be seen that the two people were ready to fight. Since they had decided, they didn't have so many scruples. Yu Wu said, "Kid, I haven't settled the previous account with you. Well, this time, let's settle it together." "Then you admit that you smashed the bicycle?" asked Yang Ming. "So what?" Chun Lu said coldly. "Since you admit it, when are you going to compensate me?" Yang Ming asked indifferently. He didn't put these two people in his eyes. "What compensation? Are you stupid?" Yu Wu glared and threw a punch at Yang Ming. "I'll smash you into a bicycle." Yang Ming frowned and deftly dodged Yu Wu's punch and asked, "Are you going to compensate or not?" "Compensate my ass." When Yu Wu saw that his punch had missed, he threw another punch. He was a heavyweight boxer. He firmly believed that he could definitely beat Yang Ming with one punch. "Are you done yet?" Yang Ming grabbed Yu Wu's fist. "Are you playing a monkey? You motherfucker." Yu Wu tried to pull his fist back, but he didn't manage to pull it back. He held back his strength and started scolding people. "You want me to let go?" Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and looked at Yu Wu. Yu Wu's face suddenly turned red. He thought that Yang Ming was making fun of him. He couldn't help but increase the strength of his pull. He clenched his teeth and tried to break free, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming would suddenly let go. Clang! All of a sudden, Yu Wu fell directly on his back. The back of his head fell heavily on the ground. The fall only made his blood surge. His eyes were full of stars. He groaned twice and fainted. "Why are you doing this? I already let you go, but you still have so much strength. The recoil is so strong." Yang Ming sighed. Chun Lu saw that Yu Wu was killed so easily. It was a little unbelievable. However, his IQ wasn't high. When he saw that Yang Ming didn't have any real skills, he wasn't very afraid in his heart. He was just a little surprised, but this didn't affect his confidence in taking revenge on Yang Ming. Is it just SOSO? He only knows how to use some dirty tricks to deceive people. Chun Lu thought, "I just have to be careful." "You still want to do it?" Yang Ming saw Chun Lu's eager look and said impatiently, "Don't you see? He is your role model." Yang Ming pointed at Yu Wu, who was on the ground. "Bullshit, that's your trick. If you have the ability, let's have a real fight." Chun Lu said angrily, "I don't have a real knife, and I don't have a real gun. Do you?" Yang Ming shook his head and asked, "No." Chun Lu nodded subconsciously, but he soon realized that he was fooled. "You are tricking me." "No." Yang Ming spread his hands. "There is no knife or gun. I don't need a knife or gun. I can take your life." As Chun Lu said this, he suddenly picked up a steel pipe from the side and smashed it at Yang Ming. This was originally a bar. There were still many ready-made steel pipes here. He didn't know if they were used to guard the place or for dancing. "Do you think you are Sun Wukong with a Jingu Bang?" Yang Ming looked at Chun Lu with some amusement. "Okay, don't be cocky with me. I don't want to turn you into the person on the ground. Otherwise, I don't know who to ask for my bicycle. You go to hell." Chun Lu jumped up and hit Yang Ming in the head. It was just like the TV show where Sun Wukong fought the monster. Yang Ming shook his head. You're like a big toad. You still want to hit people? If he could be hit like this, Yang Ming would have wasted his time. Not to mention that Yang Ming's current skill was much better than before. Even in the past, it was impossible to be hit by such a stick. Yang Ming rushed forward dexterously and dodged Chun Lu's stick. He directly grabbed the steel pipe in Chun Lu's hand from behind and mocked. Okay, stop fooling around. With your ability, you're not as good as the one just now. Yang Ming's words made Chun Lu's face turn red. Yes, his skill was indeed not as good as Yu Wu, and his IQ was also worse than Yu Wu. When Yang Ming said this, he suddenly realized. It seemed that there was a gap in strength between him and Yang Ming. Last time, Yang Ming defeated him in one move. If Yu Wu still had the strength to compete with Yang Ming, then it was more or less possible. Now that Yu Wu had fallen, why should I continue to fight here? But if I give up now, will Yang Ming let me go? Chun Lu thought in fear. What did you say? Yang Ming was stunned, but he immediately realized that Chun Lu didn't speak at all. What's going on? It's happening again. This situation hasn't happened for a long time, and it happened again today. I saw Chun Lu's thoughts. Yang Ming didn't exactly grasp the specific use of this ability. He didn't know when it worked and when it didn't. It always appeared inexplicably and disappeared inexplicably. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also suspended his thoughts of beating Chun Lu. After all, studying the special ability was more refreshing than beating Chun Lu. However, Yang Ming had studied this ability more than once before, but there was no progress. He didn't even find the way. Yang Ming looked at Chun Lu, trying to grasp something. Why is he looking at me? Could it be that he wants to beat me? Chun Lu saw Yang Ming staring at him, and he thought with some fear in his heart. He heard it again. Yang Ming shook his head. What's going on? Why is this special ability always useful when I'm beating people up? Recalling the previous few experiences, most of the time, this special ability only works when I'm about to beat people up. Yang Ming continued to stare at him and studied his special ability with interest. Damn, could it be that he has some special hobby? Why is he looking at me like this? Chun Lu was a little more scared. I don't have any special hobby. You continue to think. Yang Ming replied. What does he mean by this? Is it yes or no? Could it be that he is lying to me? Chun Lu opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Although Yang Ming seemed to be observing Chun Lu casually, his vigilance in his heart had reached the highest level. He was afraid that Li Mingri would play some tricks behind his back and make a move against him. Therefore, he was always concentrating and paying attention to the movements around him. Sure enough, Li Mingri did have this idea. He saw that Yang Ming and Chun Lu were looking at each other strangely, so he secretly had the idea of a sneak attack. He took out a fruit knife from his pocket and stabbed at Yang Ming's butt. Li Mingri wasn't stupid. If he stabbed someone to death, he would be sentenced. The flesh on his butt was thick, so there was no danger to his life. However, his every move was already under Yang Ming's monitoring. When Yang Ming saw him coming over, he immediately kicked Li Mingri's face. Suddenly, a big footprint appeared on Li Mingri's face. This guy fell straight down. After killing Li Mingri, Yang Ming's heart also breathed a sigh of relief. He had long seen that this guy wasn't a good person. He was sinister. As for that Wang Long, it seemed that he was a coward. Do you want to try? Yang Ming looked at Wang Long and asked disdainfully. No need. Wang Long shook his head with a pale face. He had been afraid just now. Now his fear was even worse. After being yelled at by Yang Ming, he suddenly fell to the ground. He was so scared that he couldn't stand up. Chapter 434. When Chun Lu and Wang Long saw how strong Yang Ming was, they were so scared that they hugged each other. Of course, Yang Ming didn't have any interest in beating up these two people. He was now concerned about his special ability, but he knew that he had to solve Yang Li's problem first. Yang Ming sighed. It was a great research opportunity, but it was wasted. Yang Ming was a bit unwilling. Yang Ming hesitated and decided to find out Yang Li's whereabouts first before making further plans. "Where is Yang Li?" Yang Ming asked Wang Long. I know. Don't step on me," Wang Long said quickly. "She is in the basement downstairs. We didn't do anything to her." "Really?" Yang Ming lowered his head. Crossing the floor, Yang Ming found out that there was a basement in this bar. When he was observing from the outside, Yang Ming didn't think of this, so he didn't notice that there was a basement here. Looking at it now, he found that Yang Li was in a basement of the bar. She was staring in despair and looking around in horror. The corner of Yang Ming's mouth couldn't help but flash a smile. It was time to let Yang Li, this chick, learn a lesson. Since there was nothing wrong with her body, then she should stay in the basement for a while. After confirming that Yang Li was fine, Yang Ming began to study his special ability. Being able to see other people's thoughts. This is a super cool ability. If I can master it, then it will be very useful. Let's not talk about it. Let's talk about picking up girls. If I can know the thoughts of a girl, then I don't have to spend so much effort to guess this and that. Secondly, if I negotiate with others when I do business in the future, I can easily know the bottom line of the other party's heart, and I can get the most favorable conditions for myself. Or, when I gamble, I can see through other people's thoughts. This didn't seem to be important because X-ray vision could also be done. However, who would complain about having one more special ability? Taking advantage of the current opportunity, Yang Ming planned to experiment more with his superpower, and the best test subject was Chun Lu in front of him. Because Yang Ming had just heard his thoughts. "Do you want to die?" Yang Ming crouched down and squinted at Chun Lu. When Wang Long saw that Yang Ming didn't say anything to him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that because he told the truth, Yang Ming wouldn't do anything to him anymore. He didn't know that the real reason was that he didn't have any research value to Yang Ming. "No, I don't want to." Chun Lu quickly shook his head. "Nonsense. Who would want to die for no reason? I'm still alive and well. I didn't fall out of love or lose my job. Why should I die?" "Oh, that's fine. Since you don't want to die, let's play a game." Yang Ming was very satisfied with Chun Lu's behavior. The more afraid he was, the more cooperative he would be with his experiment. Why do you have to find Chun Lu and not Wang Long? The reason was very simple. Yang Ming had tried to develop this ability before, but there was no result. Therefore, Yang Ming was guessing when he had nothing to do. Was this ability only effective on specific people? For example, just like what was written in science fiction, only people with weaker brainwaves could be seen by him? Or perhaps only people whose brainwaves were closer to his own could do it? These were just guesses, so Yang Ming had to experiment again. What game? Chun Lu's body trembled. Could it be that we're playing some perverted game? If you want to give me something like a tiger stool and pepper spray, I might as well just die. In fact, it's very simple. You just have to think about something in your heart, and then I guess what you were thinking about. Yang Ming said. Chun Lu was stunned. Is there any reward or punishment measures? He was most concerned about this. As long as he wasn't beaten up, he could play anything. No. Yang Ming shook his head. Relax. Don't be nervous. Now you can think about something. Just think about it. You can think about anything. Oh. Chun Lu nodded. Although he felt that Yang Ming's game was very weird, looking at Yang Ming's appearance, it didn't seem like he was going to beat him up, so he started to think about it. Anyway, Yang Ming didn't specify what he should think, so Chun Lu's current thoughts were in a mess. Yang Ming frowned. Obviously, he didn't see or hear anything. After a while, it was still the same. He couldn't help but say impatiently, "Did you think about it or not?" "I thought about it. I kept thinking about it. I thought about the women I went to the nightclub last night." Chun Lu nodded quickly. "Fuck." Yang Ming cursed and kicked out. But this kick wasn't aimed at Chun Lu, but at Li Mingri, who was already on the ground. If this guy didn't stab himself with a knife and destroy the scene at that time, Yang Ming could further study his own superpower. Now, it obviously has no effect. It seems that this ability isn't targeted at anyone, but it only appears at a specific time. It may also appear randomly. Therefore, Yang Ming suddenly became angry again and vented his anger on Li Mingri. "Ayo, Li Mingri, who was originally unconscious, was kicked so hard by Yang Ming that he jumped up with a whoosh. He covered his butt and jumped around the room. "You kicked me to death. Kick me to death. Stop jumping around," Yang Ming said coldly. Originally, his mood was good, but now it was terrible. Li Mingri was shocked by Yang Ming's voice and quickly stopped there. He didn't dare to scream anymore. "You carried out the kidnapping and kidnapped Yang Li. This matter is over," Yang Ming said faintly. "But other things aren't so easy to forget. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" "Compensate? Compensation?" Li Mingri was stunned. "Didn't you say to forget about it?" "Why is there still compensation?" He couldn't help but ask carefully, "What compensation?" "Compensate me for my mental trauma," Yang Ming said with conviction. "This is a big holiday. I was tossed to Shangshan Park by you guys, and I was fooled around the big tree. Then, you asked me to go to the Hongyan repair factory. Do you think it's fun? Then, you found two idiots to teach me a lesson. You even tried to stab me with a knife. What compensation are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?" Well, then how do you want to compensate?" Since the people he found were defeated by Yang Ming, Li Mingri had to admit defeat. "What are you doing? Give me your business card," Yang Ming asked. "Ah, business card?" Li Mingri felt that Yang Ming really didn't play by the rules. He was talking about compensation. Why did he suddenly ask for a business card? However, although it was strange in his heart, Li Mingri didn't dare to show it on the surface. He had to obediently take out his business card and hand it over respectfully. Yang Ming took the business card and looked at it. It said, "Mingri Car Repair Company, General Manager, Li Mingri." On the back, the business project was written, specializing in Toyota, Camry, Corolla series imported accessories. Yang Ming asked for the business card because he wanted to estimate Li Mingri's value. Otherwise, if he asked for an exorbitant price, Li Mingri didn't have so much money. Therefore, after looking at Li Mingri's business card, Yang Ming also knew a thing or two. Generally, in Songjiang, those who could afford car repair, especially those who repaired such high-end cars, were also worth tens of millions. So Yang Ming was also prepared to ask for a price. "Your business card." Yang Ming kicked Wang Long and said, "Oh." Wang Long didn't dare to resist Yang Ming's words. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at it. This guy was also involved in car repair, but his level was obviously worse than Li Mingri's. No wonder he wasn't as badass as Li Mingri. Wang Long's repair factory mainly repaired some cars like Jetta, and his value was estimated to be a few million. "You compensate me 10 million. You compensate me 2 million. Yang Ming first glanced at Li Mingri, then looked at Wang Long and said faintly, "What?" Li Mingri was a little stunned. "What did you say? 10 million? Is there a mistake?" "Yes, 10 million. Yang Ming said very calmly. "Impossible. I don't have 10 million. You're kidding." Li Mingri suddenly said hysterically, "You can kill me." "Really?" Yang Ming frowned. Then he flicked the business card in his hand and said, "Specializing in Toyota, your value shouldn't be low, right? 10 million is just a small number. You won't be so distressed, right?" "No, I don't have it anyway." Li Mingri raised his neck and looked like a hero. Yang Ming looked at his appearance and couldn't help but be amused. "You want money more than your life, right? Okay, then you could try." Chapter 435. Let's try it. At most, you can kill me. Li Mingri was heroic and said loudly, "And then you wait. I will settle this account with you slowly. But when you come to me again, it won't be 10 million. Yang Ming said faintly. "Oomph." Li Mingri snorted. "At most, I will run away. What do you do to me?" So, he was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. "What about you? Do you want to die or pay?" Yang Ming asked Wang Long. "I will pay," Wang Long said with a sad face. He wasn't as heroic as Li Mingri. Although 2 million wasn't a small amount, it was nothing compared to his life. "I have a family. If I offend the god of plagues because of this, it will be troublesome. If the money is gone, I can earn it again. If my life is gone, then I have nothing. What's more, what I did just now was kidnapping. If Yang Ming called the police, then I have to go to prison for a few years. It's better to give him money. 2 million is considered as a private fee. After figuring this out, Wang Long was also happy. I promise that I will transfer the money tomorrow morning. And not bad. You have a future. Yang Ming nodded and said to Wang Long, well, you can have nothing to worry about in the future. I won't find trouble with you again. Thank you, thank you. Wang Long nodded quickly. Get out, you get out too. Yang Ming kicked Li Mingri. Remember what I said. You wait. Yang Ming pointed to Chen Lu, who was about to escape, and said, we haven't settled our account yet. Brother, didn't we just play the game? Why are we still settling accounts? Chen Lu said with a bitter face. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Ming glared at Chen Lu. The account just now is that you want to beat me up today. The previous account hasn't been settled yet. Then, how do you want to settle it? Chen Lu couldn't help it. He knew that his strength wasn't as strong as Yang Ming, so he could only be slaughtered. Give me your business card, Yang Ming said. Business card. Okay, business card. Chen Lu quickly took out his business card from his pocket and handed it over. Brother, look, I'm just a trainer in the fitness center. I don't have that much money. Chen Lu was afraid that Yang Ming would demand an exorbitant price and ask him for millions or even tens of millions. That would be the end of him. I'm not going to ask you for money, Yang Ming said coldly. You're a coach in a fitness center. Can you afford a bicycle? Yes, that's possible. Chen Lu quickly said. Buy me a bicycle and bring it to me tomorrow. It's fine if you don't buy it, but you'll have to bear the consequences. Yang Ming pointed to the business card in his hand and said, this is the address of the fitness center where you work, right? I'll look for you. Bye, definitely buy. I'll buy it tomorrow. Chen Lu felt that a bicycle was nothing compared to a few million. However, Chen Lu thought about it and quickly asked, Brother, where should I send him? How can I find you? And this is a problem. How about this? Do you know the Songjiang bus factory? Asked Yang Ming. I know. If I don't know, I can ask around. Chen Lu nodded and said, that's fine. Call me when you get there tomorrow. Yang Ming said, my cell phone number is 159XXXX0809. No problem. I'll remember it. What time should I look for you tomorrow? Chen Lu asked politely. At night. I may not be free during the day, said Yang Ming. Okay, then at night. Chen Lu immediately agreed. Okay, you can go too. Take the one on the ground with you. Yang Ming waved his hand and instructed. Then I'm leaving. Brother, I'll call you tomorrow. Chen Lu left with relief. Today's business is really a big loss. Li Mingri can't even protect himself. It seems that he won't pay. However, on the bright side, I only lost a bicycle. Li Mingri and Wang Long's losses are huge. Yang Ming found the entrance to the basement and slowly walked over. Anyway, Yang Li was locked inside, so Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. When he came to the door of the basement, Yang Ming stopped and looked inside with his special ability. He saw Yang Li sitting on a broken chair, looking in the direction of the door. He didn't know what she was thinking. Yang Ming decided to tease her. He shook the door in front of her, making a clang sound. Who is it? Let me out. Yang Li was shocked. She looked in the direction of the door and shouted, Open the door. Who is it? While shouting, Yang Li got up and ran in the direction of the door, slapping the door panel with her hand. Yang Ming was a little amused. Yang Li also had times when she was afraid. However, he deliberately didn't make a sound and stood silently. Yang Li slapped for a while and shouted for a while. When she saw that no one answered, she slumped to the ground weakly. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Yang Li. Yang Ming waited for Yang Li to be quiet before he shouted softly. Who is it? Yang Li jumped up from the ground, held her breath, and listened carefully. Yang Ming, is it you? It's me, big sister. Are you inside? Yang Ming asked, pretending not to know. I'm here, Yang Ming, I'm inside. Come and save me. Yang Li shouted for help. Big sister, don't be afraid. I'm here. Yang Ming said righteously. I'll find a way to open the door. Right, Yang Ming, we're the bad guys. You call the police first. Don't let them find out. Yang Li wasn't stupid. She was afraid that Li Mingri and the others would hear her, and Yang Ming's noise here. You mean Li Mingri and Wang Long? They were beaten away by me. Yang Ming said indifferently. Don't worry. You stay away. I'll see if I can kick this door open. Beaten away? Yang Li was stunned, but she remembered that Yang Ming was a gangster, and he showed his prowess that day, so she didn't doubt it. She quickly said, Okay, I'll get out of the way. You can kick it. The broken door in front of him could only trap a weak girl like Yang Li. For Yang Ming, it was nothing at all. Not to mention Yang Ming, even an adult man with a little bit of strength could break this door plank. Yang Ming didn't use much strength at all. He kicked the door directly, and it flew up. It fell to the ground with a bang and became torn apart. Yang Li was very excited. She screamed and rushed to Yang Ming's body. I was scared to death. I'm finally saved. Yang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. You caused the trouble, but you let me wipe it. Wipe that. Although they were relatives, it was still embarrassing for Yang Ming to say the word but. Yang Li bit her lip and bowed her head. Yang Ming also knew that it was impossible for this proud sister to say a few words of gratitude. He had now completed the task given to him by his uncle, so he took out his mobile phone and called his uncle. Uncle, I'm Yang Ming. Sister has been rescued. You can drive to the Good Luck Bar in the suburbs to pick us up. Yang Ming said, What? You rescued your sister? That's great. Are you hurt? Yang Dashan asked hurriedly. No. Whether Yang Dashan was sincere or perfunctory, his tone now made Yang Ming feel very comfortable. After all, he was concerned about his own safety first. That's good. Then I will go now. You are at the Good Luck Bar near the battlefield, right? Yang Dashan asked. Yes, we are here. Sister's fine. She didn't suffer any harm. Yang Ming said faintly. That's good. Yang Dashan said with relief. After hanging up the phone, Yang Li suddenly whispered, Is it my dad? In. He'll come to pick us up soon. Rest for a while. Yang Ming's tone to Yang Li was still not very enthusiastic. He asked you to come and save me? Yang Li didn't care about Yang Ming's tone and continued to ask. Yes, but it was Li Mingri, that guy who asked me to come. Yang Ming snorted. Because of your trivial matter, I was sent here. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have bothered with you yesterday. Yang Ming, thank you. Yang Li bit her lip and looked up at Yang Ming. She said it word by word. You're welcome. In? Yang Ming was stunned. What did you say? Thank me? In thank you. Yang Li sighed and said slowly, The past. I'm sorry, are you sick? Yang Li? Are you scared, silly? Yang Ming was not used to Yang Li being like this. He stared at Yang Li with his eyes wide open. Chapter 436. What are you doing? You're the one who's sick. Yang Li was yelled at by Yang Ming and immediately showed her true self. I sincerely apologize to you. It's fine if you don't accept it. Why are you scolding me? Well, I don't need you to apologize to me. If you don't cause trouble in the future, I could be more relaxed. This is great. Your dad also knows that I'm very badass. Don't look for me every time you have an accident. Yang Ming waved his hand and said indifferently. Yang Li licked her lips and didn't say anything, but in her heart, her view of Yang Ming had some changes. It turned out that she always thought that Yang Ming, a poor relative, would take advantage of her family, so she would mock Yang Ming. But now it seemed that Yang Ming didn't seem to have any intention of taking advantage of her family. Moreover, in this situation, Yang Ming could stand up and save her. Yang Li was still very touched. If it were her, she definitely couldn't do it. Therefore, Yang Li's mood at the moment was very complicated. It was difficult for her to say some words of gratitude, but Yang Ming didn't care. Yang Li was a little sad. Since Yang Ming didn't speak, Yang Li couldn't say anything more. However, Yang Li also secretly decided that she wouldn't roll her eyes at Yang Ming anymore. 20 minutes later, Yang Ming received a call from Yang Dashan. Yang Ming looked up outside. Yang Dashan's car had arrived at the door of the Good Luck Bar. However, he still picked up the phone symbolically. Uncle, have you arrived? I'm here. I'm at the door. You and Lily can come out. Yang Dashan said. Okay, we'll go out now. Are you talking to Yongli? Asked Yang Ming. I won't talk about it. We'll meet soon, replied Yang Dashin. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming said to Yongli, let's go. Your dad is waiting for us at the door. Oh, okay. Yongli nodded and obediently followed behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming also felt the change in Yongli, but he was very happy in his heart. If Yongli could become more sensible and not so arrogant after this incident, it would be a good thing. They went upstairs together and saw Uncle Yang Dashin anxiously waiting for them. Seeing Yang Ming and Yongli come out, Yang Dashin quickly greeted them. Yang Ming, Lili, are you all right? Dad. Yongli couldn't help the fear and depression in her heart at this moment. She threw herself into Yang Dashin's arms and cried. All right, be good, Lily. It's all right now. Yang Dashin looked at his daughter kindly and comforted her. It's all over now. You have to thank Yang Ming. If it weren't for him, I really wouldn't know what to do. Yongli said in her heart. I thanked him, but Yang Ming didn't appreciate it at all. Thinking of this, Yongli couldn't help but feel wronged. She cried even more sadly. All right, don't cry. Yang Ming was a little annoyed. He couldn't help but scold. Don't act like you're the oldest in the world in the future. Then, nothing will happen. I said that I won't be like this in the future. You didn't listen. Yongli listened to Yang Ming's words and shouted angrily. Yang Ming smiled. Perhaps Yang Li would have some changes after this. When they returned home, it was already past 12 o'clock. The key was that they had wasted a lot of time in the Shanshan Park. Otherwise, they would have returned long ago. Yang Ming, who was originally a little tired, wasn't sleepy after such a torment, so he simply analyzed his special ability. His special ability came entirely from a pair of high-tech glasses. In theory, the function of this special ability was limited to using the eyes to see. However, as for seeing through other people's thoughts, Yang Ming wasn't sure if this was the effect of the eyes, because in many cases, a person's inner thoughts directly sounded in Yang Ming's mind. So Yang Ming didn't know if this was counted as what he saw. It could also be said that he heard it. However, the only thing that was certain was that this ability definitely came from the pair of glasses. Before he got the glasses, Yang Ming had lived for more than 10 years, and there was no similar situation. Yang Ming found a piece of white paper and began to analyze the law of the special ability. Yang Ming felt that it was very necessary for him to figure out how to use this special ability. Otherwise, it could only be used passively on certain occasions or conditions, which was almost useless. Yang Ming first recalled the time and scene of each appearance of the special ability, and then listed them one by one on the paper. The first time was when he was in his senior year of high school. He went home at noon and heard the voice of two thieves who wanted to steal his father's lottery ticket. After that, in the thief's house, he also heard their inner thoughts, so he took back their spare key. The second time was on the bus, when he encountered a thief with a knife with Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming inadvertently heard this guy's inner thoughts. The third time was in Tengchong, when he heard the inner thoughts of the young lady, Li Jasmine. Yang Ming judged that the person who stole the jade wasn't her. The fourth time was when Ho Jinhan robbed Lin Jiyun. It was because Yang Ming heard Ho Jinhan's inner thoughts that he was willing to give Ho Jinhan a sum of money, so he subdued Ho Jinhan. The fifth time was when Yang Dashin was kidnapped. Yang Ming heard the inner thoughts of the peaked cap man and knew about Brother Xiong and the reason why they kidnapped Yang Dashin. The sixth time was today's time. Yang Ming also clearly felt Chen Lu's thoughts. He roughly looked at the appearance of these 6 special abilities. It seemed that there was no connection before and after, but it was when some things were in crisis that his special ability began to appear. But after a closer look, except for the first, fourth, and fifth times, which were more useful, the rest of the times were really dispensable. The situation wasn't so urgent. The appearance of this special ability didn't have any impact on the overall situation. Therefore, Yang Ming also denied the possibility of the special ability appearing automatically in times of crisis. There were more dangerous times than these. For example, when I was fighting with the 2 assassins, it was more dangerous than now. I didn't hear any inner thoughts. Since this isn't the case, Then what is it? Yang Ming frowned. He wanted to find a common point of each incident. Yang Ming tried a variety of methods, and he also simulated many times what he did when he heard the inner thoughts of others. But there was no result. Could it be that the initiation of this special ability wasn't in my hands, but it was related to the target? The decision-making power was on the target of the special ability? This is very possible. However, what Yang Ming didn't understand was why the results of the experiment were different for the same target. For example, today's Chen Lu, Yang Ming didn't hear any of his thoughts. There was also Ho Jinhan. Yang Ming also tried to explore his thoughts, but he got nothing. However, Yang Ming really saw the thoughts of these two people. Yang Ming couldn't help but hold his breath and carefully imagine. What was the difference between Ho Jinhan at that time and Ho Jinhan later? What about Chen Lu at that time and Chen Lu later? Right? Brainwaves. Yang Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. I thought of this problem when I was in the good luck bar. What if these people's brainwaves were more active at that time? Would he be able to see through their thoughts if he did that? Then why were they active at that time? Yang Ming slapped his thigh. Yes, it was fear. Yang Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the 6 incidents on the white paper. These 6 people were very scared at that time. Perhaps only when people are scared, their brain waves will be more special, and then I can receive them. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was particularly excited. Moreover, he seemed to have found the reason why he couldn't explore Chen Lu's thoughts after that. It was very simple. When I let Chen Lu cooperate with me to play the game, I kept comforting him and letting him relax. In order to let him better cooperate with me, Yang Ming took the initiative to eliminate his fear. It must be like this. After figuring out the general idea of the matter, Yang Ming really wanted to find a person to experiment with immediately. But it was so late. Obviously, there couldn't be anyone else. I can't call my parents to accompany me in the experiment, right? Moreover, then again, even if I call my parents to cooperate with me, will they be afraid of me? Isn't this nonsense? It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming had to suppress his excitement and go to sleep. Tomorrow, I will continue to find Chen Lu to experiment with. I still have to scare him a little. Yang Ming thought evilly. Poor Chen Lu. He didn't know that he was going to be used as a test subject again. At this moment, he was working overnight with Yu Wu on what bicycle to buy for Yang Ming. Chapter 437. When he woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. He had woken up early for 3 consecutive days and finally managed to sleep in. Suddenly, Yang Ming remembered that he still had 2 debts that he hadn't collected yet. Yang Ming didn't care about this small amount of money. However, sometimes this money still had to be collected. Otherwise, how could these people learn from their mistakes? Yang Ming found Wang Long's business card and called him. At this moment, Wang Long was uneasy. When he returned home, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He belonged to the kind of timid person. He didn't have the impulse to drink with Li Mingri. Wang Long's wife was also a person with such a character. When Wang Long returned home, he told his wife about his own matters. After listening, his wife first complained about Wang Long. How could he mess around with that bastard Li Mingri? However, after listening to Wang Long's story, she obediently found the key to the safe and took out her family's bank book. Over the years, Wang Long had also made a lot of money. In total, it added up to tens of millions. But even so, it was still very painful to take out 2 million yuan to give away. That was 1/5 of it. Moreover, these were all earned by the couple through hard work. However, Wang Long's wife also knew that if he did something wrong, how could he not pay the price? She didn't want to send Wang Long to prison because of money. Moreover, Wang Long said that the person named Yang Ming was so terrifying that she couldn't afford to provoke him. Even if Yang Ming didn't go to the police and came to the repair factory all day long, it was enough for them to suffer. Therefore, they could only spend money to avoid disasters. Moreover, when she heard that Li Mingri had to pay 10 million yuan, she was happy. He deserved to be unlucky. Now she could only use this as a self-comfort, especially when she heard that Li Mingri didn't intend to pay. she was even happier. Why? She could see Li Mingri's bad luck with her own eyes. If it weren't for Li Mingri, would Wang Long be so miserable? This morning, Wang Long and his wife did nothing but wait for Yang Ming to call. If they didn't give the money to Yang Ming, they wouldn't feel at ease. They were afraid that Yang Ming would go back on his word and continue to find trouble with them. Some people might ask, why didn't they call the police? Wasn't this extortion? It was true that Yang Ming was blackmailing him, but it was based on the premise that Wang Long was involved in the kidnapping. If this matter was exposed, then he, Wang Long, will be the first to suffer. Moreover, Yang Ming could argue that this was a private fee. Although it was not legal, Wang Long felt that unless he was stupid, he would not do such a stupid thing. Therefore, when Yang Ming's call came in, Wang Long was very happy. He happily followed Yang Ming's instructions and transferred 2 million yuan to the account designated by Yang Ming. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He decided to break off all relations with Li Mingri in the future. However, he would also secretly observe Li Mingri, observing how unlucky he was. Yang Ming didn't expect Wang Long to be so straightforward. He thought that after one night, Wang Long would regret it. As for Li Mingri, Yang Ming didn't have time to pay attention to him recently. He would let him have fun for a few days. He would play with him after he had studied his special ability. As a result, this made Li Mingri experience a long period of fear. He gradually relaxed his vigilance and thought that Yang Ming was just scaring him. It was a false alarm. Even after knowing that Wang Long obediently gave Yang Ming 2 million yuan, Li Mingri scolded Wang Long as he was an idiot and his brain was pierced. After 3 days of tossing and turning outside on New Year's Day, Yang Ming planned to accompany his parents home today. He got dressed and came to the living room. He wanted to talk to his parents and chat, but he didn't expect to see an empty living room. There was also a note on the coffee table. Big Ming, your mother and I went shopping. We didn't wake you up when we saw you sleeping. We won't be back at noon. You can solve the problem of eating by yourself. You may come back late at night, so don't wait for us for dinner. Holding this note signed by Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. No way. My idea fell through. Yang Ming was helpless. He had to go to the kitchen and look at the refrigerator. There was some leftover bread. He took it out and simply ate it. He drank a bag of milk and solved the problem of breakfast. Where should I go today? Yang Ming slapped his head. It's New Year's Day. I should visit my godfather's place. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly called Xiao Qing. Sister Xiao Qing, where are you? Yang Ming and Xiao Qing's familiarity didn't need to be polite, so he asked directly. I'm at my parents' place. Where did you go, kid? You didn't come back for the New Year's Day holiday? Mom was still talking about you just now. Xiao Qing reprimanded impolitely. Ugh, Sister Xiao Qing, I came with my parents a few days ago. I just had time, so I called you. Yang Ming sweated. Sure enough, it seems that I have to go to Godfather's place often in the future. Otherwise, it would be a bit disappointing for Godfather and Godmother to treat me so well. You called me? Then, are you looking for me, or are you coming to my parents' place? Xiao Qing was slightly displeased. I just want to ask if my godfather went out on New Year's Day. If not, I will go now. Yang Ming couldn't understand the meaning of Xiao Qing's words, so he said quickly, That's more like it. I am here preparing the meal with my parents. I will wait for you to eat together at noon. Xiao Qing smiled. In fact, she hoped that Yang Ming would come to visit her parents. In her heart, she also hoped that Yang Ming would come. However, this idea could only be buried in her heart. After all, the relationship between the two people couldn't be exposed yet. Therefore, for Xiao Qing, the first thing that Yang Ming had to do now was to visit his godfather and godmother. Okay, I will go now, Yang Ming said. There was some regret in his heart. If he knew, he wouldn't have eaten. The bread just now was dry and disgusting. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming put on his coat and went downstairs. When he went to Lu Weishan's place, Yang Ming didn't intend to bring any gifts because he knew that Lu Weishan didn't lack anything. During the holidays, the students and the businessmen gave him all kinds of gifts. If he brought anything, it would be too polite. Chu Huifeng wouldn't let him do so. In the winter in the north, especially around New Year's Day and the Spring Festival, it was difficult to get a taxi during the day. On the one hand, it was too cold in the winter. It wasn't easy to get a bus. On the other hand, people's living standards had improved. They didn't care about the cost of taking a taxi. But in any case, it was difficult to get a taxi. At this time, many drivers went to eat again. It was even more difficult to get a taxi on the road. Yang Ming waited for a long time. There were customers in the taxis that passed by. There was no empty taxi. Yang Ming was a little helpless. Although he could get there by bus, it would delay a lot of time. Xiao Qing and Godfather must be waiting for him to eat. Yang Ming was a little anxious. As he was about to call Yang Ming, he suddenly heard a crisp voice shouting, "Yang Ming." Yang Ming quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a red taxi parked not far from him. From the back window of the car, a beautiful, smiling face poked out. It was actually Zhou Jiejia. Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming was stunned. "It's you." "Yeah. Are you trying to stop a taxi? Did you not manage to stop it?" asked Zhou Jiejia. It's winter. It's not easy to stop." Yang Ming nodded. His dislike for Zhou Jiejia had disappeared, but there was still some resistance in his heart. After all, the knot in his heart for many years couldn't be untied all of a sudden. "Where are you going?" "I'm going in the direction of our school. If it's on the way, why don't you come and go together?" Zhou Jiejia asked with a smile. "Great, I'm going to school." Yang Ming quickly pulled the driver and got in the car. Now wasn't the time to pretend to be badass. He was almost frozen to death after standing for a long time. Yang Ming wouldn't suffer because of his pride. "Hey, little brother, you have good luck with women?" As soon as he got in the car, Yang Ming heard a familiar voice. He looked up, and it was actually Sun Kuan. "Brother Kuan," Yang Ming called out with some embarrassment. How could this be so coincidental? But it was no wonder. Every taxi driver had their own fixed map. Sun Kuan liked to wander around Yang Ming's home. It wasn't strange to often encounter him. "Yang Ming, do you know each other?" Zhou Jiejia asked curiously. "Yes." Before Yang Ming could speak, Sun Kuan spoke first. "We have known each other for a while." "Hee, little sister, it seems that my trip to the airport was in vain. More than 100 yuan is gone." "Ah." Zhou Jiejia was stunned and immediately understood Sun Kuan's meaning. She said with some embarrassment, "How can that be? I still have to pay for the taxi." Chapter 438. "I'm just kidding," Sun Kuan said with a smile. "Yang Ming knows me. My character is like this. If you insist on giving it to me, it's like slapping my face." Then, Zhou Jiejia was a little overwhelmed. Logically speaking, her relationship with Yang Ming wasn't very close. So when Sun Kuan proposed not to ask for the fare, Zhou Jiejia didn't know what to do. "Forget it, Zhou Jiejia. It's fine." Yang Ming shook his head. "If you feel sorry, then treat him to a meal one day." "Okay." Zhou Jiejia's heart moved. "If I treat Sun Kuan to a meal, then Yang Ming cannot attend, right?" So she said, "If I treat, Brother Sun won't not give me face, right? How is that possible? I've been wanting to have a good drink with Brother Yang for a long time now." Sun Kuan smiled and said, "I'll definitely go. And then it's settled. Let's do it in these 2 days." "Brother Sun, when you have time?" asked Zhou Jiejia. "Not today. I have to go to my sister's house for dinner. My brother-in-law is promoted. I have to celebrate." Sun Kuan thought about it and said, "How about tomorrow night? I have to finish work. I can't drive after drinking." "Yang Ming, are you free?" Zhou Jiejia actually had an ulterior motive. She wanted to treat Yang Ming. "Brother Sun has time. Of course I am free," Yang Ming said with a smile. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow night. As for where to eat, Brother Sun, do you have any good suggestions? It's too cold in winter. Otherwise, we will go to the food stalls." Sun Kuan nodded and said, "Let's go eat marinated bones. I know a place that tastes good." "Okay, then let's make an appointment tomorrow." "Brother Sun, do you have my mobile phone number?" asked Yang Ming. "No, you can tell me." Sun Kuan said, "When I first met you, you didn't have a mobile phone, right? Right, I was in high school at that time. Yang Ming smiled and told Sun Kuan his mobile phone number. Then he said, as for Zhou Jiejia, I am responsible for informing her. Let's contact each other tomorrow. No problem. I will call you after work. Sun Kuan said, I won't drive. After finalizing the gathering for tomorrow, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia also arrived at their destination. After bidding farewell to Sun Kuan, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia walked into Songjiang Industry University together. Zhou Jiejia, why did you come to school during the holidays? Yang Ming saw Zhou Jiejia walking into the school with him, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. I have something in the dormitory. I will go back and get it. Zhou Jiejia was originally going to her grandmother's house near Songjiang Industry University, but when she got off the car, she couldn't help but walk into the campus with Yang Ming. She thought about accompanying Yang Ming for a while. Then she would go to her grandmother's house. When she was asked by Yang Ming, she couldn't help but be nervous. Oh, so that's the case. Are you in a hurry? Yang Ming asked casually. Generally speaking, if it wasn't something particularly urgent, she wouldn't rush back to school to get it. And it's quite urgent. Zhou Jiejia made up a story. Yang Ming couldn't ask more. Although it was strange, he could only give up. If it was a girl's personal belongings, Zhou Jiejia definitely couldn't tell him. As a result, Zhou Jiejia managed to avoid a calamity. Near the family building area, Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia said goodbye. Yang Ming didn't understand where Zhou Jiejia was going. Logically, Zhou Jiejia's female dormitory should be in the opposite direction. How'd she come here with me? However, Yang Ming didn't ask much. That would make him seem like an old woman. Zhou Jiejia also had the same feeling. How did I come to this place inexplicably? Didn't I say I was going to the dormitory? Yang Ming wouldn't be suspicious, right? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't ask much, Zhou Jiejia was relieved. When they came to Lu Weishan's house, Xiaoqing opened the door and said with some blame, "Why are you so late?" "Sister Xiaoqing, it's a holiday. How can it be so easy to call for a taxi? It's also lunchtime," Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. "I even shared a taxi with others." "Well, come in and eat. Take off your clothes. We're just waiting for you." Chu Huifang came out of the house and said to Yang Ming, "Godmother." Yang Ming called out. Then he took off his coat and handed it to Xiaoqing next to him. "You're such a big child, yet you still bother your sister to hang your coat for you." Chu Huifang said, "However, my family's Qing looks young. She and Yang Ming don't look like siblings." "Really?" Xiaoqing was stunned, and she was very happy. What she was most afraid of was others saying that she looked older than Yang Ming. Now that she heard Chu Huifang's words, she was naturally very happy. "If they don't look like siblings, what do they look like?" Yang Ming asked casually. "They look like a couple." Chu Huifang smiled. "What?" Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were shocked at the same time. They were stunned on the spot. Could it be that Chu Huifang saw some clues? "What's with the expression of both of you? Is it so exaggerated?" Chu Huifang also misunderstood. She thought that her words surprised the two children, so she explained, "I'm just joking. Look at both of you. Why can't Mom make a joke?" No. Yang Ming reacted first. It turned out that Chu Huifang said it unintentionally. Yang Ming was relieved. "Godmother, you can make a joke." "It's okay, Mom. What are you talking about?" However, Xiaoqing was a girl. She was a little embarrassed. She pulled Chu Huifang's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Cough, cough. Chu Huifang coughed twice. "Why can't I say this? You two aren't siblings. I think both of you are a good match. AI, it's a pity that Yang Ming already has a girlfriend. Otherwise, both of you are a match made in heaven." "Old woman, what are you talking about?" Lu Weishan came over from the study. "How old are you? You're not serious at all. Why are you making fun of the children? Aren't I just saying what I think in my heart? We're not outsiders. What else is there to avoid?" Chu Huifang frowned. "Well, let's eat." Qing, Big Ming, you two don't listen to your godmother's nonsense." Lu Weishan waved and said with a smile. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They were really afraid that Chu Huifang would be entangled in this issue and noticed something else. The two people looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Everything was understood without words. During the meal, Chu Huifeng nagged again. Ching Ching, it's now 209. You've grown 1 year older. You're 31 years old this year, right? And Xiao Qing sighed. She knew what Chu Huifeng was going to say, but she couldn't stop it. She could only respond softly. Women, once they're over 30, they begin to age. Shouldn't you find a boyfriend? Chu Huifeng said. Most of the girls at your age have children. Mom, Xiao Qing's face darkened and lowered her head. Ah, right? Chu Huifeng was shocked and quickly explained. Qing Qing, Mom didn't mean anything else. Chu Huifeng naturally knew that Xiao Qing couldn't have children, so the unintentional words just now were likely to hurt Xiao Qing's heart. However, Xiao Qing wasn't very sad. She just felt a little heartache, and then she felt that it was nothing. The matter between her and Yang Ming couldn't be exposed. So what if she couldn't have children? Mom, I know. It's okay. It's all in the past. And I don't want to get married in my life. Xiao Qing shook her head and said faintly, Qing Qing, Mom is urging you to get married for your own good. Chu Huifeng said, your dad and I are old. We can't accompany you for a lifetime. If we leave, then wouldn't you be too lonely by yourself? It's okay. Isn't there Yang Ming? Xiao Qing said with a smile. Yang Ming, you won't abandon me in the future, right? Ugh. How can I abandon you? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. This Xiao Qing, she really dared to speak. She can even say this. I don't know if she has a double meaning or something. Mom, you see, Yang Ming said it. You don't have to worry. Xiao Qing said seriously. AI, how can that be the same? Yang Ming is your brother. In the future, you will get married. Naturally, he won't have much time to accompany you. Chu Huifeng shook her head and sighed. Okay, old woman, don't say it. Lu Weishan waved his hand and interrupted Chu Huifeng's words. The children have their own fortune. Let's just look at their matters. Don't simply criticize. Chapter 439. Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. Chu Huifeng was actually kind, but when she saw that everyone was not interested in this matter, she couldn't continue. However, she still hoped that Xiao Qing could find a boyfriend as soon as possible. Yang Ming, come to my study room after the meal. I have something to ask you. Lu Weishan put down the bowl in his hand and suddenly said. This scared Yang Ming quite a bit. He had just finished talking about Xiao Qing's marriage, and now Lu Weishan was looking for him. Could it be that Lu Weishan saw something? Yang Ming finished the meal in fear, and then he quickly went to the study room with Lu Weishan. Godfather, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming stood there like a child who did something wrong. He was somewhat restrained. Do you have a conflict with Hua Tianxiong of Hua Jewelry? Lu Weishan asked directly. Who is Hua Tianxiong? Yang Ming couldn't think of who this person was. When I celebrated my birthday, he also came. He is also in the jewelry industry. Lu Weishan said. Oh, I remember. I don't have any conflict with him. However, Zhang Bin and that President Yin have some conflicts. Yang Ming said. Oh, really? Then it's no wonder. Lu Weishan nodded and said, I participated in an academic conference of the jewelry industry in the city a few days ago. Originally, I wouldn't go to this kind of conference, but because you're going to set up a jewelry company, I also recently paid attention to these activities. At the end of the conference, I mentioned that you want to set up a jewelry company. Most people expressed their support and would provide you with help, but only Hua Tianxiong and Yun Guangdou were very disdainful. These two people are together against a common enemy. Zhang Bin's jewelry company and Yun Guangdou's jewelry company are about the same size, so the competition is more fierce. There are some conflicts between the two families. After I was in the limelight at your birthday party, Yun Guangdou's driver came to find trouble with me. Yang Ming said with a smile. Then I understand. I will try my best to mediate. However, Hua Tianxiong is a very petty person. He will probably still find trouble with you. You have to be careful. Lu Weishan instructed. I understand, Godfather. Yang Ming nodded. Oh yeah, how's the planning for your jewelry company? Lu Weishan asked. It should be able to open for business after the new year, right? When Yang Ming heard his godfather's words, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. This jewelry company was his. Now, he threw everything to Zhang Jiefang. Even his godfather, Lu Weishan, was worried about him. Yet, he acted as if nothing had happened. Logically speaking, he should be busy in this company. Looking at Yang Ming's awkward expression, Lu Weishan understood the general situation. So he smiled and said, "Did you hand it over to Zhang Jiefang?" "I'm sorry, godfather. There were a lot of things to do during this time, so Yang Ming said embarrassedly. "It's fine. However, since you're doing business with others, although you have the advantage of your godfather's name, you can't just do nothing." Lu Weishan smiled and said, "Although Zhang Jiefang is your elder, and he won't say anything, you should learn to do something yourself. This will be beneficial for your future development." "I understand, godfather." Yang Ming nodded. "I will work hard in the future. Then, I won't say anything else. I will inform you if I have any news." "Go ahead." Lu Weishan nodded. "Okay, godfather. Then, I will go out first." Yang Ming asked, "And you go ahead." "Wait." Lu Weishan suddenly waved to Yang Ming. "Is there anything else, godfather?" "Godfather." Yang Ming turned around strangely and asked, "Qing Qing is quite pitiful. Take good care of her in the future." Lu Weishan said faintly. "And?" Yang Ming was shocked. Could it be that Lu Weishan noticed something? Yang Ming felt that there was a problem when he association with the words he said during the meal. "What's wrong?" Lu Weishan raised his head kindly and looked at Yang Ming. "Is there a problem?" What problem?" No problem." Yang Ming stuttered. "Although Xiao Qing isn't your biological sister, she doesn't treat you any worse than a biological sister." Lu Weishan said, "Your godmother is right. Both of us are so old. We don't know how long we can live. In the future, you'll have to take care of Qing Qing. Although she is older than you, she is still a girl. So, you should take care of her." Yang Ming looked at his godfather's expression, and his heart was slightly relieved. There was nothing wrong. Lu Weishan's expression was very normal. Yang Ming also felt relieved. "It seems that I thought too much. Just now, he was scared by godmother, so now he was a little nervous. It seems that godfather didn't mean that at all." "I understand, godfather. Don't worry." Yang Ming nodded solemnly. Although this promise seemed to be for Lu Weishan, Yang Ming knew that this promise was actually from his heart. It was a promise to himself and to Xiao Qing. In the past few days, Xiao Qing had been staying at Lu Weishan's place. Yang Ming couldn't do anything excessive. After coming out of Lu Weishan's study, he watched TV with Chu Huifeng and Xiao Qing for a while. Then he got up and left. Chu Huifeng told Yang Ming to come and visit often. Yang Ming agreed with a smile. After leaving his godfather's house, Yang Ming didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to the place where he lived with Lan Ling. During this time, Yang Ming was busy. Although Xiao Qing, Chen Mengyin, and Lin Jiyun were accompanying him, Yang Ming never forgot Lan Ling in his heart. After all, the feelings between him and Lan Ling couldn't be replaced by anyone. In Yang Ming's heart, every woman was unique. No one could be a substitute for another. Looking at the room that was already covered in dust, Yang Ming quickly went to the bathroom, got a basin of water, and then took a rag to wipe the room. Here, it was full of sweet memories of himself and Lan Ling. Every inch of the room was imprinted with his and Lan Ling's footprints. The decorations on the windowsill, the small alarm clock at the bedside, weren't they the proof of his and Lan Ling's love? As he rubbed, Yang Ming couldn't help but fall into a daze. Who? Yang Ming suddenly woke up. His eyes stared straight at the direction of the window. Although Yang Ming just fell into contemplation as an assassin and Fang Tian's apprentice, Yang Ming still kept a trace of clarity in his heart. Just now, Yang Ming suddenly felt that someone had passed by the window. If it were other people, they might think that it was an illusion or that the eyes were tired from staring in one direction for a long time, and some visual afterimages would appear. but Yang Ming was very confident in his eyes. Since his eyes were integrated with a pair of glasses, Yang Ming's eyesight was extraordinarily good. There had never been any visual discomfort caused by sudden changes in light or visual afterimages after staring at something for a long time. Yang Ming was conceded that he absolutely couldn't have any illusions. Therefore, there was only one answer. That was, something really passed by the window just now. Yang Ming didn't think that it would be a big bird or something like that. It was impossible to have any big birds flying in the sky in the northern winter. Even if there were, it would be some small sparrows. Thinking of this, Yang Ming jumped up, came to the window, and looked around. Of course, this was just a conditioned reflex action. In fact, Yang Ming could use his special ability to see everything outside the window. There was nothing outside. Yang Ming frowned and shook his head. Could it really be my own illusion? I miss Lan Ling so much that I had an illusion? It shouldn't be. I didn't have a similar situation in the past, no. Yang Ming's pupil suddenly shrank. He looked at the window sill outside the window. A white envelope was lying quietly under a stone. The envelope was pressed on top of the snow, and the snow was caused by the snow this morning. Therefore, this letter was definitely not originally there, but had just been put up there not too long ago. Yang Ming frowned deeply. How could someone put this letter on the windowsill without me noticing? Yang Ming quickly opened the window and took the envelope back. There was still some residual warmth on the envelope. Obviously, it was just put here by someone. Yang Ming opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. It's fine. If you want Lan Ling to be fine, come to the stone tablet of the West Star Mountain Reservoir at midnight. There was no signature, no date, but Yang Ming knew that the other party must be referring to today. Chapter 440. Lan Ling. What the hell is going on? Did something happen to Lan Ling? Yang Ming's heart couldn't help but tighten. Who is Lan Ling? She knows voodoo, and she has a super powerful grandmother. Even the old man who gave him a book the other day was also super powerful. He's a master among masters. If Lan Ling was caught, then I may not be able to beat the person who caught her. Moreover, Yang Ming also suspected that this was a scam. Who was it that deliberately set the bait after finding out about his relationship with Lan Ling? Because Yang Ming didn't believe that there was someone more powerful than this abnormal combination in the world. However, Yang Ming didn't dare to take this risk. Yes, the other party completely grasped Yang Ming's mentality. If it was related to Lan Ling, Yang Ming had to go even if he knew that it was dangerous. Yang Ming couldn't leave Lan Ling alone. Even if it was dangerous, he had to go. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100 million chance that it was Lan Ling, then Yang Ming would take the risk. After the impulse, Yang Ming also calmed down. Lan Ling said before that it seemed that in Miaojiang, her grandmother also had enemies. What if it was done by those enemies? Thinking of this, Yang Ming felt a little guilty. The strange skill of the old man before and the person who sent the letter today seemed to have the same effect. It can't be right. Yang Ming secretly thought that he was unlucky. He thought that he was invincible after he learned some martial arts and got some of Feng Tian's true teachings. It's really a case of regretting not having enough martial arts when it's time to use it. Recalling the strange skill of the old man before, Yang Ming's scalp was numb. If the opponent is like him, then I'm just going to die today. However, Yang Ming was puzzled. Yes, if the other party is an enemy of Lan Ling's grandmother, then why would they use Lan Ling to threaten me? I don't know them at all, and there is no conflict at all. It didn't make sense for them to use Lan Ling to threaten him. Moreover, the most important point was that if the other party could take down Lan Ling, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill him. Why would they waste so much effort? However, if the other party was here for him, that would be even more unreasonable. Yang Ming admitted that Wang Shifan and President Hua had some power in Songjiang, but if they were asked to go to Miaojiang to capture Lan Ling from her grandmother's guardianship, Yang Ming wouldn't believe it. They would be exhausted to death. If any of these 2 points could be explained, Yang Ming would not be as nervous as he was now. After all, if the other party was Lan Ling's enemy, then he would be courting death if he went there. He might as well use Uncle Chin's power to solve this. No matter how powerful your personal armed forces are, you can't go against the National Law Enforcement Agency, right? If it was the second type, it would be Yang Ming's personal enemy. Then, Yang Ming alone could turn over 18 generations of their ancestors and torture them to death. Now, Yang Ming didn't know what to do. If he looked for Uncle Chen for help, it was bound to involve Lan Ling's matter. This was a matter between him and Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming didn't want Uncle Chen to be involved. If Uncle Chen knew, he would definitely oppose Chen Mingyan's relationship with him. Therefore, Yang Ming really couldn't make up his mind for a while. After putting away the letter, Yang Ming quickly left here. After all, it was useless to sit here and think about it. He could only take one step at a time. Now that he had an appointment with Chen Lu, he still had to do the business. If he developed his special ability before he went to see the unknown enemy, maybe it would play an unexpected role at the critical moment, which was the negotiation. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickened his pace. Chen Lu was really punctual. When Yang Ming got on the subway, his phone call came in. "Brother Yang, I'm at the entrance of the Songjiang bus factory." "Where are you?" asked Chen Lu. "I'm on the road. There's a traffic jam. You wait for me first," said Yang Ming. "About half an hour or so." "Okay, Brother Yang, I got it," Chen Lu said, but there was some sadness in his heart. It's really easy to talk while standing. In this winter, I'm standing at the entrance of this factory. There isn't even a place to shelter from the wind. I'll be frozen in half an hour. However, Chen Lu was just thinking about it. He didn't dare to say it. Therefore, he could only shiver in the wind. After half an hour, Yang Ming saw Chen Lu, who was swaying in the wind. This guy was floating with the wind. When he saw Yang Ming coming over, he almost cried. Chen Lu pushed a brand new bicycle and appeared in front of Yang Ming. His lips couldn't speak. "Yang, Brother Yang, you finally came? And have you been waiting here for a long time?" Yang Ming looked at Chen Lu, who was shivering, and smiled. No, it's only half an hour," said Chen Lu. But in his heart, "Oh my God, if you didn't come, I would have become a sculpture." "That's good. I just went home to the toilet and delayed some time," Yang Ming said with a smile. "If I knew, I wouldn't be in a hurry to come." Chen Lu said with a smile. "Brother Yang, what do you think of this bike?" "It's pretty good, but it's a bit too trendy. Overall, it's not bad." Yang Ming nodded. "Okay, I'll accept this bike. You can go." "That's fine. Brother Yang, call me again if there's anything." Chen Lu smiled bitterly. He hoped that Yang Ming wouldn't look for him again, but he still had to say some polite words. Thinking of Yu Wu's headache today, Chen Lu had a lingering fear in his heart. "Oh yeah, I'm looking for you for something else." Yang Ming almost forgot about the matter of practicing his special abilities. "What?" Chen Lu really wanted to slap himself. He thought that his big mouth reminded Yang Ming of something again, but he didn't dare to complain. "Brother Yang, what else do you want?" I suddenly remembered. Yesterday, I beat Yu Wu until half of his body was paralyzed. You're still alive and kicking. Isn't that a bit unfair? Yang Ming deliberately pretended to be vicious and scared Chen Lu. Chen Lu was shocked. He said inexplicably, "How is it unfair?" "It's unfair to Yu Wu. Both of you came together. In the end, he became disabled. You didn't have anything. Don't you think it's unfair?" Yang Ming said with a glare. "This," Chen Lu complained in his heart. "What kind of logic is this? Aren't you obviously looking for trouble?" However, even if Yang Ming deliberately looked for trouble, he couldn't do anything to him. "Brother Yang, didn't I buy a bike?" Chen Lu said with a bitter face. "Then I'll beat you up and return the bike to you," asked Yang Ming. "This isn't the same thing." Chen Lu was about to cry. "This Yang Ming is too unreasonable. Don't talk nonsense. Are you ready?" Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently and asked, "Ready for what?" Chen Lu was stunned. "Ready to be beaten up," said Yang Ming. "Oh my God." Chen Lu almost sat on the ground. "What's going on? You changed your mind just like that? In this ice and snow, if I'm beaten up by Yang Ming again, I don't want to die here. Brother Yang, if you want to fight, let's find a time to go to a warmer place. I'm going to freeze to death today." Chun-Lu said helplessly. My body is also frozen stiff. You won't feel good when you fight. It's okay. I don't care. I'm going to start, Yang Ming said and began to rub his hands. Looking at Yang Ming's appearance, Chun-Lu complained, but there was no way. He could only close his eyes and clench his teeth to be beaten up. For a long time, Chun-Lu's heart was about to fall out of fear. Yang Ming's hand didn't greet him. Chun-Lu couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise, but he saw Yang Ming frowning and thinking about something. Brother Yang, aren't you going to fight? Chun-Lu asked carefully. Were you scared just now? Yang Ming didn't answer him, but asked directly. I was scared. I was scared to death. Chun-Lu sighed. Then what were you thinking in your heart? Asked Yang Ming. I was praying for you to hit me gently. Don't kill me. Chun-Lu replied. You really thought so? Asked Yang Ming seriously. That's right. Then what else can I think? Chun-Lu was somewhat inexplicable. Okay, there's nothing for you to do. You can go. Yang Ming waved his hand and sent Chun-Lu away. Okay, I'm leaving. Brother Yang, goodbye. Chun-Lu was like he was granted amnesty. He quickly disappeared from Yang Ming's vision. Of course, this vision was for ordinary people. If it was for Yang Ming, no matter how far he ran, Yang Ming could still see him. However, Yang Ming really didn't have time to care about him now. His special ability didn't work. Was my deduction yesterday wrong? Chapter 441. Yang Ming was a little discouraged. Yesterday, he thought that he had discovered some of the essentials of the special ability, but he failed again today. Was my starting point wrong? Just now, Yang Ming also saw that Chun-Lu was very nervous. This couldn't be faked. Therefore, it seemed that his original assumption of the other party being nervous and fearful was wrong. Speaking of fear, Yang Ming suddenly thought of Song Hang. Yes, Song Hang's fear of him was far greater than Chun-Lu, but he still couldn't see his inner thoughts. Yang Ming shook his head. It seemed that he was too anxious. It wasn't the case at all. Today, there was no need to experiment. With Song Hang as a living example, the experiment just now was simply superfluous. If Song Hang was a special case, then what about Guo Jianchao? There was also Zhang Yuliang and others. Yang Ming couldn't see their thoughts. He had to say that he thought too simply yesterday. When he returned home, Yang Dehai and the others had already returned. When they saw Yang Ming enter the house, they immediately asked, Big Ming, what do you think of the clothes your mother is wearing? Yang Ming looked up. It turned out that his mother had bought a set of rabbit fur clothes. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, you already have mink fur. Why did you buy rabbit fur? Mink fur is not wrong, but I have to wear it out, right? Mother Yang smiled bitterly. My current identity is a laid-off female worker. You want me to wear mink fur? Wouldn't people think that I did something bad? Where did the mink fur come from? Yang Ming was a little speechless. Who would think so much? Besides, you can say that I bought it for you. Don't show off your wealth, okay? Mother Yang said carefully. Nowadays, it's hard to know what's in a person's heart. What if you're targeted by bad people? So it's better to be low-key. Look at my rabbit fur. It's not colder than mink fur. It's just as warm, and it's so furry. It looks so good. It's only 400 yuan. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Yang Ming knew that his parents' thoughts weren't so easy to change. He didn't force them. As long as they were happy, it was fine. For example, today's bicycle, Yang Ming actually asked for it for his father. Yang Dashin liked to ride the bicycle to work every day. This habit had been around for more than 10 years. Even if you asked him to change, would he be able to? Now, Yang Dashin was riding a second-year bike that had been eliminated by others. However, the chain wasn't very good and would always fall off. Yang Ming wanted to buy another car for his father several times, but Yang Dashin refused. Since this car was free, Yang Ming wasn't afraid that his father wouldn't want it. Dad, my friend gave me a bicycle. It's in the corridor. I'm in college now, and I don't need it. You can ride it to work. Yang Ming said, A friend gave it to you? You didn't buy it yourself, right? Yang Dashin suspiciously opened the security door of his house. No, if I bought it for you, would I buy such a fancy one? This is obviously a sports car for young people. Yang Ming said, if you don't think it's good, I'll find a way to sell it to the junkyard at a cheaper price. Don't sell it. Yang Dahai quickly stopped him. That can't be sold. How much can you sell it to the junkyard for? Just treat it as scrap iron. Yang Ming said seriously, but he was very happy in his heart. Isn't that a problem? Let me ride it. Yang Dashin said firmly. Yang Ming snickered twice in his heart. Then, he returned to the house with his father. Mom was still there sorting out today's spoils. Although they weren't very expensive things, it could be seen that Mom was very happy. Yang Ming sighed. He decided not to force his parents to adapt to the life of a rich person. As long as they were happy, it was more important than anything else. Dad, we have enough money to spend at home. If not, I have a lot here. Yang Ming asked. It's enough. You don't have to worry about us. You don't need to spend money at home now. Your mom and I have more than enough to spend on my salary. Besides, we still have savings. Yang Dashin laughed. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything more. After dinner, Yang Ming had been a little restless. Time passed very slowly. There were still 4 hours before 12 o'clock. Yang Ming didn't know how to get through it. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and dialed Lan Ling's number. Although he knew that Lan Ling should be off at this time, Yang Ming still didn't give up. On the phone, there was a waiting tone after the call. Was connected. It was connected. It was actually connected. Lan Ling turned on her phone. Yang Ming held back the excitement in his heart and quietly waited for the call to be connected. Sorry, the subscriber you have dialed is temporarily unable to answer your call. Please dial again later. The phone was ruthlessly cut off by the person on the other end, and there was a busy tone from the receiver. A very bad idea came to Yang Ming's mind. The call was connected. How could Lan Ling not answer his call? Yang Ming quickly pressed the replay button again. Beep, beep. Fortunately, the phone was not turned off. Yang Ming prayed that the phone would be picked up quickly. Hello. There was a strange and hoarse voice on the other end of the phone. What's the matter? Yang Ming was stunned. Isn't this Lan Ling's phone? The other party was silent for a while before asking. Lan Ling. Who are you? Who are you? Yang Ming asked. Why are you holding her phone? You are Yang Ming? The other party didn't answer Yang Ming's question, but the sudden question shocked Yang Ming. I am Yang Ming. Who are you? Yang Ming felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the person on the other end is the person who kidnapped Lan Ling? Hee hee, 12 o'clock. Don't forget. You will know when you come. After the other party sneered, he hung up the phone. Sure enough, someone really kidnapped Lan Ling. Yang Ming had to believe the fact that Lan Ling was kidnapped this time, but he still couldn't understand why the other party was looking for him. Listening to the other party's tone, it was obvious that they weren't familiar with his voice. In other words, this person wasn't someone he was familiar with. In this case, there was no reason to use Lan Ling to threaten him, unless it was a psychopath or the other party wanted to capture him and use him to threaten Lan Ling. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly felt that this possibility was higher. Yang Ming had to dial the number again to find out the other party's actual situation. Fortunately, the other party didn't turn off the phone. The call was still connected. Why are you so annoying? Are you done yet? What's the matter? When the other party picked up the phone, he said impatiently, I want to hear Lan Ling's voice. Yang Ming said straightforwardly, You will hear it when you come over tonight. The other party said coldly, Is there anything else? I didn't hear Lan Ling's voice. How do you want me to believe that Lan Ling is in your hands? Yang Ming asked. You don't have to believe it. Then don't come. The other party said indifferently. Lan Ling isn't in your hands. You are lying to me, right? You want to capture me and use me to threaten Lan Ling? Yang Ming asked continuously. The other party was silent. Why? Did I guess right? You have nothing to say? Yang Ming sneered. I have to admire your imagination. It's really rich. The other party's voice sounded helpless. First, it's easy for me to capture you. Do I need to lie to you? Second, why would I threaten Lan Ling? She's in my hands. Third, it's up to you to believe it or not. You can choose not to come. No one forced you to come. This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be speechless. What the other party said was indeed reasonable. With his skill, capturing Yang Ming didn't require so much effort. Looking at the phone that was hung up, Yang Ming shook his head. It seems that I have to go this time. However, this made things even more puzzling. Obviously, the other party wasn't interested in me. It was easy for him to capture me. Then why did he ask me to go? Finally, the time stopped at 10:30. Yang Ming set off for the West Star Mountain Reservoir. Yang Ming found that since he went to university, his parents had indulged him a lot. They never interfered when he went out at night. It was easier to get a taxi at this time. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to stop a taxi and go to the West Star Mountain Reservoir. Of course, Yang Ming didn't let the driver stop the car on the side of the reservoir. Instead, he stopped about 1 kilometer away from the reservoir. The driver was a little puzzled. This place is in the middle of nowhere. What is Yang Ming doing here? But since the fare was the same, he was too lazy to ask so much. After Yang Ming got off, the taxi driver left. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.